Chapter 1 of The Dancing Silhouette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. Chapter 1. Heavenscent. For the 16th time in an hour, J. Arnold Winslow completed his tramp around DuPont Circle and sat heavily down on a bench which held a commanding view of the paths bisecting the small public park in the northwest section of Washington, the nation's capital. For a while, he watched the stream of persons crossing the park on their way from office to home, his restless fingers turning his cane this way and that. A final, vicious jab brought forth a subdued grunt from the man seated on the same bench, and Winslow awoke from his abstraction and apologized for his unconscious act in poking the cane too far in the stranger's direction. "Awfully sorry," he exclaimed, then, getting a full look at the man, "Haven't I seen you before, feeding the birds and the squirrels?" "Very likely," responded the other, returning an empty paper bag to his pocket. "I drop over here when I can spare the time." Winslow hesitated a moment, then turned and faced the man. "Do you notice people? That is," meeting the dark, placid eyes with a sense of confusion very foreign to his usually assertive nature, "do you recall seeing a woman in a blue silk dress and a smart black hat? Hang it!" observing a shadow of a smile on his companion's smooth-shaven lips. "That's not much of a description, but when I say she has the figure of a girl of 16 and the face of a woman of 60, a painted Jezebel." The man nodded. "I think I know who you mean," he said thoughtfully. "She usually comes around in the afternoon and leaves when the children do. Did you see her today?" eagerly. "Yes." "Do you know her name? Who is she?" "No." The man's tranquility was in marked contrast to Winslow's mounting irritability. "She occasionally asks me the time and always clears out before 5 o'clock. "Before 5 o'clock." Winslow repeated the words mechanically and lapsed into silence. After regarding him for a brief instant, his companion turned his attention to a squirrel seeking one of the nuts he had dropped under a nearby tree, and it was not until some 5 minutes later that the rustle of paper again drew his attention to Winslow. The latter rose with abruptness and, tossing down his newspaper, strode across the park. The advertising section of the Star lay on the bench directly in his line of vision, and the man had no difficulty in deciphering the advertisement marked by a penciled cross. With quickened interest, he raised his head and watched Winslow cross the street into Connecticut Avenue and proceed due north. More leisurely, the stranger gained his feet and followed. The dwellings in that once fashionable section of Washington had mostly been converted into small office buildings, and the names on brass plates beside doorways were foreign to those which had in former days belonged to the occupants of the once handsome homes. Passing by an undertaker's establishment, the man turned into the entrance of a tall building and mounted the winding staircase to the second floor. Winslow was made aware of his presence by the shadow of his figure across the glass partition of a closed door bearing the legend, "Universal Detective Agency, Evidence Experts, G. Thorne, General Manager." Reaching around Winslow, he pushed open the door. "Walk in. The office is never closed," and as the latter stepped inside, he led the way to an inner room. "We are secluded here," closing the door as he spoke, "and I presume you wish a private interview?" "With Mr. Thorne, yes," responded Winslow, recovering somewhat from his surprise at the unexpected appearance of his casual park acquaintance. "I am he." Thorne turned and took some correspondence from his clerk who had, a second before, made his appearance from the rear of the general office, where he had witnessed their entrance. "Thanks, Jim. I'll attend to these later. Now, Mr. And the clerk vanished. Winslow drew out his bill folder and laid a visiting card on the desk before the detective. My name's Arnold Winslow. You were recommended to me by Senator Fairchild, he began. I understand that you are all that your advertisement in the Star says, with an attempt at lightness which his haggard appearance belied. Above all, that you never betray a client or a confidence. Then, as Thorne nodded gravely, he spoke with more vehemence. I'm in trouble, sore trouble. So I gather. And what can I do to help? Thorne's quiet voice and sympathetic manner had a soothing effect, and Winslow's tired muscles relaxed as he sank back in the leather-covered office chair. It's a bit hard to begin, he admitted after a second. It all seems so trivial at first. Again he hesitated. Well, here goes. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. My wife and I are childless, and 20 years ago we adopted my brother's son, John. He could not be more dear to us if he were our own child. Therefore, when he became... He hesitated. Engaged? Prompted Thorne softly as the pause lengthened. Infatuated. The word shot from Winslow. There's nothing else that expresses it. Why, Thorne, the girl's a paralytic. Indeed. In his interest, the detective leaned closer. And what produced that condition? Has she always been so? No. Winslow checked a sigh. Jack, when motoring across the continent, was driving in Chicago, struck her taxi, overturned it, and Miss Chase's spine was injured, resulting in paralysis of the lower limbs. I see. Oh, do you? With marked irritability. Well, I wish that we had. Mrs. Winslow and I wondered at Jack's prolonged stay in Chicago. When he came east, he was madly in love with Elsa Chase. He talked unceasingly of her perfections, her illness, the tragedy of her helpless condition, and so worked on my wife's and my sympathy that we sent for Elsa. What then? As Winslow paused and passed one hand nervously over the other. She and her nurse came 3 months ago to our summer home on Cape Cod, and we brought them to Washington with us. Winslow lowered his naturally strident voice. Elsa is undeniably beautiful, undeniably pathetic in her helplessness, but John shan't marry her. No, by God, he shan't. You mean? I don't believe in invalids marrying, harshly. But that's not the only reason. We can learn nothing about the girl, her origin, past life, past associations. Why, man, she's never had a letter, a telegram, or any communication from anyone since she's been with us. Thorne considered for a second. Can you learn nothing from her financial connections? Hasn't any, apparently. She's never asked us to cash a check, but then as our guest, there is no occasion for her to spend money, and a girl in a wheelchair has no particular opportunity for wearing expensive clothes. Winslow turned uneasily around to make certain that the door to the outer office was tightly closed. A few days after our arrival here, I was strolling about the grounds. I live out beyond the country club, and turning a corner, came upon Elsa talking to the woman I expected to meet in the park this afternoon. What then? The woman left at sight of me, and Elsa explained that she had stopped to inquire her way to a convent which is about a mile beyond my house. The absurdity of that type of woman asking for a convent didn't strike me at the moment. You say, that type of woman. Had you time, then, to classify her? Asked Thorne mildly. No, but I've seen her since. Once trying to speak to Elsa in my car on Pennsylvania Avenue, and last week we came face to face outside my gate. But again, she got away before I could leave my guests and interview her. He turned roughly on the detective. You've got eyes. You don't have to be told where she belongs. Well, see here, Thorne spoke with some roughness. Has it ever occurred to you that this unknown woman might be an acquaintance of your son's? Stop right there. Winslow's fist struck the desk heavily. She isn't. From his paper, he drew out a leather wallet and extracted 3 pieces of paper. That woman gave the first one of these to my gardener for me. The others came by mail. The detective spread each paper on his desk and scanned the fashionable writing on them. If you would learn what you should know, come to DuPont Circle on Monday at 5 p.m. The second read, Why did you not keep your appointment? And the third, Your last chance at 5, DuPont Circle, Monday. Thorne sat back in his chair. Why didn't you keep your appointment, Mr. Winslow? He queried, pointing a long forefinger at the second note. But I did, impatiently. I was at the circle at 5, and she wasn't. The same thing occurred this evening, for you say the woman really was there? If it was the same person, Thorne picked up each piece of paper and held it to the light. None were watermarked, and save for the black ink, were simply strips of paper carefully folded in exact squares. Instead of lowering the papers, he held them under his nose. Perfumed, agreed Winslow, watching him eagerly. It was stronger when they first came, a very pungent scent. Without answering, Thorne opened one of the drawers of his desk and from among its odds and ends took out a small but heavy glass bottle. The woman in blue sat on the same bench with me one day last week, he explained. She made off in a hurry to catch a bus, and this bottle dropped unnoticed out of her lap onto the turf. It's half full of perfume, as you see, drawing out the glass stopper and holding it toward his client. It's the same! Exclaimed Winslow triumphantly. The same perfume and the same woman. Possibly, admitted Thorne with native caution. This perfume, holding up the toilet bottle, is called Heavenscent. He slipped the bottle back into the drawer. Now, Mr. Winslow, exactly what do you wish me to do? Find out the connection between this woman and Elsa Chase, promptly. Also, why the former made appointments with me at 5 o'clock and left before the hour set. And, one thing at a time, broke in Thorne. He leaned closer, his gaze never leaving his companion. Answer truthfully. What do you really want? Information that will make any marriage between Jack and Elsa impossible. As he spoke the girl's name, Winslow's voice betrayed his emotion. Jack shall not throw himself away on this unknown, casting about for a word, adventuress. The detective considered him in silence, taking in every detail of his well-groomed appearance, his carefully parted hair, silvering at the temples, his ruddy complexion, and pale gray eyes. He looked what he was, a wealthy man of the world, leisurely in his habits and usually deliberate in conversation. Very well. Thorne's voice sounded oddly in the prolonged silence, and Winslow started as he reached for his hat and cane. Where can I see you if occasion requires? With a ghost of a smile. Another interview? My address is on my card. Thorne picked it up and, handing a fountain pen to Winslow, asked, Please write your phone number. Then, as the latter complied, he pointed to the 3 squares of paper lying by Winslow's visiting card. Let me keep these, and, if anything turns up, you will hear from me. Winslow paused on his way out. Pardon the question, Thorne, but you are a foreigner? Observing the latter's swarthy skin and high cheekbones under the strong rays of the high-powered central electric light just turned on. No, Mr. Winslow. My ancestors on the shores of Plymouth met yours when they landed from the Mayflower. A queer gleam lit the detective's black eyes. I am an American Indian. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Girl in the Wheelchair. The last rays of the setting sun colored the western sky, but the splendid view obtainable of the sunset did not claim the attention of the gardener at Oaklands, the country home of Arnold Winslow. Instead, under pretense of examining the hardy shrubs near the long flagged terrace which ran the length of the Georgian mansion, Ferguson had eyes only for a young girl sitting propped up in a wheelchair on the terrace. Slowly and yet more slowly he approached the terrace, the rubber boots he was wearing making no noise. Elsa Chase raised her eyes from her embroidery in time to see Ferguson's bent form straighten itself as he ceased inspecting a cluster of dwarf evergreens which gave protection to the terrace, screening its occupants from the sight of passers-by along the garden walks further from the mansion. Impersonally, her gaze swept over the gardener's bulky form, clothed in overalls and sweater, the dilapidated cap he was wearing at a rakish angle on his frowsy hair. As one grimy finger was lifted to touch the visor of his cap in greeting, Elsa looked straight into his eyes. In silence, they regarded each other. Then Ferguson's hand dropped to his jaw, and he caressed his week-old beard. "Ain't ye afraid to sit out here, miss? Indian summer's mighty treacherous for delicate ladies." The gardener's throat tones carried to other ears, and Jack Winslow stepped hastily through the open French door which gave upon the terrace. "You shouldn't be here, Elsa," he chided gently, gaining her side. "Ferguson's quite right. Come indoors, dear." And waiting for no remonstrance, even if she felt so inclined, Jack wheeled the chair across the terrace. Pausing only to close the door firmly behind them, he pushed Elsa to one end of the music room, stopping before the great stone chimney, where a wood fire blazed on the hearth. "Not too close." Elsa touched the wheels of her chair, by which she guided herself around, so that she drew up alongside a tufted sofa. "I feel hot and stuffy." "Stuffy, perhaps." Jack eyed her with concern. "Your hands are anything but hot." Possessing himself of one as he spoke, "You are cold," noting her finger's icy touch. "As cold as your treatment of me lately." Passion crept into his voice. "Ah, Elsa, how have you the heart to play with me as you do?" And dropping on one knee, he threw his arm about her. For a minute she yielded to his embrace. "Don't," she whispered brokenly, as he attempted to kiss her lips again and yet again. "Don't make it harder, Jack. Your aunt hates me." "Well, what of it? You are not marrying her." The shadows under Elsa's lovely eyes deepened, and her sensitive lips trembled. "Your own mother might understand and have sympathy for," meeting his eyes, "us. Mrs. Winslow, never." Again she hesitated. "I feel I must leave here." "Not until you are my wife." But Elsa shook her head. "You shouldn't marry a cripple, dear. It's too great a handicap." "Don't." He reddened to his temples, then paled. "Oh, don't." And she saw reflected in his eyes his agony of mind at the thought of the almost fatal motor accident brought about by his reckless driving. "We are going to marry, you and I, sweetheart, and live happy ever after." "On what?" The words were barely breathed, but Jack caught them, and his eyes gleamed with high resolve. "I've ceased to be an idler," he confided softly, "and I'm going into business. I'll tell you what, tomorrow," reading correctly her questioning glance. "And then there won't be any barrier to our marriage." Elsa's free hand stroked the curly head touching her shoulder as Jack, sitting on the edge of the sofa, rested his weight on the arm of her wheelchair. It was a very bonny face so near his own, and one to which pain and suffering should have been a stranger, for mirth lurked in the deep blue eyes, and happiness in the dimples in each soft cheek, cheeks sadly whitened by her enforced inactivity. Glancing upward, Jack saw her eyes were brimming with tears. "Sweetheart, my sweetheart," he murmured with passionate fervor. "Always your sweetheart, Jack?" she questioned, a catch in her voice. "Always and forevermore." For a second they clung together. Then from his pocket he drew a ring and slipped it on her finger. "My mother's," he said simply. "I found it today among her belongings. It's only a plain gold band." "I'd rather have it than untold rubies." Elsa turned the ring about on her finger. "What is the raised lettering?" "The Greek, A-E-I." He noted the thinness of her finger, around which the ring fitted loosely, and forbore to comment for fear she might take it as a criticism. Elsa had become a being apart in his life, his ideal of womanhood. Her dainty loveliness, her gracious, tender personality had been a revelation to him, for his only knowledge of women had been from those he had met casually at dinners and dances. His own mother was but a shadowy memory, and his adopted mother, Aunt Julia, had not been able to reach his heart, although she had striven in her way to supply the required amount of affection to cement his home ties. The rough, untutored lad had found his vacations from boarding school great trials, for, while he had endeavored to meet Aunt Julia's strict requirements, he had never been an example of a perfect gentleman, her favorite and oft-quoted admonition. He was, as the headmaster at school wrote home, just plain boy. His uncle's indulgence had enabled him to skim through college with little regard for high scholastic standing and no regard for the high cost of pleasure. "Mr. Jack," the butler's voice from the doorway caused the lovers to start apart. "You are wanted, sir, on the phone." And with a strong pressure of Elsa's hand before he released it, Jack hurried away in the servant's wake. With a soft little sigh, Elsa sank back against the pillow of her chair and closed her eyes. She suddenly felt weak and unstrung. It was fully 5 minutes before she roused herself sufficiently to look about. Only the firelight illuminated the room, and the flames were dying down, casting eerie shadows here and there. With an uncontrolled shudder, she turned the wheels of her chair with practiced hand and glided across the highly polished parquetry floor. Reaching the electric switches which controlled the indirect lighting of the entire room, she turned on just enough to dissipate the gathering darkness. A tapestry concealed the switches from view, and withdrawing her hand from them, she ran her fingers along it, feeling its texture while admiring its exquisite workmanship. It was a beautiful and ancient work of art, and one which Elsa never wearied of examining. Other tapestries hung on the walls of the room, which, in its period furniture, was more like a museum than an ordinary chamber devoted to music. As she studied her surroundings, Elsa wondered once again if the architect, in designing the house, had built it around the music room, sacrificing all else to secure perfect proportion and balance. If so, he had succeeded in his object, and the Winslows had reason for their pride in their home. She was still looking at the tapestries when her keen ears caught the sound of voices approaching, and with a dexterous twist of the wheels, she ran her chair out into the passageway and down a side hall as Mrs. Winslow entered the music room through the north door. "Take my things upstairs, Lucy," she directed, slipping out of her coat as she spoke. "It is so near dinner." Dropping into a chair near a table on which stood a large silver-framed mirror, she let the maid withdraw the hat-pins from her morning hat and remove the veil from over her face. Mrs. Winslow's one peculiarity, which lifted her out of the ordinary, was her inordinate fondness for that style of hat and crape veil which fell to the hem of her gown and completely swathed her features. Whether she was bent on attending the theater, a tea, or a drive, her costume for the occasion was the same. Only for evening entertainments did she omit the hat and veil. No comments from her friends, her adopted son, or her usually placid husband altered her stubborn determination to cling to her custom, a custom inaugurated upon the death of her mother, to whom she was devoted. Mrs. Winslow's plump, bejeweled hands were still busy arranging her hair before the mirror when Jack returned. "Where is Elsa?" he asked, looking eagerly about. "In her room, probably. I haven't seen her since luncheon." Mrs. Winslow patted her marcelled hair complacently. She had also a very excellent view of Jack in the mirror without having to turn around. "Has it occurred to you, Jack, that Elsa is not quite so robust?" Jack winced, and the pipe he was cleaning almost slipped through his fingers. "Robust isn't exactly the term to describe anyone who is paralyzed," he said, his manner rough to conceal the terror which consumed him at the thought of Elsa becoming weaker. "Elsa says she feels better." "True, I've never heard her complain," acknowledged Mrs. Winslow, endeavoring to be conciliatory. "She is very plucky, too plucky, perhaps, for her own good." "What do you mean?" "She should go to some sanitarium." "But Aunt Julia, she follows the doctor's directions implicitly. She sees us only for a little while each day, and Alice, her nurse, is entirely capable." "True," cutting him short. "Well," with a faint shrug, "I am given to imagining things, and I have no doubt that I am entirely wrong. Why aren't you dressed?" with an entire change of tone. "Aren't you going to Miss Draper's dinner party?" "No." Shortly, "It's called off. Dad telephoned not to wait for him. He said he'd be in later with Kane and some others." Mrs. Winslow's thin lips took an obstinate curve. "I wish you and your father would stop these poker parties." "Sure, after I've won back some of my losses," laughed Jack. "Ah, here's Lambert announcing dinner," springing up. "I'll call Elsa." But, anticipating the hour, Elsa had already wheeled her chair up to the door of the dining room, and she did not keep Mrs. Winslow waiting. The mansion, in the midst of a grove of oak trees, was a quarter of a mile from the high road leading into Washington, and neither space nor expense had been spared in its construction. Before it was entirely completed, Arnold Winslow had purchased the house and its 6 acres of ground. He and his wife had furnished it with excellent taste. Their lavish hospitality had made their home a social center, and invitations to the Oaklands were coveted by their fortunate recipients. At the end of dinner, as Elsa sat back in her chair while Jack wheeled her again through the large square reception hall, she hoped her hostess would decide to have coffee served in the cozy card room to the left of the hall rather than in the stately music room. Perhaps Jack caught her eyes straying in the direction of the smaller room, or perhaps he also shared her preference unknowingly, for he turned in there and Mrs. Winslow, who had paused a second to compare her wristwatch with the hands of the grandfather clock in the hall, followed them more leisurely. Jack and Elsa formed an interesting tableau as he stood gazing down at her, his soul in his eyes, and Mrs. Winslow drew in her breath sharply. For a second she hesitated on the threshold. Then, with a determined air, she came forward and settled herself in a chair close by them. "Come, Jack, a game of Russian bank," she said crisply, drawing one of the card tables toward them. "Or Elsa, would you prefer to try your luck?" "If I may." The girl's smile was hard to resist, and as the game went on, with Jack an interested spectator, Mrs. Winslow's caustic manner thawed as she came, all unconsciously, under Elsa's power of fascination. In spite of her crippled condition, Elsa managed to twist her body from the hips so that she could face the card table, placed at the side of her wheelchair. Her gestures with her hands were exceedingly graceful, and Mrs. Winslow found her no mean adversary when she once understood the rules of the game. "Dear me!" she exclaimed, totaling her losses. "Can you change a $5 bill, Elsa?" Elsa felt down in her chair and drew out her handbag. From its depths she produced a shabby leather bill folder, and in withdrawing some treasury notes she exposed the mica-covered section for holding identification cards, and Mrs. Winslow's eyes lighted on it. "Oh, you have a driver's permit!" she cooed, craning forward in her endeavor to read what was written on the card. But her curiosity went unsatisfied as Elsa closed the bill folder. "I used to drive a car," she acknowledged. "Here is your change, Mrs. Winslow. Surely that is your husband's voice in the hall." Arnold Winslow came in even as she spoke, bringing with him a stranger to Elsa, but judging from Mrs. Winslow's cordial greeting, an old friend of the family. "Elsa?" Winslow stopped by her chair. "This is Dr. Kane of Boston," and the girl looked up into a pair of steel-gray eyes as her hand was taken and held in a powerful grip. "Jack," wheeling abruptly on his adopted son, "I promised you would call for Bates and Glover tonight. Is your car in the garage?" "Yes," but for a second Jack did not stir, and his face held a repellent look. He maintained a sullen attitude even when Dr. Kane spoke jestingly of some college prank which had resulted in his interceding in the boy's behalf with the college faculty. Elsa, conscious that something was wrong, glanced inquiringly at the three men, and as Jack caught her regard centered on him, he mustered a smile, and, with a muttered promise to see her later, he left the room. As the front door closed with a resounding bang upon his retreating figure, Arnold Winslow broke off his animated chatter with Dr. Kane. "My dear," he said, leaning closer to Elsa, "I have perhaps taken much on myself, but with Jack's interest at heart, you must forgive any blundering on my part." "Yes?" she prompted with some uncertainty. "What is it, Mr. Winslow?" Winslow cleared his throat. "Jack's happiness is bound up in you," he said. "He desires before all else an early marriage. But... Elsa's cheeks were dead white under their artificial coloring. "But in my crippled state," her quavering lips barely enunciating the words. "That's the point," broke in Winslow. "Won't that crippled state yield to expert surgical treatment? I've brought Dr. Kane here to see you." Elsa, the pupils of her eyes widened to twice their normal size, looked at the three people facing her. I don't quite get your meaning," she faltered. "It is this." Winslow could be clear and straight to the point when he wished. "Dr. Kane has made some remarkable cures where the spine was injured, resulting in partial paralysis. Your injury was to the spine?" "Yes." As he paused, she spoke with some difficulty. "They said it was due to that I lost the use of my legs." "Well," Winslow drew a long breath, "Kane here made the trip from Boston just to see you tonight." Elsa shrank back in her chair. "Tonight?" "Tonight." The word was echoed by Dr. Kane, and his pleasant voice held a soothing note, inspiring confidence. "I am sure you have had first-class medical treatment, but won't you give me a try? For Jack's sake?" The girl pressed her fingers to her temples in a vain effort to still their throbbing, while Winslow and his wife leaned eagerly forward, awaiting her reply. Slowly her gaze traveled from face to face until it rested upon the physician. The latter was the first to speak. "You will let me?" "Good," as she nodded dumbly. He came closer. "You have an attendant?" "Alice." Elsa moistened her dry lips. "She is probably in my room." "Then let me wheel you there. Come, Kane." Winslow was on his feet, and as Mrs. Winslow pulled aside the card table, he steered the invalid chair into the hall and down to the suite of sleeping apartments on that floor which Elsa occupied with her nurse. The latter heard their approach and met them at the door. "Undress your patient," directed Kane, whose expression had brightened at sight of the trained nurse's capable face and spotless white uniform. "Do you need any assistance in getting her onto her bed?" "The butler helps me," briefly, with a politely surprised glance at Kane, whose professional manner was unmistakable. She wheeled the chair into Elsa's bedroom and paused in uncertainty. "Prepare Miss Chase for an examination, then notify me here," pointing to an old settee which stood across the hall from Elsa's bedroom. Kane, bowing to Elsa, turned to Winslow. "Where can I wash my hands?" "Your old bedroom is ready for you." Winslow walked across to the small house elevator shaft and pushed the button. "You know how to operate this elevator," as the cage was heard coming down from the second floor. Then, not waiting for a reply, "I'll take you up anyway." Nearly 2 hours elapsed before the elevator once more took Dr. Kane to the second story. Walking slowly along that floor to his bedroom, he heard voices coming from the large reception hall and paused to look over the railing which circled the second floor, making it resemble a gallery. "Go to bed, Julia, and stop worrying," came Winslow's voice. "Kane will be here soon," snapping his watch. "I rely on his diagnosis to tell us if Elsa is a cripple or a fraud." A burst of loud laughter came from the card room where evidently a game was in progress, drowning out Mrs. Winslow's voice, and Dr. Kane slipped noiselessly into his bedroom. It was approaching 1 in the morning when those in the card room were silenced by a loud rapping on the long French window opening upon the terrace. Glover, more sober than the others, swung open the window, and Ferguson, the gardener, lurched inside. "Master! Master!" His throaty voice sounded oddly in the sudden stillness, and Winslow gazed at his white, distorted features as if hypnotized. "The man upstairs, master! Him you called Kane! He's lying on the ground under his window! Dead!" End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Bolted Door. Arnold Winslow eyed the undertaker in speechless amazement. "Do you mean you haven't embalmed the body?" he demanded, recovering his breath. "Just so." Payne's grave manner was in keeping with his somber clothes. "The law requires that I have a doctor's certificate." "Oh, that's all right." Winslow's relief was manifest. "McLean will fill out the necessary papers. Dr. Kane lived in Boston. Will you arrange to have his body taken there, or shall I?" "I can." The undertaker rubbed one hand reflectively over his vest. "But I don't think you have quite grasped what I have been saying, Mr. Winslow. Dr. McLean has held up the death certificate." Winslow took a step backward. "What?" he exclaimed. "What's the matter with McLean?" "Nothing," shortly. "But in case of accidental death—" "Of course. Poor Kane. Poor chap." Winslow turned and took a long swallow of the highball which he had mixed a few minutes earlier and had left untasted on the hall table in his anxiety to speak to the undertaker before the latter departed. "Will you have a drink?" waving his hand toward the dining room. "No, thanks." Payne edged over to the front door. "It's a pity you didn't call the coroner at once." "Dr. McLean is my family physician." Winslow spoke with some asperity. "I naturally thought of him first. Where are you going?" "To my assistants. They are waiting outside." As he spoke, Payne glanced up at the grandfather clock across the square hall from where he stood. "It won't be long now before Coroner Penfield gets here." "Wait!" Winslow's tone was peremptory, and the undertaker halted halfway across the threshold of the front door. "Did you call the coroner?" "No. Dr. McLean talked to him on the telephone. Payne drew the door to behind him while still speaking. Why don't you see the doctor? He'll advise you about the technicalities of the case. Winslow continued to stare blankly at the front door for several seconds after the undertaker's departure. Then he turned heavily and walked over to the small telephone stand. Taking up the directory, it required only a brief search to locate the number he wished, but a longer interval elapsed before he was connected with the Universal Detective Agency. "Can you get Mr. Thorne?" he called as a sleepy voice answered the operator's ring. "Ask him to come out to Oakland's. Mr. Winslow wishes to see him at once. Got that? All right, remember, at once." And he banged the receiver back on the hook. It took a decided effort on his part to get to his feet again. The events of the night had shaken him out of himself, and it was with some hesitation that he approached the mirror over the fireplace at one side of the hall. At sight of his haggard face staring back at him, he averted his eyes and sought to readjust his disheveled attire, buttoning his vest and straightening his tie. In the cold light of early morning, the square reception hall, which was comfortably furnished as a lounge rather than as a passageway, looked cheerless and forlorn. Muttering to himself, Winslow finished his highball, then, selecting his overcoat from among several thrown carelessly on a chair, he went out of the front door and around the house. On turning the corner at the rear, he stopped abruptly at sight of Jack and a stranger standing gazing up at a second-story window. "Oh, Dad!" Jack hailed his appearance with a note of relief in his low-pitched voice. "Coroner Penfield wishes to see you." Winslow advanced with outstretched hand. "I am glad you are here," he said. "I wish that I had kept my wits about me and telephoned for you immediately." The coroner nodded. "It would have been best," he responded dryly, and his air clearly indicated disapproval. "Your son tells me that you found Dr. Kane here. The body should not have been removed. I cannot understand why McLean permitted it." "He wasn't here then," explained Winslow. "We were so overcome by the tragedy that none of us thought clearly. Our main idea was to get poor Kane indoors and resuscitate him." He paused and glanced in awe at the upper window. "Kane must have died instantly when he struck the ground." Penfield measured the distance from the window to the ground with his eye, then bowed his head. "A fall from there might break anybody's neck," he agreed. "But come, speculation is idle. Where is the body now?" "On the lounge in the card room." Winslow looked across at Jack and tried to meet his eye, but the younger man appeared engrossed in lighting a match and applying it to the cigarette between his lips, the searching November wind having rendered 3 attempts futile in spite of his cupped hands about the flame to protect it. "Coming with us, Jack?" "I'll join you later." And tossing down the burnt match, Jack trudged off down the circular path leading to the big brick and stone garage. But when partly screened by a large clump of lilac bushes near the path, he paused and looked back in time to see Coroner Penfield and Arnold Winslow walk slowly around the house, the latter talking volubly, judging from his gestures. Waiting until they were out of sight, the boy retraced his footsteps, but this time, instead of pausing at the spot where he and the coroner had stopped 15 minutes earlier, he continued past the glassed-in loggia, used both as breakfast room and sun parlor, to a window next to it on the first floor. The ground sloped steeply away from the house just there, and it was not possible to see into the room, which was also protected by cream-colored silk curtains and overdrapes. The next window was likewise screened by similar curtains, while the third and smaller window, which opened outward, as did all the windows on the first floor of the house, had leaded, diamond-shaped panes of glass, covered on the inside by sash curtains. Jack was still staring in silent speculation, first at the closed windows on the sloping ground, and then up at the opened window over the enclosed loggia, when a voice at his elbow caused him to start involuntarily. "The young lady bean't awake yet, Mr. Jack." Ferguson, the gardener, dexterously spat tobacco juice through his stained and partly decayed teeth, and then wiped his mouth with a handkerchief that had once been white, but which bore evidence of muddy fingers. "Least so the nurse said a while back when me and she was a-looking at the place where Dr. Kane fell." He pointed to the open window over the loggia. "He kind of busted up the dogwood tree. See, where the branches are broke? And that there was the loveliest tree on the place, Mr. Jack. They wasn't another like it for perfect shape. Your aunt will take on terrible when she sees it." The dogwood tree growing close to the wall of the house was in truth a sturdy specimen of its kind, fully 20 years old. It was bigger than most, and its beautiful blossoms in the spring made a white bower through which Mrs. Winslow loved to gaze when breakfasting in the loggia. Jack turned from his contemplation of the tree and looked at Ferguson. He had tolerated the gardener's familiarity in the past because he knew that Mrs. Winslow found him excellent in his work. Her greatest pleasure was her garden, and the joy she took in beautifying Oaklands with shrubs and trees brightened her life. Ferguson had become head gardener some months before, a promotion well earned, according to Mrs. Winslow, who had asked her husband to increase his wages. Paying no attention to Ferguson's comment, Jack bent down and studied the ground under the dogwood tree, but its hard surface held nothing apparently except the broken branches of the tree. "Go and see why those men are lingering over there," he said, looking up and nodding in the direction of the undertaker's assistants, grouped near a motor car which had just driven around the house and parked on the driveway at the rear. Ferguson grinned a bit at his tone of authority, hesitated, then made off on his errand. With a movement almost feverish in its haste, Jack stooped over and swept his hand along the brown turf for a distance of 3 or more feet. What he sought was not there. He straightened up with reddened face to find Ferguson returning with a stranger in tow. "This 'ere gentleman has appointment with your father," explained the gardener. "The other's over yonder," jerking his head in the direction from which he had come. "Has to stay until the undertaker wants him." "My name is Thorne." The detective's pleasant voice was a relief after Ferguson's throaty tones. "Your father," with a quietly appraising look at Jack, which missed nothing, "telephoned for me to come at once. Can I see him?" I suppose so," doubtfully. "Will you come this way?" And wasting no further words, Jack started for the front of the house. With a hitch at his trousers and a passing glance at the undertaker's assistants, Ferguson followed Jack and the detective, although at a respectful distance. He sidled through the front door in time to see Thorne greeted warmly by the elder Winslow. "Thank God you've come!" ejaculated Winslow, grasping Thorne's elbow and piloting him toward a settee near the staircase. "My guest, the noted surgeon Paul Kane, accidentally fell out of a second-story window last night and died instantly." The detective looked at the older man with quickened interest. "Horrible," he agreed. "Is there anything that I can do?" His question went unanswered as Winslow caught sight of Ferguson, but his attention veered from the gardener on hearing Jack's quick hail from the rear of the reception hall. "Coroner Penfield wants you, Dad." And not waiting for the others, Jack hastened to the card room. He was only a second or two ahead of Winslow, whose brief "come along" proved an invitation not only to Thorne, but to the gardener who trailed behind them. Both of the Winslows hesitated at sight of the prone figure on the lounge, which had been pulled out toward the windows. The room still bore evidence of the game of the night before. Playing cards littered the table. Poker chips were scattered even on the floor, while decanters and soiled glasses, with a plate of stale sandwiches, were on a small end table. But over all the disorder the majesty of death held sway, and only the detective was conscious of his surroundings as the men drew closer to the still body. Coroner Penfield was the first to break the silence. "Mr. Winslow," he began. "Was Dr. Kane in good health before retiring last night?" "Why, yes." Winslow cleared his throat. "Kane and I had dinner at the Cosmos Club. He ate very moderately. So much so that I commented on it, and he told me he was overweight." He paused and looked at Jack out of the corner of his eye, attracted by the latter's heavy breathing. "Kane said he had been troubled by attacks of vertigo." "Oh!" Penfield leaned forward and pulled down the sheet spread over the dead man, exposing his head and shoulders. Kane's gray hair at one side was matted with blood and dirt. A cut on the cheek extended to the chin gave his face a ghastly twist, but the staring eyes had been mercifully closed. "Was Kane wearing a coat when you picked him up?" asked the coroner after a brief pause. "No," replied Winslow. "He was just as he is now," pointing to the once white shirt, now torn and blood-stained. "He was lying huddled on his right side when Glover, Jack, and I brought him in here." Suddenly, Winslow's feelings mastered him, and he covered his eyes with a shaking hand. "Kane and I have been friends for many years," he mumbled. "I'd have given much that this hadn't happened." Coroner Penfield nodded sympathetically. "I understand, Mr. Winslow," and he looked across at Dr. Leonard McLean, who, with Thorne, had been a silent witness of the scene. "My colleague," bowing slightly to McLean, "will tell you that in a case of accidental death, such as this, an autopsy will have to be held." Winslow's hand dropped from his eyes, and a startled look crept into them. "An autopsy? Here?" he stammered. "No, at the morgue." Then, reading the protest trembling on Winslow's lips, the coroner added, "I can realize your feelings, Mr. Winslow. To have your friend taken away and his body subjected to an examination seems horrible to you, but I assure you, sir, the law must be complied with." Winslow's glance dropped to the floor, and for a second he could not speak. Then he looked up and caught McLean's eye. "Go with them, Leonard," he said brokenly. "Do everything for Kane," and turning, he stumbled out of the room. A hand laid on Jack's shoulder stopped him on his way to the door. "Please call the undertaker." And as Jack went on his errand, brushing by Ferguson as he was tiptoeing from the room, the coroner turned cordially to Thorne and held out his hand. "Well, well," he exclaimed, "the crime theorist." Then, with a sobering glance at the couch and its pitiful burden, "Perhaps you and I will meet later, Thorne. Come on, McLean." Within 15 minutes the undertaker's car had driven off, followed immediately by that of the coroner, and McLean was about to enter his coupe when Winslow appeared at the front door. "Just a moment, Leonard," drawing close to the surgeon's side. "How did you find Julia?" "Your wife was resting quietly when I left her before Coroner Penfield came." Dr. McLean opened the door of his car. "Should she show any further inclination toward hysterics, administer another dose of bromide." Noting Winslow's haggard appearance, he added hastily, "Her condition is nothing to be alarmed about. As soon as the shock of Kane's death wears off, she will be her normal self. Take some bromide yourself, Arnold. You need quieting down as much as she does." But Winslow shook off his friendly hand with a scowl which deepened as, re-entering the house, he saw Jack talking eagerly with Elsa's trained nurse. They both looked up at his approach. Jack was the first to speak. "Can I do anything for you in town, Dad?" he asked, and almost before Winslow could answer, he held up a bottle. "You are sure, Miss Klein, there is nothing else Miss Chase wishes?" "Quite sure." The nurse consulted her watch. "I have to give her the medicine before 10 o'clock. "I'll be back with it," and snatching up his overcoat and hat, Jack was halfway to the garage before Winslow moved from the front door. It was with slow and heavy tread that he joined Thorne in the card-room. Shutting the door, he beckoned the detective to come closer. "That girl's sent for more medicine," he muttered, and, catching Thorne's stare, "Elsa Chase, always wanting medicine. Bah!" But in her invalid condition. Ah, that's the point. Winslow's voice fell almost to a whisper, and he looked about to make certain they were alone. Is she a cripple? Thorne regarded him with startled eyes. You mean? We've had doubts, my wife and I. Oh, no matter now what gave rise to them. And I sent for Kane. Winslow cleared his throat, a nervous habit with him. Kane examined her last night. Well, what did he find out? As the older man stopped suddenly. I don't know, with an expressive gesture. Kane died before I saw him again. Thorne continued to stare at the agitated man before him for several seconds without speaking. Where were you while Dr. Kane was interviewing Miss Chase? He asked finally. Here, playing poker, briefly. Kane went straight to his bedroom, evidently after making the examination, for he had left his suitcase upstairs. Thorne turned for a last survey of the card room. It was hardly necessary, however, for each and every article in it had been thoroughly scrutinized in the time that had elapsed from the removal of the body to Winslow's return. Suppose, Thorne's soft tones quickened, suppose we go to Dr. Kane's bedroom. Avoiding the elevator, Winslow took the detective up the broad staircase and along the hall of the first bedroom floor, their feet making no sound in the deep nap of the heavy strip of carpet which ran the length of all the halls. Thorne had glimpses of spacious, well-furnished rooms, the doors of several standing open. One, evidently an upstairs sitting room, was being dusted by a housemaid who, as they passed down the hall, stared at them with wide, frightened eyes set in a pale face. At the extreme rear of the hall, Winslow paused before a closed door and opened it, standing back to permit the detective to enter first. Thorne stepped in the middle of the room and looked rapidly about. The four-poster had its covers drawn back, but the bed had not been slept in. Near it was a mahogany bench for bags, and on it lay a suitcase, unopened, while on top of the suitcase was a Gladstone bag, such as is sometimes used by physicians for instruments and medicine bottles. Thorne ran swiftly through its contents, which were mostly spread out by the side of the bag, carefully, however, to leave each article in its exact resting place. Kane's coat hung neatly over the back of a chair, and it next claimed Thorne's attention, then the bureau. From there he moved to the chest of drawers in another corner of the room. On it lay a leather bill folder with the end of a match protruding from it. Deftly, with a steel instrument, so as not to leave finger marks, Thorne opened the leather bill folder. Within the leather lay 3 matches with red tips and blue tops. Thorne, come here. The imperative call was low-pitched. This bathroom door is locked. Try the other. There is none. This is the only entrance to the private bath belonging to this bedroom. Winslow drew out his handkerchief and wiped the beads of perspiration off his forehead. Kane fell out of the window of this bathroom. Thorne reached the door and applied his eye to the keyhole. Then, kneeling in a less cramped position, he took from his pocket what appeared to be a small box with glass ends. Holding it to his eye, he again gazed through the keyhole, and the small box, a periscope in effect, enabled him to see all of the tile-lined bathroom. It was little larger than a closet in size. To the right of the locked door was a sunken bathtub. To the left, the porcelain washstand, and across from the door was the low window, which, with its diamond-paned sashes both opened inward, was admitting a draught of cold air. The detective took silent note of the rug, lying pushed into one corner, as if some foot had slipped and thrust it there, the towel hanging half out of the washstand. In other respects, the bathroom appeared to be neatness itself. Thorne returned the small box to his pocket and rose. The electric light is still burning in there, he remarked. Stop, Mr. Winslow. Don't try to force open the door, as the older man braced his shoulder against its wooden panels. Have you a ladder? Winslow crossed the bedroom to the north window, opened it, and looked out. Within hailing distance, Ferguson and his assistant gardener were spreading rich soil over some of the rose beds, and, cupping his hands, Winslow called Ferguson's name. The latter dropped his rake and ran over to the house, his awkward gait accelerated into a lope. "Bring a ladder and climb up into the window by the dogwood tree," directed Winslow. "Get into the bathroom and open the door for us. Be quick." The injunction was hardly needed. Thorne had only time to examine the contents of the dead man's billfolder before he heard Ferguson clambering through the window of the bathroom. A second later, the door between the rooms swung inward, and Ferguson backed almost into the sunken tub to make room for the detective and Winslow. The latter's hand went instinctively to the electric switch to turn off the light. "Leave it alone." Thorne spoke from the window where he was examining the low window casement. Apparently, Kane must have had a touch of dizziness, vertigo, and jerked open the window for air. See, he tore the sash curtain trying to pull loose the brass catch. The detective pointed to the madras curtain, dragged down from its rod. Then he looked outside. His fall was broken by the branches of this tree. "He 'bout ruined the tree," chimed in Ferguson, the irrepressible. "It'll upset the missus." Thorne glanced back at the gardener and his nondescript clothing. Then his eyes left his face partly covered by the week-old beard and traveled down to the man's feet and his muddy tracks in a direct line from the window to the tub. Ferguson moved one foot uneasily as the stare grew prolonged. "What ye looking at, mister?" he asked, unable longer to keep silent. "Stand still." The detective came closer and stooped down, pointing as he did so to Ferguson's right boot. Sticking out from a hole in the heavy rubber sole was a small, mud-covered object. Thorne pulled it out with a jerk, then rubbed off the mud. A door key lay in his hand. With one searching glance along the floor, he swung over to the door and tried it in the lock. "It fits!" he exclaimed, and closed the door. But while the key turned the lock failed to catch. "The house is settled, and the key won't lock the door any longer." Winslow broke his long silence. "So my wife had Ferguson, who's handy with tools, put this brass bolt on the bathroom door. That's how it was fastened just now." He wheeled on Ferguson. "How did that key get caught in your boot?" Ferguson shook a bewildered head. "I dunno, sure." And as he uttered the denial, he looked for the first time straight at the detective. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Theories. "Miss Klein," Winslow pronounced her name with so much emphasis that the trained nurse looked at him in some astonishment. "You are quite sure that the news of Dr. Kane's death has not reached your patient?" "I am certain it hasn't," she replied with equal earnestness. "Miss Chase slept late this morning, much later than usual, and she has seen no one but me so far." "And you have not broached the subject to her?" inquired Thorne, breaking into the conversation. "Never given her a hint of the tragedy?" And his penetrating look held hers. "It would be uppermost in your mind." "But not before my patient's well-being," she retorted swiftly. "In Miss Chase's nervous condition, one does not run the risk of shocking her." "Your solicitude is commendable." Thorne's tone made Miss Klein itch to box his ears. Her own nerves had been set on edge by the servants' garbled accounts of the discovery of Dr. Kane's body, and her breakfast, owing to the attendant excitement, had been of the sketchiest sort, instead of the hearty meal she usually enjoyed early in the morning. Thirdly, she was not overpleased by Arnold Winslow's manner of addressing her. Lambert, the butler, had brought his peremptory message that she come at once to the den, a library, so called, near Mrs. Winslow's bedroom. There she had been kept waiting for fully 20 minutes before Winslow put in a tardy appearance. He had not troubled to introduce the detective, and Thorne's comments irritated her almost as much as Winslow's discourtesy. "Lambert said you wished to see me, Mr. Winslow," she remarked, ignoring Thorne. "Is there anything that I can do for you?" The communicating door leading from the den into Mrs. Winslow's boudoir was pulled hastily open, and the same white-faced housemaid who had watched Winslow and Thorne go down the hall to Dr. Kane's bedroom precipitated herself into the den. "Oh, oh, oh!" she exclaimed in frenzied agitation. "Come help Miss Winslow! She done cut herself!" Winslow was the first to reach his wife's side, with Miss Klein and Thorne close behind him. Mrs. Winslow stood with one hand extended over an empty bonbon dish, while with the other she strove to staunch the flow of blood aided by a handkerchief. Brushing Winslow aside with little ceremony, Miss Klein went to her assistance and, with a businesslike manner which Thorne secretly admired, applied a tourniquet just above the cut on her wrist. "Keep your arm in an upright position," she advised. "Arnold, bring Miss Klein the bandages and absorbent cotton from the medicine closet in my bathroom," directed Mrs. Winslow, who, although exceedingly pale, was more composed than her flurried husband. "This comes," she added tersely, seating herself in the chair Thorne pulled forward, "of trying to sharpen my pencil with that," indicating a Boy Scout knife lying on the desk beside her, with its large blade blood-stained. "When you hold the pencil pointed towards you, anything is liable to happen," grumbled Winslow, who, with his hands full of bandages and medicine bottles, had returned in time to hear her comment. "Any danger of rust?" he asked Miss Klein anxiously. "The knife's an old one." Thorne looked closely at her wrist. There was an ugly gash close to the vein and another, apparently a deeper cut, just below it. In thoughtful silence, the detective watched the nurse clean the cuts and take up the bandages preparatory to putting one on. Then he quietly slipped away. His destination was Dr. Kane's bedroom, but he turned to the right instead of the left on leaving the den and did not realize his mistake until he reached the circular staircase. The faint whirring sound made by rubber wheels rolling over a hardwood floor caused him to look over the stair railing into the reception hall below. As Elsa Chase came into sight in her invalid chair, he hesitated perceptibly. From where he stood he could judge nothing of her face or features, as her head was bent forward in her endeavor to find out what caused the unusual squeak in her smooth-running chair. When she looked up again, it was to find Thorne at her elbow. "Can I be of service?" he asked. For an instant she looked at him, startled. Then her lips parted in a quick, bright smile, showing her pretty teeth and still prettier dimples. "If you have an oil can, yes," and the soft richness of her voice held a hint of amusement. "Otherwise, not. I cannot abide small noises." "Unfortunately," his smile matched hers, "my oil can is in my car. I'll gladly get it." He made a motion toward the front door and checked himself. "Later. In the meantime, may we talk?" Her lips still smiled, but her eyes had grown watchful. "Of course," graciously, "but who is we?" Thorne glanced about the reception hall, and the comfortable settee back in one corner caught his attention. It held some degree of privacy. "May I wheel you over there?" Nodding in its direction, and taking her consent for granted, he pushed the chair across the hall. It was not until he was comfortably seated that he drew out his billfolder and laid one of his business cards in her lap. For a second she regarded the engraved lettering upon it with lowered head. "The Universal Detective Agency," she repeated thoughtfully. Then, meeting his dark eyes, "Are you Mr. Thorne?" "Yes." Following the monosyllabic reply, the detective's hands strayed to his package of Chesterfields, and he half drew it out. Elsa caught the motion. Please smoke," she exclaimed, "and I will keep you company." And from the little workbag strapped to her chair, she took a silver cigarette case and a brass ashtray with its leather ends weighted so as to balance on the chair arm. "Have you a match?" "Thanks." Elsa sank back against her cushion. "Now, Mr. Thorne, why are you here? Officially or as a guest?" "By invitation." Thorne stretched out his long legs into a more comfortable position. "After the death of Dr. Kane." The cigarette dropped from Elsa's nerveless fingers and fell unheeded to the floor. "What?" she exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" "Dr. Kane's death." The detective's eyes never left her. "Had you not heard of it?" She shook her head dumbly. "No," she mumbled. "Dr. Kane dead? Why, it's unbelievable. Surely you are fooling me." "With what object?" A rapier-like glance passed between the blue eyes and the black. Thorne was the first to shift his gaze. It fell on her hands, beautifully shaped with slender, artistic fingers, carefully manicured. Suddenly, her fingers closed spasmodically over her handkerchief. "You find the news of the doctor's death very shocking?" "Oh, yes," a trifle wildly. I saw him last night, barely 12 hours ago. He seemed so well then." Suddenly she closed her eyes, and a few tears forced themselves through the hot lids. Thorne moved uneasily. He had never learned to look with equanimity on a woman crying. In fact, he had met very few women like the girl before him. He judged Elsa to be of average height and perfectly proportioned. As to her age, possibly in her early 20s, although she might be younger, but the circles under her heavy lashes spoke of ill health and long nights of suffering. With a curious sense of discomfort, Thorne admitted to himself that her unusual and elusive beauty was of the type to catch and hold the attention of men. It made, therefore, all the more singular the apparent dislike that Arnold Winslow had for his adopted son's fiancée. Thorne had been quick, even in their first interview, to detect the venom in his voice whenever mention was made of Elsa. The detective stooped over and picked up Elsa's cigarette and laid it in the ashtray. "I am sorry to have brought you bad news," he said simply. "I supposed you had heard something of it. Dr. Kane met his death almost under your window, so to speak." Elsa's eyes flew open. "What is that you say?" she stammered, and her voice had grown hard, unnatural. "He met his death?" "He fell out of the upstairs bathroom window and was killed." "And was killed?" The look of horror in the girl's eyes gave place to another emotion. Was it terror? It was gone before Thorne had time to analyze it. I... Desperately, Elsa strove to control her voice and keep it steady. "I liked Dr. Kane, although I saw him for the first time last night." "Ah, then he was not a relation of yours?" "Certainly not," swiftly. "Why should you think that?" "You seemed so upset over a casual stranger." Elsa looked up swiftly, but she gained nothing from her scrutiny. His rugged features and handsome dark eyes held no expression save of solicitude. For her? Her fingers, playing with her handkerchief, grew icy cold. But suppose that casual stranger, mimicking his tone, had held out hopes to you of eventual recovery from this, touching her wheelchair with a gesture pathetic in its hopelessness. "Suppose Dr. Kane had promised an operation which might relieve the pressure on my spine, so that I might walk again." Her low musical tones barely reached his ears. "Then, Mr. Thorne, put yourself in my place, and you will understand the shock his death is to me." The detective did not reply immediately, and she wondered at the cause of his silence. Suddenly, Thorne's eyes shifted to the tobacco smoke curling upward from his cigarette. Her voice, her words, had the ring of truth. "Bah!" He was a fool to be taken by old man Winslow. It was not his place to search out some mare's nest and find an impediment to the proposed marriage. Let Winslow do his own house cleaning. Miss Elsa! The trained nurse was running down the staircase, her starched skirts rustling about her knees and brought up breathless by the wheelchair. Why didn't you send Lambert for me? But I didn't need you. Elsa laid her hand affectionately on her arm. Alice, this is Detective Thorne of, consulting the card still in her lap, of the Universal Detective Agency. Only Elsa felt the sudden start the nurse gave. Her stolid expression, however, did not alter. I am pleased to meet you, she stated stiffly, bobbing her head in Thorne's direction. Now, Miss Elsa, you must come back to your room. You haven't had your usual drops. True, I came to see if Jack had returned with the medicine. Would you mind, Mr. Thorne, her smile was very engaging, ringing the bell over there for Lambert? But the nurse stopped Thorne. It isn't necessary, Miss Elsa, she explained. Mr. Jack phoned his father that he was arrested for speeding and would be out as soon as he could get away from the police station. He is sending the medicine by messenger. Without asking permission, Miss Klein turned the chair about and addressed the detective over her shoulder. Mr. Winslow wishes you to come upstairs to the den again, Mr. Thorne, and hardly giving Elsa time to voice a soft goodbye, she wheeled her rapidly down the hall toward her suite of rooms. Thorne found Winslow pacing restlessly up and down the den. I feared you had gone, he exclaimed in relief at sight of the detective. Come in and close the door. But Thorne did neither. I'm due at my office, Mr. Winslow, he said. You can always reach me there if you care to see me again. Winslow looked at him aghast. What's the matter with you? He exploded. Come in and sit down. With more emphasis and crossing the room, he slammed the door. I apologize, Thorne. What for? I should have offered you a retaining fee. Turning to his desk, Winslow opened a locked drawer and took out a checkbook. Will $500 do? The detective drew up a chair and sat down by the desk. Then, still in silence, he gazed about the den. Simply furnished, it was essentially a man's room. Low bookcases lined the walls with well-thumbed books, books in deluxe bindings and paper editions, the leather lounge in one corner, the framed diplomas, sketches, cartoons, and photographs on the walls all bespoke culture and refinement. Thorne looked again at his host. His well-groomed appearance told of an excellent tailor and a large bank account. The detective cleared his throat. I'll accept this check, Mr. Winslow, on one condition. Well, what's that? As the detective paused. That you tell me your real reason for your hesitating, shall we say, hatred of Elsa Chase. Winslow turned brick red, and then for a second he hesitated. I could resent your attitude, Thorne, and would do so, except that I want results, and we can gain results only by a mutual understanding. Quite so. That is the motive prompting my question. Winslow's high color faded somewhat. You've been talking to that damn girl. Oh, I'll admit her power of fascination, but he bit his lip viciously. I'm convinced she's an adventuress, and I want actual proof of it. Thorne laid the check back on the table, but before he could voice his refusal, a tap sounded on the door, followed instantly by its opening. What, Leonard? Back so soon? Winslow gazed at the surgeon in surprise. Surely Miss Klein did not send for you to look after Julia's cut on her wrist. Leonard McLean shook his head as he closed the door. I've had no telephone call, he said, joining them at the desk. I have grave news for you. He paused and glanced questioningly at Thorne, and Winslow guessed his meaning. You can speak before Thorne, he declared. He is looking out for my interests in an important, he glanced sideways at the expressionless detective, case. McLean, absorbed in his news, paid no attention to the attitude of the two men. "I've just come from the city morgue," he stated, leaning his elbow on the desk, "and was present while Coroner Penfield performed the autopsy on Kane." Again he paused, evidently that he might select his words with care. "Was his neck broken?" asked Winslow, breaking the pause through sheer nervousness. McLean's unusual manner disturbed him. "No," was the brief reply. "Oh, was it concussion of the brain?" "No." The surgeon glanced about to make certain they were alone. He was a frequent visitor as well as their family physician, and he and his wife often played bridge in the den which he knew adjoined Mrs. Winslow's boudoir. The door to that room, however, was closed, and again McLean addressed his silent companions, keeping his voice lowered. "Evidently, Winslow," he went on, "Kane's fall was broken by the branches of the dogwood tree, for, while his shoulder was dislocated and his head and cheek cut and gashed, no injury was serious enough to cause instant death." His two hearers sat back and looked at him. Winslow, his face like chalk, was incapable of speech. "Well, what then?" questioned Thorne. "Was his sudden death due to angina pectoris or the rupture of an aneurysm?" The surgeon shook his head. "To neither one," he said simply. "We found nothing organically wrong." "In other words," Thorne spoke slowly, thoughtfully, "you imply Dr. Kane did not die from accidental injuries, nor from natural causes." He regarded Winslow, who sat hanging on their words, his face a study in expressions. "Well, Dr. McLean, what killed Kane?" The physician glanced cautiously at the boudoir door to make certain that it was still closed. He had seen Mrs. Winslow through one attack of hysterics and dreaded a repetition of the scene. "The exact cause of death I am not prepared to say now," he said, weighing his words carefully. "A further blood test will determine the poison used." "Poison?" Winslow half rose from his chair, then sank back as the hall door was thrown unceremoniously open to admit an agitated butler. "If you please, sir," he stammered, "Inspector Mitchell and the police are downstairs." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Queries. The door of the telephone booth swung outward as Jack Winslow brushed by its departing occupant so closely as to jog her elbow. With his mechanically spoken "Beg pardon" still echoing in her ears, the woman stooped over to pick up the handkerchief knocked from her hand, and in straightening up she caught through the partly closed door the telephone number given by Jack to Central. Taking out her vanity case, she haphazardly added a touch of powder here and there to her already rouged cheeks, her eyes being more busily engaged in watching young Winslow's features reflected in the powerful magnifying mirror on the open lid of her box than in observing her own countenance. "What's that you say?" came Jack's clear voice, carrying a hint of impatience. "Father's in conference? What? Lambert, speak louder." "Well, don't shout. Can I speak to Miss Elsa?" "What?" In his exasperation, Jack thumped the telephone stand. "Central, give me a better connection." "Lambert, you fool, speak into the telephone. Did the messenger get to the house with Miss Elsa's medicine?" "He did? All right. I'll be home soon." But it was some seconds before Jack left the booth, and in that time the woman eavesdropper was safely across the bank. It was the noon hour, and numerous depositors and other patrons of the Metropolis Bank hurried back and forth through the spacious quarters of the banking house. Jack's interview with one of the tellers sent him with puckered brow to another window. There, his conversation had a more satisfactory ending, and walking over to one of the high mahogany desks, he proceeded to fill a blank note. With expert adroitness, the same woman wormed her way to his side, and under pretense of writing a check at the long desk, she read the document lying in front of him. 60 days after date I promise to pay. Jack's blotter covered the name. $10,000 for value received. The wide blotter was pulled down to cover Jack's bold signature, and the document was folded so swiftly that she failed again to see to whom it was made payable. Then, for the first time, Jack grew conscious of the woman's proximity. The pungent perfume she used was faintly familiar. As he caught her eyes, his hand went instinctively to his hat. He bowed in manifest embarrassment and turned away. Pshaw! What had come over him to accost a total stranger? Jack made the return trip to Oakland's with due regard to traffic regulations. The next conviction for speeding meant the revocation of his driver's permit. It was close to 5 o'clock before he drove into the garage. Peter, the chauffeur, stopped polishing the family limousine long enough to touch his forehead with a grimy finger. "Mr. Winslow's been asking for you, sir," he volunteered. "Want your car washed tonight, sir?" "No." Observing the servant's hurt look at the curt refusal, Jack added, "No thanks, Peter. I'll probably need the car." And gathering up the magazines he had purchased for Elsa that morning, he walked away. To the right of the garage and a little distance from it was the gardener's cottage, a pretty one-story building covered in summer with roses and clematis. While occupied at that time only by Ferguson, it had sufficient bedrooms, living room, bath, and kitchen to accommodate a small family. Mrs. Winslow, excellent housekeeper that she was, had seen to it that pretty curtains hung at the windows and that each room was suitably furnished. Elsa had particularly admired the cottage in its picturesque setting, and anything that appealed to her appealed to Jack. Instead of going direct to the big mansion, Jack crossed the lawn to the gardener's cottage, but his repeated rap on the kitchen door brought no response. Finally, he turned over the doormat. The key, which generally lay concealed there in Ferguson's absence from the cottage, was missing. Through the window, Jack obtained a glimpse of the telephone, placed there for the convenience of the men working on the grounds. As Mrs. Winslow's cook, a privileged servant of many years' service, objected to their tramping through either her kitchen or the servants' dining room to reach the branch telephone in the butler's pantry. Jack turned away from the cottage. Evidently, he would have to use the telephone at home. A moment later, Lambert opened the front door before Jack could get out his latchkey. "Miss Klein's wishing to see you, sir," he spoke in subdued tones. "She's waiting beyond in the dining room," and having executed his mission, the butler disappeared with dispatch. Jack found the nurse reading a magazine. She dropped it on his entrance with a quick sigh of relief. "Is anything the matter with Elsa?" Jack's ever-present fears for his fiancée's health gained the upper hand, and his tone bespoke his alarm. It was but seldom that Miss Klein discussed her patient with him. The nurse hesitated. "She is nervous and unstrung," she admitted, "and that will react on her general condition." Again Miss Klein paused. "I have thought for some time that a warmer climate would be the best for her." "You mean she should go south? To Florida?" breaking in impetuously. "That was my idea, but don't suggest it as coming from me." Miss Klein smiled slightly. "Miss Chase is not easily persuaded. That is why I want your influence. She will listen to you." "Will she?" A half-sigh accompanied the softly spoken question. But Miss Klein, with but one thought uppermost in her mind, paid no attention to what he said. "Get her away soon," she begged earnestly. "If she won't go without you, arrange to accompany us. This tragedy here, Dr. Kane's death," with an expressive gesture, It is sure to have a most disastrous effect upon her nerves, and the slightest agitation might mean—" "Don't!" Jack raised his hand half imploringly. "Let us keep the news from her." "Too late, Mr. Jack," clipping her words in her haste. "That man Thorne has already told her," observing his bewilderment, "the detective who has been hanging around the house all day." Jack's set features whitened. "I remember now," he muttered. "Thorne said he had an appointment with Dad. I didn't realize he was a detective." His voice trailed off, and it was some seconds before he again addressed the nurse. "Where is Elsa?" "In her room, asleep." Miss Klein moved toward the door. "I gave her a mild sedative." She half turned away, then laid her hand impulsively on his arm. "Don't let her be worried by Detective Thorne." Jack's grim nod carried assurance, and Miss Klein left the dining room, well pleased. To Jack, as he trudged upstairs, the atmosphere of the house seemed somber. The electric lights had not been turned on, and the gathering storm clouds, with the promise of snow, had darkened the horizon, adding to the general gloom. A sudden change in temperature, a common occurrence in the capital city, had dissipated the last lingering hint of Indian summer. The day before, with its glorious sunshine and warmth, had indeed been a weather breeder. Jack was not ordinarily affected by climatic changes, but he was conscious of a sense of depression very foreign to his usually even temperament. As he stopped at his bedroom, a door further down the hall opened, and Thorne, followed by Inspector Mitchell, came toward him. "Just a moment," the former exclaimed, quickening his footsteps. "Inspector Mitchell is very anxious to meet you, Mr. Winslow. In fact, we have been waiting for you." "Indeed." Jack's gruff tones were not overly cordial, and Mitchell regarded him with an appraising eye. Jack stood 6 feet 2 inches in his stockings, and his broad shoulders and deep chest gave clear indication of his athletic tendencies. His chestnut hair, cropped close to cure a persistent inclination to curl at the temples, had a decided reddish tinge, matching his pugnacious jaw, and his hazel eyes met Thorne's persistent gaze with a belligerent stare. "Well, what is it?" "I'd like a few moments' conversation," responded Mitchell briskly, as his companion remained silent. He glanced up and down the hall significantly. "Your room here?" with a slight wave of his hand toward the open door. "Yes, come inside." But once within his room, Jack did not ask either man to sit down. "What can I do for you?" "We want your version of what happened last night," went on Mitchell blandly, ignoring Jack's obvious desire to get rid of them both. "Your room is not so very far from that occupied by Dr. Kane. Did you hear him moving about? Did he call or shout for aid?" "No." Jack tossed his hat and overcoat, which he had carried over his arm since entering the house, onto the bed. "I left just after Dr. Kane came to bring Mr. Glover out here for our poker party. We were playing poker when Ferguson brought word that he was lying dead under his bathroom window. I cannot tell you what ailed Kane. An attack of vertigo, I presume. Certainly no one would try suicide in that fashion." "Suicide?" echoed Mitchell. His eyes grew brighter. "You are the first to suggest that theory. What prompts you to think of suicide in connection with Kane's death?" "Nothing," shortly. "You seem at a loss for ideas." He shrugged his shoulders insolently and did not trouble to complete his sentence. Mitchell reddened, but otherwise gave no indication of his resentment at Jack's attitude. "The coroner has called an inquest for tomorrow morning at the morgue," he stated. "You are expected to attend. Do not fail to do so." A startled look crept into Jack's eyes. "An inquest?" he repeated. "Why hold an inquest?" "An accidental death is always open to investigation," chimed in Thorne. "The coroner was within his right in calling an inquest and notifying," he paused, "Inspector Mitchell of Dr. Kane's death." "Oh, so he notified the police." Jack followed them into the hall. "But where do you come in, Mr. Thorne?" with a derisive glance at the detective. Thorne smiled, showing his strong white teeth. "Ask your uncle, Mr. Winslow," he suggested, and bowing, the two detectives continued their way downstairs. Jack waited until he heard the front door close, and then he turned thoughtfully toward the den. Arnold Winslow looked up from his writing with an impatient frown, but at sight of Jack his expression softened. "Come in, son," he exclaimed affectionately. "Aunt Julia has been asking for you." Jack had readily called his adopted father Dad, but neither persuasion nor punishment had ever induced him to speak of or to his adopted mother except as Aunt Julia. Try as he did in later years to conquer his antipathy for his uncle's wife, he had never fully gotten over his boy's dislike of her unyielding austerity. Some friend had once described her as being justice without mercy, and the apt remark had lingered in Jack's memory. "We expected you home for luncheon," Winslow added as the silence lengthened. "I was detained." Jack dropped down in a lounge chair which he first pushed up to the desk. "Say, Dad, was Mother's estate ever settled?" Winslow carefully wiped his fountain pen and put on the cap before replying. "There was just enough to pay her debts and nothing more," he said, "except for some worthless oil stock." An expressive gesture of his hand completed the sentence. Jack shaded his eye. "Could I have that stock?" he asked, and at the question his uncle looked at him sharply. "Sure," he replied, and picking up the letter he had just signed, he read it over. "Can you give me the stock now?" with a quiet persistence that gained another glance from his uncle. The latter folded and sealed the envelope in the pause that followed. "It's after banking hours," he said. "All such papers are in your aunt's safe deposit box in the Metropolis Bank." He tossed down the envelope. "Kane's death is horrible, Jack. It's bowled me over, I'll admit," and he held up a hand not quite steady. Jack's gaze shifted across the room to a decanter and glasses on a side table, but he made no comment. "It would have suited us all better if Kane had died elsewhere," he admitted with brutal frankness. "You know, Dad, I never shared your admiration for Dr. Kane." Winslow smiled tolerantly. "You were always hard on Kane," he pointed out, "just because your aunt insisted that your college expenses and allowance be handled by him while you were at Harvard, as he resided in Boston and we didn't. You have looked on him as an ogre. Come, son, put yourself in Kane's place. I bet you gave him more trouble than all his patients put together." Without asking permission, Jack leaned over and helped himself to one of his uncle's cigars. When it was drawing well, he again leaned back in his chair and contemplated Winslow. Lack of sleep and anxiety were plainly indicated in his heavy eyes and pale skin. It seemed to Jack's critical gaze that he had aged, and his usually pompous air was entirely missing. "Dad," his voice was a trifle husky, "can you let me have $10,000? Winslow sat bolt upright. "What?" he exclaimed. "What do you want it for?" "That's my business." Winslow laid his hand on Jack's knee. "Don't take that tone, son," he warned gravely. "That is a large sum of money, and I'm entirely within my rights in asking you what you plan to do with it." Jack did not reply immediately. "I guess you will have to take my reasons on trust," he said, "as you did me when you took me into your home." The ticking of the Swiss traveling clock on Winslow's desk was the only sound to disturb the silence. Winslow seemed loath to speak, and to Jack, sitting with head bent down so that the light would not fall upon his face and betray the nervous twitching of his lips, the pause seemed endless. "Jack," Winslow's voice was not quite clear, and he stopped for a moment. "You are my brother's only child, my nearest living kin. I have striven to make your home life happy, to make things easy for you. Perhaps it would have been better had I been less indulgent, he sighed. If we don't discipline children, life disciplines them. Again he sighed, then reached in the drawer in which he kept his checkbook. Has this request for money anything to do with your infatuation for Elsa Chase? No answer, only the steady, maddeningly regular ticking of the clock. Winslow's face hardened, and his hand dropped back on the arm of his chair just as Jack looked up. "Why do you hate Elsa?" he asked curiously. "She has never done anything to you." "Hasn't she?" Winslow's whole demeanor changed. Gone was the polished mask, the genial manner. Instead, he regarded his nephew with hard, relentless eyes. "Well, your aunt dislikes her. I do. I admit it." Jack rose. "I'm glad you've expressed yourself at last," he said. "Elsa shan't stay under this roof any longer." "Where are you going?" "To be married." "By God, you're not!" Winslow stood between Jack and the door. "You are entirely dependent upon me. Are you going to ask Elsa to pay for a husband?" "Take care." Jack's tone was low and dangerous, but Winslow was deaf to all but the rage consuming him. "Who is this woman?" he demanded. "What is she?" "My affianced wife." "Bah!" Winslow's voice rose almost to a scream. Neither man noticed the faint noise made by the cautious opening of the boudoir door. "You don't know who she is. This girl you picked from nowhere? Wife? Maid? Or—" His words ended in a gurgle. Jack's iron fingers were around Winslow's throat, and he bent him backward across the desk. The shade knocked from the electric lamp fell off, and in the sudden brilliant light, Winslow caught the berserk passion in the eyes gleaming down at him. "You murderer!" the rasping whisper echoed through the deathly stillness. A second later, the den was plunged in darkness as Winslow slid inert to the floor. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Facts and Fancies. "You may leave the coffee, Lambert," as the butler lifted the small electric percolator to put it back on the invalid's tray in front of Mrs. Winslow. "I will heat it later before I retire. Don't leave the cream, but put the cup and saucer and sugar bowl on the table." She watched Lambert rearrange the tray, which had been brought up to her well stocked with her favorite dishes, but her appetite for dinner had been small, and most of the deliciously prepared food was untasted. She watched the servant move quietly about her bedroom, carrying out her directions with implicit obedience. Lambert was a great comfort to her. She had never known him to make an unnecessary noise in performing his work, nor to neglect any of his duties, and his salads were the delight of her husband. "Have the others dined?" she asked as Lambert made ready to depart. "Yes, madam." The man was chary of words on all occasions, and this evening the other servants had found him even more taciturn than usual. "Mr. Thorne has returned." "Good." Mrs. Winslow tossed her napkin on the tray. "Ask him to come to my boudoir, Lambert, and on the way down stop at Mr. Winslow's room and tell Dr. McLean I will be greatly obliged if he will join us there." "Very good, madam." But still Lambert lingered, and Mrs. Winslow regarded him questioningly. "If you please, I will not be here tonight." "Oh!" Mrs. Winslow's thoughts, which had strayed elsewhere, came back to the well-trained servant and her domestic affairs with a rush. "This isn't your usual night off, Lambert." "I'll take it instead, madam." The butler's manner was perfectly respectful. "You won't be needing me tonight," with a placating smile which disarmed Mrs. Winslow, and she curbed her hasty temper. After all, servants were not always easy to get so far from the city, and Lambert was, as she told admiring friends, a perfect treasure. And this certainly was not the time to get into an altercation, for that would lead to dismissal. Can I do anything for you, madam?" asked the servant, breaking the pause. "See that the house is locked up before you leave," directed Mrs. Winslow, "and tell Lucy to come the instant I ring. Good night, Lambert." The moment the door was safely closed behind the butler, Mrs. Winslow left her easy-chair and went over to the bedstand. On it, beside her luminous clock and drinking glass, stood a cradle telephone with its press-button connections and the mouthpiece and earphone on one bar. Arnold Winslow had had the house telephone installed before the mansion was completed, and his wife had found it a great convenience. With her left hand swathed in bandages, she was somewhat awkward in her movements. Pressing her finger on the only red button in the little row by the instrument, she hastily clutched the bar telephone, lifted it to her ear, and spoke into the mouthpiece. There was a brief silence, then Ferguson's unmistakable throaty tones came over the wire. "Yes, ma'am." Ferguson, with rising inflection, then sure of his identity, modified her tone. "You are to carry out my orders implicitly." "Yes, ma'am." "Be watchful tonight, Ferguson, and on your guard when Lambert is around." "I will, ma'am. Don't you be afeard." And the heartiness of his response pleased her. Without another word, she replaced the cradle telephone on its support and, taking a backward glance into her pier-glass, crossed the room to her boudoir. She entered it just as Lambert showed Thorne in through the hall door. The detective bowed gravely, then took the chair she indicated, first waiting for Mrs. Winslow to seat herself. Before she could address him, the hall door again opened, and Leonard McLean came in. "You gentlemen already know each other," she said, turning with a touch of eagerness to the physician. "How is Arnold?" "Resting quietly. He dropped off to sleep soon after regaining consciousness," replied McLean. He glanced at his watch and then at Mrs. Winslow. "How are you feeling?" "Oh, quite myself." Mrs. Winslow's white, pinched features contradicted her statement, but McLean forbore to comment, although he let his glance rest significantly on her bandaged hand. "My husband," she continued, turning to the silent detective, "had a heart attack just before dinner." "I am sorry," exclaimed Thorne. "I found a telephone call to come here, but had I known, I would not have disturbed you." "I sent for you," she broke in. "I understood from my husband that he has retained your services professionally to—" she hesitated, "to investigate the mysterious happenings out here," correcting herself. "Arnold said that while you had not definitely promised your aid, the check he had offered you was not left on his desk." "I took it." Thorne's eyes never left Mrs. Winslow. How deep was she in her husband's confidence, and did she, too, share his dislike of Elsa Chase? "Frankly, Mrs. Winslow, Dr. McLean's statement as to the result of the autopsy altered my decision." "Ah, I am glad." She rose, and with a sudden graciousness which sat well upon her, "My husband will be equally pleased. But tell him that I shall not cash the check now." Thorne's pleasant manner matched hers in courtesy. It was impossible to take offense. "Can I do anything for you?" "You have already given me great comfort," suavely, although her heart was beating swiftly. It was not so easy as she had imagined to read Thorne's expression. "I will tell Arnold when he awakens that Dr. McLean and I have your promise to undertake the case." She spoke more rapidly and changed the subject with marked abruptness. "Poor Arnold, to have another attack at this time!" And as the two men moved toward the door, "Shall I sit up with Arnold tonight, Doctor?" McLean shook his head. Miss Klein will look after him, he said. She seems a very sensible woman and an excellent nurse. With a quick, sympathetic gesture, he took her hand in a firm clasp. Go to bed, Mrs. Winslow. You need rest and quiet. I assure you, you have no cause to worry over Arnold's condition. Miss Klein will call you and me if occasion requires us. Her tired face lightened, and returning the friendly pressure of his hand, she bowed to Thorne and withdrew to her own room. In the hall, the physician hesitated, then spoke under his breath. "Come this way, Thorne." And side by side the two men walked the short distance to Arnold Winslow's bedroom. It was at the end of the hall, which formed an alcove with an outer door. The small closed passageway led from his bedroom to that of his wife, with dressing room and private bath also opening from it. An electric lamp so placed as not to shine in Winslow's eyes lighted the room, which, while not large in size, held several massive pieces of furniture, among them the carved four-post bedstead and an old mahogany wardrobe which almost touched the ceiling. Both were heirlooms and the pride of Mrs. Winslow's heart. But only the man on the bed engaged the detective's attention as he tiptoed to the bedside with McLean. Winslow lay sleeping partly on his right side, with one hand tucked under his pillow. The doctor turned back the sheet and blanket, which were pulled up to his chin and exposed his throat. On the white flesh, bruises were distinctly visible. With a movement so deft that it elicited McLean's silent commendation, Thorne drew out a small magnifying glass and studied the marks on the skin, then gently replaced the bed covers without disturbing the sleeping man. For a few seconds, Winslow's heavy, regular breathing was the only sound, and McLean, after a pause, tiptoed to the door and waited for the detective, busily engaged in studying the orderly appearance of the bedroom. It was not until they were in the lower hall once more that the latter spoke. "Was he choked into insensibility?" he asked in little more than a whisper. "I would say so," cryptically, but his wife claims it was another heart attack. McLean picked up his hat and overcoat, and with a significant jerk of his head in the direction of the card room, led the way there instead of toward the front door. By direction of Inspector Mitchell, no attempt had been made to clean up the card-room or restore the furniture to its usually attractive arrangement. Even the air was redolent of stale tobacco smoke. McLean viewed the scene under the electric lights he switched on before addressing Thorne. "Mrs. Winslow's statement that her husband has put the Kane case in your hands has decided me to speak of certain facts." He hesitated, then, with a quick, friendly smile, "Perhaps I'll regret my impulse, but," with an appraising glance at Thorne standing gravely by him, there was something very likable about the quiet-spoken, neatly dressed detective. "I feel you will respect my confidence." "I will," and the finality of the tone pleased the physician. "It is not my custom to discuss conditions I find in the homes of my patients," he went on. "A doctor is frequently looked on as a father confessor, and we cannot help becoming aware of information not intended for publication." "I understand," supplemented Thorne quickly. "Suppose I question you," and, as McLean nodded his acquiescence, "where did you find Mr. Winslow unconscious?" "In bed," succinctly. "Mrs. Winslow said he fainted in her boudoir, and that with the help of Lambert she got him to his own room and on the bed when he fainted again. He regained consciousness soon after I got here and dropped off to sleep. It so happens," McLean leaned against a corner of the larger mahogany card table, "that Winslow came into my office 10 days ago complaining of failing eyesight, so he underwent a strict physical examination at the request of his oculist. The tests gave no indication of any heart trouble." "How about his blood pressure?" "Just above normal. Nothing to have produced this condition," with a wave of his hand toward the ceiling. "I told him to quit drinking bootleg liquor, and perhaps his sight would improve." "Is he a hard drinker?" quickly. Not ordinarily, no. McLean hesitated. I imagine Mrs. Winslow did not always approve of some of the stag parties he gave, with a reminiscent chuckle, then sobering instantly. By the way, she's the gray mare in the stable and nobody's fool. And yet she told you her husband was ill from a heart attack? McLean shifted his weight to his right foot. Perhaps she was kidding herself, he suggested. You can never tell about a woman. Thorne's eyes gleamed under his heavy lashes. Is Mr. Winslow attentive to other women? He asked quickly. The doctor shook his head. Not to my knowledge, he answered. From what I've seen, it is a most harmonious household. Even since the advent of Miss Chase? And McLean caught the eager note in his voice and looked at him questioningly. So far as I know, yes, he replied. Miss Chase is a remarkably pretty girl. It is a great misfortune that she is so crippled. Thorne came closer. Have you attended her professionally? Then, as the physician shook his head, were you ever asked to by Mr. Winslow? Never. Why? Observing Thorne with interest, the latter did not reply immediately. It strikes me as strange, he said slowly after a moment, that Mr. Winslow should have sent for Dr. Kane to come from Boston to examine Miss Chase when you, their family physician, are here on the spot. McLean looked at him in some bewilderment. I know nothing of that, he admitted. Kane ranked very well as an orthopedic surgeon, and he is an old and intimate friend of the family. They have spoken of him very often. Such a case as Miss Chase would be right in his line for treatment, probably. He stood up. Can I take you into town? If you will. Thorne consulted his watch. My assistant brought me out and was coming back later. I can reach him at the office, however. The servants stay at night, I presume, in case Mrs. Winslow needs assistance? Oh, yes. While he spoke, McLean went down the hall toward the suite of rooms belonging to Elsa Chase and her nurse. The latter heard their approach and stepped outside her door, closing it firmly behind her. Yes, doctor, she said. I was waiting to see you before you left to ask for instructions as to Mr. Winslow. You can be with him tonight? Yes, sir. Miss Klein's quiet, professional manner cloaked her woman's curiosity most effectively, and neither man guessed her intense desire to know the reason of Thorne's presence there at that hour of the night. When Mr. Winslow awakens, went on the doctor, give him some liquid nourishment. Above all, keep him quiet, and he should see no one. If his condition requires it, use stimulation. I'll be at home, so don't hesitate to call if you want me. And with a friendly nod, McLean turned with Thorne and walked toward the front door. His car was parked in the driveway close at hand, but it was not until the two men were seated and the car in motion that Thorne voiced his thoughts. A beautiful mansion, Doctor, he said, pointing to the house gleaming white through the darkness. A white sepulchre which in the past 24 hours has witnessed a dastardly murder and seen its owner almost choked to death. Now, has the last event any bearing on the first? Ask me something easy, groaned McLean as he started the engine. Mrs. Winslow informed me that only she, Miss Chase, the nurse, and the servants were in the house when Mr. Winslow was taken ill, and Lambert corroborated her statement. He shifted the gears from second to high, and in the years of our acquaintanceship, I have found that Mrs. Winslow speaks the truth. Miss Klein waited in the hall until she heard McLean drive away before returning to her room. From there, after attending to several minor matters, she went to Elsa Chase. The girl looked up from her book with an eager smile, but it faded as the nurse shook her head. Young Mr. Winslow isn't in the house, she said, laying her hand on her patient's shoulder with a soothing gesture. Lambert claims he left immediately after our talk this afternoon. Elsa's expression grew more troubled. I cannot understand it, she declared, and her lips trembled. Jack has never failed to see me whenever he was here, no matter how short the time. Are you sure, Alice, he didn't come when I was asleep?" As she nodded assent, Elsa leaned back wearily and with a sigh picked up her book. "Please don't start reading," begged Miss Klein persuasively. "You can do that after you are in bed." "But I want to sit up longer," objected Elsa, raising troubled eyes to her nurses. "If I hear Jack come, I can wheel myself into the music room." But Miss Klein shook her head. "Lambert is going in town for the night. He is waiting now to help me put you to bed." "Let him go," with a touch of angry impatience. "I intend to sit up and see Jack. You can elevate this chair so that I can lie full length on it." "You won't be comfortable." "What do I care?" with a quick shrug of her shoulders. "Go, Alice, and tell Lambert not to wait any longer. Will you be all night with Mr. Winslow?" "Oh, I'll be back and forth." The nurse paused and looked anxiously at Elsa. "I don't like to leave you." "Alice, you old stupid." Elsa straightened up as best she could and kissed the nurse warmly. "Go along and don't worry about me. I have everything I could possibly want right here. Alice," with an entire change of tone, "what is the matter with Mr. Winslow?" "Dr. McLean didn't say." The nurse glanced about the combination bedroom-sitting room. Every material comfort was there to make Elsa happy and contented. Jack had seen to that. Shaking off her sense of depression with an effort, Miss Klein waved a kiss to Elsa and went in search of Lambert. The servants' wing was attached to the big mansion by a long corridor. Carrying out Mrs. Winslow's ironclad order, a dim-a-light was always kept burning there and in all hallways throughout the night, for if she had immediate need of her maid at any hour, the servant would not be afraid to come through a lighted house. It was no such summons which had brought Lucy, the housemaid, creeping along it that night, however. It was far after 1 in the morning, and nothing but dire necessity had gotten the girl out of a warm bed. With stealthy fingers, she unlocked the side entrance and stole around the house, the letter she wished to mail clutched tightly in one hand. The rural letter box was close to the road, and Lucy covered the distance with fleet feet. She had arranged with the milkman, a devoted admirer of hers, to take any letter he might see sticking from under the cover of the box. One of Mrs. Winslow's peculiarities was having the milk left at the entrance to Oakland's instead of placed outside the kitchen door. The noise of the milk wagon coming along their driveway had awakened her for 3 mornings consecutively when they first occupied the mansion, and she persuaded her husband to build a small concrete platform and shelter for the milk bottles next to the rural mailbox. Lucy placed her letter where it would be sure to catch the milkman's eye, and then, with a lighter heart, she ran back to the house. Instead of sticking to the graveled path which hurt her feet through the soft bedroom slippers she was wearing, she cut across the lawn, head down, hugging her coat up about her throat and across her chest. Coming from behind a clump of evergreens, she caught sight of a gleam of light on the ground before her and glanced toward the house. In front of her lay the flagged terrace on which opened the long French windows of the music room, and the light came from them. Even as Lucy looked, the light grew brighter, and against the yellow shades, which were pulled down on all the windows of the room, appeared a shadow. It grew in size, but as it pirouetted this way and that, the horrified girl was unable to decide whether it was man or woman. One moment, the silhouette assumed giant proportions, then shrank to normal size. Suddenly, its movements grew intensified, body and arms whirling in a mad rhythm of motion. Haltingly, step by step, Lucy approached the terrace. Then the whirling body swung around, the arms were outflung, and she saw beckoning, clutching fingers. With a terrified moan, she staggered backward and fled to her bedroom in blind, unreasoning panic and cowered under her bedclothes. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Inquest. Thorne's unpretentious sleeping quarters on the top floor of the renovated building which housed the offices of the Universal Detective Agency, Inc., comprised a sitting room with a Murphy bed, kitchenette, and bath. Thorne was no mean cook and infinitely preferred, when time permitted, to prepare his own frugal meals, but he left the housework, such as it was, to the janitor's wife. She was unusually late that morning, and Thorne, with a last glance at the clock with its hands pointing to 8:30, went hastily down the staircase. Jim Barker, his chief assistant, welcomed his appearance in the inner office, telegram in hand. "We drew a blank, Chief," he said. "Police headquarters in Chicago wired that all records show that nobody by the name of Elsa Chase was a patient in any of the hospitals in Chicago during the past 12 months. Thorne contented himself with a grunt for an answer as he took the telegram and read the message for himself. Suddenly, he thrust it back in his assistant's hands. "File it," he directed briefly, "then wire headquarters if they or their traffic bureau have a record of an automobile accident last spring between a car belonging to John Winslow of this city and a taxicab. Winslow's District of Columbia license tag is E4037. Ask for an immediate reply." And the detective sought his desk. The few letters awaiting his attention required but a brief perusal. The Morning Post next claimed his interest, and sitting down, he read it through carefully. Among the obituary notices, he found the lines: "Kane. Suddenly, on Monday, November 11th, 1926, Joseph E., orthopedic surgeon of Boston, Massachusetts, in his 50th year at Oakland's, residence of J. Arnold Winslow. Notice of funeral later." On the page opposite, under a column heading, appeared a short article giving the following bare facts: that Joseph Kane, well-known orthopedic surgeon of Boston, Massachusetts, while visiting Arnold Winslow at his country home, had become ill in the night and, so ran the printed type, seeking fresh air, had opened the bathroom window, lost his balance, and plunged to his death on the concrete walk below. "Coroner James Penfield," it continued, "has called an inquest at the district morgue today at 10 o'clock to determine the exact cause of death." The detective tossed aside his paper and sought his assistant. "I'm going to the morgue," he stated. "If anything important comes up, you can reach me there." Even though located in one of the most unattractive sections of the city, parking space near the morgue was already preempted when Thorne got there. After leaving his car further down the street, he walked toward the weather-stained stucco building, scanning the cars by the curb as he did so. At sight of the Rolls-Royce drawn up before the entrance to the morgue, his footsteps quickened. Back of the handsome limousine stood a Dodge station wagon, and Ferguson, sitting behind the steering wheel, nudged Lambert as the detective drew near. That worthy bowed respectfully as Thorne addressed him. "Yes, sir," he said in answer to the detective's question. "Mrs. Winslow's just gone in. She told us," with a jerk of his head indicating the other domestics from Oakland's occupying the back seat of the car, "to stay 'ere till we're wanted. Dr. McLean's with her, sir." Thorne's look passed from the butler's eminently respectable countenance to Ferguson, sitting hunched over the wheel, his long arms encircling it while his ever-restless fingers drummed a tattoo on the polished wood. His was not an attractive face, but Thorne, after a cursory look at the white cheeks and staring eyes of the women on the back seat, glanced again at Ferguson. The gardener held an unlighted cigar between his lips, chewing and turning it continuously, a nervous trick in which he indulged even in the presence of Mrs. Winslow. "Have a match, Ferguson?" And as Thorne put the question, he drew out a box and tossed it into the car. Ferguson caught the box dexterously. "Thankee." He removed the cigar and showed his nicotine-stained teeth in an expansive grin. "Can ye tell us how long we'll be a-waitin'?" "I've no idea." Thorne eyed the man narrowly. His unhealthy color and unwholesome appearance generally was not prepossessing, but his eyes, deep blue in color and keenly alive under their heavy lashes, gave indication of a mentality not in keeping with Ferguson's slothful habits. Thorne's thoughts were masked behind his expressionless features, but the detective's camera eye had registered Ferguson's countenance indelibly in his brain. "Better take the women inside," he suggested, his glance again shifting to Lucy and the cook on the back seat. "It may be a long time before the coroner calls you, and it's cold out here." But Lucy, sitting next to the door, hung back, clinging to the cook. "Please, sir, I'll stay in the car," she stammered, and the tremble in her voice was unmistakable. "Me and Jane is better off here." Thorne noticed the heavy coats the women had on and the warm lap-robe across their knees. The men were likewise protected from the cold. Without further remark, the detective entered the building. Several blue-coated policemen were standing around, and a number of idlers were grouped in one corner. They looked up at his entrance, then resumed their desultory conversation, paying no further attention to Thorne. As neither Mrs. Winslow nor Dr. McLean were there, Thorne concluded the inquest was about to begin, and crossing the room where usually witnesses waited, he entered the long, low chamber beyond. Evidently the inquest had commenced, and Thorne, thankful that he had escaped the tedious swearing-in of the coroner's jury, moved up the aisle and sat down by Leonard McLean. Mrs. Winslow sat on the physician's left. She made no response to Thorne's low-voiced greeting, contenting herself with a stiff nod. Her lips under her black veil, which this morning she had elected to wear over her face instead of hanging down her back, were tightly compressed, while her eyes roved this way and that, studying her unfamiliar surroundings with interest. It was a drab setting for the human tragedies enacted within its four walls. The cheap wooden chairs which filled the room, the worn platform at the further end, with tables and chairs, one for the witnesses, the others for the jury and the coroner and his officials, presented a dreary aspect which the winter sunshine failed to dispel. Mrs. Winslow had elicited from McLean the fact that the door through which the jury had filed led to the mortuary where they had viewed Dr. Kane's body. Her name, pronounced by the coroner, echoed through the half-empty chamber and brought her to her feet with a jump. Leaning heavily on McLean's arm, she mounted the few steps to the platform, but before she could seat herself, the morgue master stepped in front of her, Bible in hand. His heavy bass voice almost drowned her murmured pledge to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. "Please remove your veil, madam," directed Coroner Penfield, and with marked reluctance she complied with his request. "I have here," went on the coroner as she settled back in her chair, her face unduly flushed, "a doctor's certificate stating that your husband is ill in bed." "He is," she responded quickly, "too ill to come here." "He will be called later." Penfield shuffled his papers about, seeking a memorandum. "You have both resided in Washington for some time?" "Yes, to be exact, 6 years and 7 months. Mrs. Winslow's precision of speech was more pronounced to cover the agitation she feared would betray itself. "My husband came here shortly after he ceased to take an active part in the law practice of the firm Winslow, Osborne and Company." Ah, he was the senior partner? Yes, but while he withdrew about 7 years ago, he is still of counsel. It was then that we left New York and came to Washington to make it our permanent home. Penfield paused before putting his next question until several reporters had taken their places at the table provided for the press. Then he resumed his examination more briskly. What branch of the law did your husband practice? Criminal law? Oh, no, he was a customs lawyer, to be candid, with a rather wintry smile. It was to try cases before the United States Customs Court and the Supreme Court that first brought us to Washington and decided us to come here after his retirement from active partnership in the old firm which his father had established. I see. Penfield ceased playing with his pencil and laid it down. How many are there in your household, madam? My husband and myself and our adopted son, John, checking them off on her fingers as she enumerated each name. Our guest, Miss Elsa Chase, her trained nurse, Miss Alice Klein, the 4 servants, Lambert the butler, Peter the chauffeur, Jane the cook, and Lucy the housemaid. She acts as my personal maid, Frances being on her vacation. And your servants about your country place are? Ferguson, my gardener, and his 2 assistants. He lives in the gardener's cottage, but they do not. Her concise answers brought a glance of approval from the coroner. All our servants have been with us for a period of a year or more, others much longer. Lambert, for instance, came to Washington with me, also Jane. And all, with emphasis, are entirely trustworthy. You are to be congratulated. Penfield's dry tones brought a touch of color to Mrs. Winslow's cheeks. She was sensitive to ridicule, and anything approaching sarcasm annoyed her in the extreme. Now, Mrs. Winslow, how long have you known Dr. Joseph E. Kane? And he sat back and contemplated her keenly. For over 15 years and more, crisply. He attended my father in Boston, and we have looked upon him as a close personal friend as well as our physician. Did Dr. Kane seem in his usual health when he arrived at your house on Monday night? I should say yes. She spoke more thoughtfully, choosing her words, and her altered demeanor was not lost on either Coroner Penfield or Thorne. The detective, with Dr. McLean, had moved forward until they occupied seats on the front row and almost directly opposite the witness chair. He appeared older, true, but I should say in good health and spirits. However, modifying her remarks with some haste, I only saw Dr. Kane for a brief time, possibly not longer than half an hour. Why was that, Mrs. Winslow? Dr. Kane came just for the night, with the intention of seeing our guest, Miss Chase. She is an invalid, a cripple, hesitating in her speech for the first time. Dr. Kane spent the evening with her, and we did not meet again as I retired early, leaving my husband and his guests playing poker in the card-room. Penfield stood up. That is all just now, Mrs. Winslow, he said, holding out his hand to help her down the steps. Please wait in the next room, however. Mason, to the morgue master, come here a moment. His next remarks to the latter were so low that only Inspector Mitchell of the Metropolitan Police Force, who had joined them, heard what Penfield said. The inspector nodded his approval at the end of the brief conversation and left just behind Mrs. Winslow. He assisted her in finding a comfortable seat near the stove in the chilly anteroom before leaving the morgue. Dr. Wingate will take the stand, announced Coroner Penfield, and the assistant coroner dropped his fountain pen with satisfaction and rubbed his stiff fingers. Taking notes of the inquest was a decided nuisance to his way of thinking, especially as he had no knowledge of stenography. It was not until the formalities were gone through and he was seated in the witness chair that Coroner Penfield again addressed him. You performed the autopsy on Dr. Joseph Kane, did you not? Yes, sir, in your presence and Dr. Leonard McLean's. The assistant coroner produced an anatomical chart and turned it so that the members of the jury could follow his pencil as he drew it along, illustrating his meaning. These injuries to the shoulder and head, while painful, would not have caused death, he said, nor could we find any organic ailment to which could be placed the responsibility for Dr. Kane's sudden death. For his age, he enjoyed remarkable health, apparently. Wingate paused, then spoke with more impressiveness. But the cyanosed condition of the lips and the bright red patches of color found on the surface of the body convinced us that death had resulted from some poison. His words created a mild sensation. Reporters dropped their listless air. The jury, to a man, straightened up, and the spectators, who had drifted in from time to time, looked first at one another and then at the assistant coroner. Penfield, content to have Wingate testify in his own way, asked no further questions. A more careful blood test was made, went on Wingate, laying down the chart. The spectrum of the blood was characteristic of carbon monoxide poisoning. The foreman of the jury, sitting with mouth agape, nudged the man next to him, then leaned forward and, with a deprecating glance at the coroner, addressed Wingate. Do you mean the carbon monoxide gas we are always warned about when starting cars in closed garages? He asked incredulously. Yes, sternly. People will not understand the deadliness of this odorless gas and how it gets in its work without the victims receiving the slightest warning. Sometimes as small a quantity as 1/5 of 1% in the air is fatal. The gas combines with the hemoglobin of the blood and destroys the efficiency of that fluid as an oxygen-carrying medium. Death results from paralysis of the respiratory system. The foreman looked perplexedly at the coroner, who nodded encouragingly at him. Go ahead and question Dr. Wingate, he prompted, and the man colored between pleasure and excitement at the unexpected attention he had drawn upon himself. But see here, Dr. Wingate, he began, wagging his head knowingly, you just said this carbon monoxide gas kills you in a garage, but this here Dr. Kane wasn't in a garage, at least so we understands. Dr. Kane wasn't in a garage, acknowledged Wingate patiently, but he was in a small bathroom with the door closed, possibly the window also, until he opened it in frantic haste, but too late for human aid, and fell dead on the ground outside. The foreman scratched his head. He had served on juries before and felt a privileged character, besides which his thirst for knowledge frequently led him to overstep his privileges. But how did this monoxide gas get in the bathroom? He asked, and Coroner Penfield rose and resumed his role of inquisitor, motioning the foreman to be silent. In what other way is carbon monoxide a menace to life? He began, facing the assistant coroner. It can be generated by the gas range in the kitchen, the gas water heater in the bathroom or basement, while gas logs and heaters in living rooms and bedroom are equally dangerous, responded Wingate. A person may be literally immersed in the gas and never suspect its presence until he begins to grow dizzy or becomes paralyzed. The next stage is unconsciousness, the next, death. There was a brief pause. Then Penfield dismissed Wingate with a wave of his hand and a word of thanks. Recall Mrs. Winslow to the stand, Mason, he directed the waiting morgue master. The latter executed his errand with such celerity that he and the witness were once again in the room before Leonard McLean realized that Detective Thorne had taken the occasion to slip away. How is your house heated, Mrs. Winslow? Asked Penfield as she sat down in the witness chair. By oil, she replied, eyeing him in some surprise. The question struck her as irrelevant. And, she added, We cook with electricity." "Do you use radiant gas heaters in your bedrooms and bathrooms?" inquired Penfield, even more persistently. Mrs. Winslow did not reply at once. Apparently, she was having difficulty in adjusting her veil so that it did not catch in the chair back. "We never use gas stoves," she declared a second later. "Our ABC oil burner provides us with the same even heat both day and night." Penfield stepped to the side of her chair. "Thanks, Mrs. Winslow. You may go." And he stood aside that she might walk by him, but it was some seconds before she moved, her abrupt dismissal having taken her completely by surprise. She was passed in the aisle by a deputy marshal in plain clothes. He also was in the witness chair but a few minutes. "Did you serve the summons on the members of Mrs. Winslow's household to attend this inquest, Waters?" asked Penfield, after the man had been sworn. "Yes, sir, on everyone there except Mr. John Winslow," replied the officer. "The young man wasn't to be found anywhere." Penfield looked at his watch, then snapped it shut. "The inquest is adjourned until 2:00, he announced, and turning back to his table, gathered up his papers. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Marked N.G. Prompt to the hour announced by the coroner, the inquest was resumed, and this time nearly every vacant seat in the room reserved for that purpose was filled, for, with the uncanny speed with which news of any sort travels, word had gone around that the Kane mystery would produce unexpected and perhaps sensational results as the investigation progressed. Representatives of the office of the prosecuting attorney occupied chairs well to the front, while one of the district commissioners sat at the table by Penfield with Detective Mitchell at his elbow. The social prominence of the Winslows and the facts brought out at the morning session had convinced city editors of the importance of the inquest, and every local newspaper had its reporter there, as well as the great national news services with headquarters in the capital city. Coroner Penfield wasted no time in formalities, and the first witness was called as the clock chimed the first quarter past the hour of 2. In a calm manner which cloaked far different feelings, Lambert gave his full name and a brief history of himself and his career as butler before and after commencing to work for Mr. and Mrs. J. Arnold Winslow. "And they are most excellent people," he concluded. "They look out for them that works for them, and the wages is tip-top. In fact, sir, the livin' at Oakland's in a domestic way is delightful." Thorne, in his old seat by the platform, eyed the butler reflectively. On the few occasions that he had talked with Lambert, he had been struck by the man's excellent diction. Why, then, his sudden lapse into ungrammatical English? "You say that living conditions at Oakland's are delightful," went on Coroner Penfield slowly. "Do you mean that harmony prevails in the whole house as well as in the servants' hall?" Lambert moved uneasily in his chair. The question evidently disturbed him. "Yes, sir." "Think carefully, Lambert. You are under oath to tell the whole truth, not part of it," cautioned Penfield. "Have you ever overheard any disputes or quarrels among the members of the household?" Lambert cast an unhappy glance at the coroner, but his stern look held no comfort for the embarrassed butler. "Occasionally, sir," he admitted. "There's been words, I wouldn't say quarrels, though, between Mrs. Winslow and Mr. Jack." "What about?" The abrupt question was swiftly put. "Over him not workin'. Mrs. Winslow didn't approve of him being so idle and at the same time contemplating matrimony." "Ah, so young Mr. Winslow planned to marry?" "Sure. Him and Miss Elsa Chase is engaged," in mild surprise at the coroner's ignorance. "But nobody was happy about it 'ceptin' them two. At times it put Mr. Winslow in a terrible passion just seeing them a-courtin'." So Mr. Winslow also was not pleased. Penfield's persistency was not to be denied, and Lambert watched in uneasy silence as the coroner considered his next question. "Come, Lambert, tell us what took place on Monday night, the night Dr. Kane died." The sudden change of topic confused the butler, and he failed to reply at once. Penfield repeated his question with more emphasis. "'Twarn't nothing uncommon," Lambert protested. "I did as I always had done when Mr. Winslow entertains gentlemen for cards. I carried in refreshments, sandwiches, and white rock," he hastily interpolated, with one eye on Inspector Mitchell. "Then I locks up the house 'ceptin' the front door and goes to bed." "Was that all you did on Monday night, following your usual work of serving dinner, washing the dishes, and so forth?" inquired Penfield. Lambert reflected a moment. "I helps Miss Klein lift Miss Elsa from her wheelchair onto her bed," he said. "'Twas then early in the evening, earlier than the regular hour for her going to bed. She's a cripple, you know." He paused before adding, "She seemed mighty white and faint-like on Monday night." "More so than usual, Lambert?" Yes, sir, so it 'peared to me." He paused again. "The nurse, Miss Klein, spoke to her real sharp about it. She said Miss Elsa hadn't taken her medicine regular." Penfield considered a moment before putting the next question. "Did you see Dr. Kane?" he asked. "Yes, sir. I opened the front door when he came with Mr. Winslow, and I carried his bags to the bedroom, the one Dr. Kane used when visiting at Oakland's." "You have seen Dr. Kane before?" "Oh, yes, sir," in obvious surprise at the question. "He used to come to the apartment quite frequent in New York." "When did you learn that Dr. Kane was dead?" "Mr. Jack came for me. I got dressed right away and went downstairs to help Mr. Winslow and Mr. Jack. Mr. Winslow sent me to get Miss Klein, as his wife had hysterics." Penfield made several notations on his memorandum pad before looking up at the witness. "Where were Mr. Winslow's guests when you got downstairs?" "They had left, sir." The coroner consulted his notes, turning the leaves in some haste. "At what hour did you get to bed?" he asked, looking over at the witness. "I was in my room by 10 o'clock and in bed 20 minutes later. Mrs. Winslow had had company to dinner the night before, and I was tired after a lot of extra work," Lambert explained, "and I went right off to sleep." "And nothing disturbed your slumber?" The coroner was gazing at him with an insistence that would not be denied. Lambert crossed and uncrossed his feet, shuffling them about with a creaking noise that sounded loud in the stillness of the room. "I'd been asleep some time when I came awake with a start," he admitted slowly, "and I kinda imagined I heard—" "Yes, go on," prompted Penfield, with marked impatience at the servant's slowness of speech. "I heard a woman sobbin'. Lambert moved his hands up to his ears. "I sat up and listened. She sure was cryin', and I got up out of bed and opened the hall door. No one was in sight, and though I listened hard for 3 or 4 minutes, I couldn't hear a sound, so I went on back to bed, thinking I had dreamed it all. I never woke up until Mr. Jack half pulled me out on the floor." Again, the coroner considered the witness. "And where is Mr. Jack Winslow now?" he demanded. Lambert shook his head. "I haven't seen him since yesterday afternoon," he stated, clearing his throat. "Mr. Jack came in around 5 o'clock. Later, when I was in the dining room setting the table for dinner, I heard his footsteps in the hall and the front door close." "But you did not actually see young Mr. Winslow leave the house?" persisted the coroner. "No, sir." "And you cannot swear that he is not there?" Lambert scratched his forehead, a worried look in his eyes. "He wasn't around when I went to announce dinner, and he wasn't at Oakland's for breakfast this morning," he declared. "That's all I know, sir." "Very well, Lambert. You can retire." And Lambert left in haste. His place in the witness chair was taken respectively by the cook and the chauffeur. The first stated that she knew nothing of Dr. Kane's death until she came downstairs Tuesday morning, that she had heard no unusual noises in the night, and had slept undisturbed until her regular hour for arising, when she had been awakened by her alarm clock. Peter, the chauffeur, proved a disappointing witness, except for recounting his trip to the Union Station to meet Dr. Kane and bringing the latter and Mr. Winslow to Oakland's after their dinner at the Cosmos Club. He had nothing to say. He was on the point of leaving the platform when Coroner Penfield's uplifted hand stopped him. "When did you last see Mr. Jack Winslow?" he inquired. "About 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, sir. He brought his car to the garage then." Peter halted, with one foot on the first step leading from the platform. "He told me not to wash the car, as he wanted to use it last night." "Did he?" "I can't say, sir, as I wasn't on duty last night. Mr. Jack has a key to the garage." Peter took another step downward. "His car was in the garage this morning." "You may go." Penfield shuffled his papers about, searching for the next name on his list of witnesses. "Mason, call Sam Ferguson." The gardener stepped promptly to his place on the platform. He had made some attempt to straighten his untidy clothes and presented a generally more improved appearance. His monotonous answering of the first questions put to him caused the spectators, as well as the reporters, to lose interest in what he was saying. Only Thorne paid strict attention to his replies. "Ferguson," Penfield leaned forward, "you found Dr. Kane lying under his bathroom window, did you not?" "Yes, sir." Ferguson hitched around in his chair so as to face the coroner more directly. "He was lying crumpled on the ground. So," demonstrating as best he could, with his arms, shoulders, and head twisted about. "Gee, he looked awful, and I ran and beat on the window of the card room as the lights were burning there, and I could see people's shadows on the drawn shades." "What were you doing about the grounds at that hour of the night?" asked Penfield quickly. "Don't you live in the cottage some little distance from the house?" "Yes." The man's fingers played with his beard. "There's a telephone connection between my cottage and the big house," he added, "and the understanding is that I come up thar whenever I'm called. Monday, about midnight or thereafter, I disremembers the exact time, the phone bell rung once, twice, but nobody answered when I called hello." "What then?" questioned the coroner. "Did you phone Central?" "'Tweren't no use," he said. "That there phone to the big house is a buried line and don't connect nowhere else, not even with Central. That's why I got uneasy, 'cause I reasoned the call must have come from the big house, though I couldn't raise no one at the other end of the phone. So I slips into my duds, and taking my electric torch, I circled round the house. That's how I come on Dr. Kane's body. I ain't got over the sight of it yet, and the turn it gave me." And Ferguson's throaty tones grew even more husky. Penfield adjusted his eyeglasses and stared in silence at the witness. "About this telephone direct to your cottage," he began after a second's pause. "Where is it located in the big house?" "In Mrs. Winslow's bedroom." Coroner Penfield and Inspector Mitchell exchanged glances. "You are excused, Ferguson," the former announced curtly. The gardener was followed in rapid succession by Clifford Bates, Nelson Whitney, and Charles Underwood, all of whom stated they were frequent guests at Oakland's and on Monday night had played poker with Mr. Winslow and his adopted son. Each corroborated what the others testified as to the events of the evening, and stated that during the progress of the game much excellent whiskey was consumed. Upon their dismissal, Gilbert Glover was summoned. "You made the sixth of the poker party," began Penfield, after Glover had answered his preliminary questions. "Did any unusual occurrence mark the evening?" "I won." Glover's smile showed his handsome teeth, "and Jack Winslow lost, as usual." "Ah, was he a heavy loser?" Glover moved uncomfortably. "He was out several $100s, he answered gruffly. "I don't recall the exact sum." Catching Penfield's significant look, he reddened. "I'll admit we were all pretty well lit. It was deuced good whiskey Jack produced for us." Penfield did not press his question. Instead, he asked, leaning across the table in his earnestness, "Do you recall whether or not Jack Winslow left the card room before Ferguson told you of finding Dr. Kane's body?" "Sure. He went upstairs to get his checkbook." "At what hour was that?" Eagerly. "Did he stay long?" "Around midnight." Glover was exasperatingly slow of speech, which added to Penfield's sense of annoyance. The short afternoon was drawing to a close, and he had other witnesses waiting. "We played a round or two without him." "Did he appear agitated, upset about anything?" Glover laughed. "If he was, we weren't in a condition to notice it," he responded genially. "Besides, Jack has an excellent poker face." "Did Dr. Kane join your party?" "No." "Did you see him at all?" "No." Penfield laid down his notes. "That is all, Mr. Glover. Oh, just a moment," as a folded note bearing a few words written by Inspector Mitchell was thrust into his hand. Penfield scanned it hastily, then turned to Glover. "Did Jack Winslow give you a check for his losses?" "Yes." "And have you cashed that check?" Glover's color deepened to a yet redder tinge. "What has that to do with Dr. Kane's murder?" he demanded hotly. "I object to answering irrelevant questions." "We are the best judge of its relevancy," retorted Penfield, "and I repeat my question. And in answering it, remember that you are on oath to tell the truth. Have you cashed that check?" "Not yet." But Penfield had caught his suddenly averted look and persisted in his questioning. "Did you try to cash that check? Come, sir. Did you?" "Yes." "And it came back from the bank?" "Yes." Glover looked shamefacedly about. "It was marked N.G." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Lie Direct. The good looks of the pretty housemaid next on the witness stand were distinctly marred, or so the coroner thought, by the patches of red on each cheek. But while he attributed the over-brilliant color to rouge, Lucy's head felt light from the fever consuming her. All day long she had waited in fear and trembling to be called to the witness stand, and each hour of waiting had added to her sense of uneasiness and her terror of the unknown. She had lived most of her life in a rural village in the heart of Pennsylvania, and had been brought up with a wholesome dread of any court, and a police court in particular. She was painfully conscious also of the shortness of her skirt, the length of her legs, and the unaccustomed bob in which she had indulged only a few days before. "Well, Miss Smith, The coroner's voice echoed loudly in Lucy's ears, and she clutched the arms of her chair convulsively. "And what were you doing on Monday night, say between the hours of 10 p.m. and 2 a.m.? Please, sir, sleeping. That is," correcting herself, "I got into bed about 10:30, sir." "Did you help Mrs. Winslow before retiring?" "No, sir. She told me she wouldn't need me on Monday night and not to wait up for her." Lucy's voice was little above a whisper, and the coroner's hasty admonition to speak louder reduced her to silence. "Did you see Dr. Kane?" he inquired after a second's pause. "I was in the hall when he got out of the elevator with Mr. Winslow," she responded. "Mr. Winslow told me to be sure and put plenty of clean towels in his bathroom, so I carried more in there. Dr. Kane had gone downstairs again." "Was his room left lighted in his absence?" "It was then, sir, but not when I went there to tidy up the room early the next morning." "How early?" persisted the coroner, as her voice died away. "Around 6 o'clock, sir. I couldn't get into the bathroom then, sir." "I see." Penfield bent forward and gazed with disconcerting intenseness at Lucy. "Are you quite certain, Miss Smith, that you were not disturbed in the night, for instance," as a frightened look crept into her eyes, "didn't you hear some woman crying?" No, sir," she spoke through chattering teeth. "I always sleep with my head under the bedclothes, and when I sleeps, I sleeps. Jane can tell you how hard 'tis to wake me up. So help me, Mr. Coroner, I didn't hear nothing, not a thing on Monday night." Penfield listened to the girl's torrent of words with a skeptical air. "Remember, Miss Smith, you are here to tell the exact truth." "I'm telling it to you." Her agitation was increasing. "If you crucified me, I couldn't tell you nothing different." "Calm down, Miss Smith." Alarmed by her inclination toward hysterics, the coroner spoke soothingly. "We will call you later, perhaps. You may retire now." And Lucy, her cheeks wet with tears she could not restrain, was assisted from the platform by the morgue master, who, at a whispered word from the coroner, again went in search of Mrs. Winslow. For the third time, Mrs. Winslow made herself as comfortable as she could in the witness chair, but the look she cast at Penfield held a hint of the feelings she was holding in check with difficulty. To be obliged to face the battery of eyes focused upon her, to hear the audible comments of the spectators as she walked through the courtroom, was an ordeal which taxed her composure to the utmost. "Mrs. Winslow," began the coroner, "have you a telephone which runs direct to your gardener's cottage and nowhere else?" "Yes." "And where is that phone?" "By the side of my bed." "Did you use it to call Ferguson on Monday around midnight?" "I did not." Mrs. Winslow's surprise was manifest. "Did anyone else go to your bedroom to do so? For instance, your adopted son, Jack Winslow?" With marked hesitancy between the and the completion of the sentence. It was Mrs. Winslow's turn to hesitate. "I left my husband downstairs with his guests," she said. "Jack I did not see. When I went upstairs, I stayed in my boudoir." "Was the communicating door open between your bedroom and the boudoir?" "It was." Mrs. Winslow moistened her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. "But I was listening to the radio, using the earphones." Penfield eyed her in obvious disappointment. "So you heard nothing," he exploded. "Were you there all of Monday night, the night your guest, Dr. Kane, just down the hall, was murdered?" "Murdered?" Mrs. Winslow half rose, then sank back in her chair. With desperate effort, she regained her self-control. "I cannot even contemplate Dr. Kane's frightful death without emotion," she gasped. "You must pardon me, gentlemen," taking a deep breath before speaking again. "Yes, I stayed up in my boudoir playing with my radio set, tuning in on distant stations while I waited for my husband. Arnold had promised to bring Dr. Kane there later that night. Instead, he brought news of his death. She covered her eyes with her gloved hand and bowed her head. For a brief instant there was silence. Then she looked up and her eyes were like coals of fire against the whiteness of her cheeks. "Send for Elsa Chase," she cried. "She, and she alone, was the last person to see Dr. Kane alive." Penfield eyed her in silence for a moment, then rose. "Thanks, Mrs. Winslow," he said courteously. "We shall not need you again this afternoon." Then, to the morgue master, "The next witness, Mason, is Miss Klein." Mrs. Winslow walked by the trained nurse in the aisle with no sign of recognition, save a stiff bow, but Miss Klein, perturbed by her surroundings, gave her hardly a thought as she waited for the morgue master to swear her in as a material witness. Briefly, she replied to the coroner's questions as to her full name, her legal residence, her age, and qualifications as a trained nurse. "How long have you been with Miss Elsa Chase?" he asked, pausing to take a drink of water from the pitcher in front of him. "Since her accident in Chicago, nearly 8 months ago," she replied. "And is your patient better?" "Yes." "Much better?" with emphatic persistence. "No," meeting his eyes calmly. Penfield shuffled his papers about, searching for a pencil, before he again addressed the witness. "Dr. Kane saw Miss Chase on Monday night," he began. "How did he diagnose her case?" "Dr. Kane did not inform me." Coroner Penfield eyed the trained nurse with feelings of exasperation. Her severely tailored suit, her trim hat, and her air of aloofness annoyed him. "Well, did Dr. Kane say nothing to you as to her condition, her treatment, when he left?" Miss Klein shook her head. "I was in the kitchen preparing some hot broth for Miss Chase, and when I came back, he had gone," she explained. "I did not see Dr. Kane to talk to alone." "Oh." Penfield stroked his cheek. Things were not going as he had hoped they would. Miss Klein was decidedly not a communicative witness. "Well, what happened after Dr. Kane's departure? What did you and Miss Chase do then?" "She drank her broth, took her medicine, a bromide, and when she was entirely comfortable, I returned to my room and prepared for bed." Miss Klein spoke more rapidly, but her eyes remained steadfastly on the coroner. She found it less distracting than staring at the people in the crowded room. "Were you disturbed by anyone walking over your head?" asked Penfield. "Dr. Kane's bedroom and bath were over the suite of rooms occupied by you and your patient." "I heard no one moving about upstairs," she declared without hesitancy. "There are, as you doubtless know, heavy rugs in every room which would tend to deaden any sound. Also, Mr. Winslow's guests on the floor with us were quite noisy. I heard them laughing and talking until I fell asleep." "And when did you awaken?" "When Mr. Winslow and his guests came outside and removed Dr. Kane's body," she explained. "I dressed instantly, and after first seeing that Miss Chase was still asleep, I went out to help them. Then Mr. Winslow sent for me to take care of his wife." She sat back in her chair with an air of finality. "That is all I know of the tragedy." Penfield hesitated, eyeing her sharply. Suddenly he spoke with stern abruptness. "When did you last see Mr. Jack Winslow?" "Yesterday afternoon, just after his return from the city." For the first time, Miss Klein looked down the room and away from the coroner. His next remark caught and held her wandering attention. "You brought Miss Chase in with you?" he inquired, and as she bowed her head affirmatively, "That is all, Miss Klein." But the nurse lingered on the platform, and he glanced at her sharply. "Well?" "My patient is very delicate, very unstrung. Miss Klein was choosing her words with care. "May I have your permission to stay here with her?" He nodded. "Yes," gruffly, and Miss Klein hurriedly followed the morgue master into the anteroom. A second later, they returned, pushing Elsa along in a wheelchair. It was one borrowed from a nearby hospital by Inspector Mitchell that morning, after he had found Elsa's presence would be required at the inquest. Peter, with the assistance of a sturdy policeman, had carried the girl from the Winslow limousine into the morgue half an hour before and installed her in the chair. As the wheelchair rolled slowly down the aisle, the spectators in the rear of the room rose to have a better view of the scene, but the coroner's vigorous rap for order checked the low buzz of comment. Leaving the platform, he stationed himself at the foot of the wheelchair, which had been drawn up just below the witness stand. "We will take your testimony from here," he said kindly. "Mason, administer the oath," and the morgue master stepped forward, Bible in hand. Back in his place, Thorne was keenly watching the little group about the girl. He noted her spasmodic effort to straighten up still further as Mason raised the Bible. But the hand she held aloft as she repeated the solemn words after the morgue master was steady, and her voice, low-pitched though it was, carried to every corner of the room. Contrary to custom, Coroner Penfield did not commence his examination with the more or less stereotyped questions. "Miss Chase," he began, "are you engaged to Mr. Jack Winslow?" A burning blush crimsoned Elsa's cheeks, rivaling the delicately applied rouge with which she had sought to hide her pallor. "I am," she replied, with a catch in her throat. To have her private affairs broadcast before a curious and unsympathetic public was a distinct shock. "You have known Mr. Winslow and his family for some time?" inquired Penfield quickly. "During the past year, yes." "And are you on good terms with all of them?" "Certainly, or I would not remain as their guest." Her quiet dignity and her unusual type of beauty were making their impression, even on Coroner Penfield, but his businesslike manner did not alter, although his voice gained in gruffness. "What part of the country are you from, Miss Chase?" he demanded. "New England." "Boston, in fact?" She shook her head. "The Chases come from Cornish, New Hampshire." "But you have lived in Boston," with an insistence that brooked no denial, "and there you knew Dr. Kane." "I did not!" she cried. "I never met him until Monday night." "So?" Coroner Penfield's smile was skeptical. "And how long did it take him to make his examination?" "Not so long," Elsa acknowledged. "Dr. Kane was very thorough." For the first time her voice trembled. "Very encouraging, for he held out strong hopes for my ultimate recovery by the removal of the pressure on my spine." Penfield considered her for a moment in silence. It was seldom he had so interesting a witness to interrogate. "You would be the gainer, then, had Dr. Kane lived," he suggested swiftly. "Yes." "And are the loser through his murder." Miss Klein's hands, resting on Elsa's shoulders as the trained nurse stood behind her chair, pressed her back against the pillows put there for her comfort by the attentive Peter. Under the girl's fur coat, Miss Klein could feel her rapid heartbeats, and her strong, capable hands patted her patient sympathetically, tenderly. The human touch steadied Elsa. "What is that you say?" she asked. "Dr. Kane murdered? Oh, it is not possible." A shudder shook her. "Murdered," went on Penfield, his voice deepening, "while visiting old friends, and murdered within 8 hours of his arrival in Washington. Of those 8 hours, Miss Chase, he spent the greater time with you." Elsa's blue eyes were raised and stared steadfastly into his. She listened as if hypnotized. "You have just stated that his medical examination took not so long," imitating her tone. "Then what occupied the rest of his time with you?" "We were talking." About what? My engagement to Jack. Elsa became more conscious of the close atmosphere of the overheated room. It made her head swim, and Penfield's features grew vague, clouded before her. With a hasty gesture, she passed her handkerchief across her lips. The pungent perfume with which it was saturated helped clear her brain. Dr. Kane knew Jack well when he was at Harvard, and he told me many anecdotes of Jack's athletic career there and of his remarkable success in chemistry. Chemistry! Penfield echoed the word with triumphant emphasis. So Jack Winslow is a skilled chemist. Well, what business is he engaged in now? What branch of chemistry? The manufacture of dyes? The making of munitions? Elsa, bewildered by Penfield's rapidly mounting excitement and his repeated questions, stammered in her speech. Dr. Kane was lamenting that Jack hasn't put his knowledge of chemistry to practical use. He hasn't. Penfield rested both hands on the platform against which he leaned and bent toward her. Dr. Kane was killed by inhaling carbon monoxide gas. That gas, he spoke slowly, impressively, for experimental purposes can be generated, and its deadly qualities are known to all chemists. His look held hers. Where is Jack Winslow now? As the silence lengthened, Elsa pressed her hand against her mouth to suppress the scream she feared would escape her. The raised lettering A-E-I of the gold ring on her engagement finger cut her lip, but she was unconscious of it. Could she answer truthfully and keep faith with Jack? Suddenly, her head was thrown back, and she faced the coroner, her lovely eyes ablaze with hidden fires. I do not know, she whispered as consciousness left her. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Hide and Seek. Arnold Winslow tossed down the Evening Star just as the door of the den opened and Thorne stepped inside. At sight of the detective, Winslow's whole expression brightened. "I thought you'd never get here," he exclaimed. "Sit down and tell me of the inquest." Thorne glanced at the newspapers scattered about. "If you've read the 5:30 editions, you must be well informed." Winslow's face flamed red with anger. "They insinuate," he almost bellowed the words, shaking the Times back and forth, "that Jack has something to do with Kane's murder. It's outrageous, monstrous, damnable." He sank back, exhausted by his own vehemence, then reached forth a shaking hand for the highball glass on the desk by him and drank the fiery liquid in great gulps. "Jack's a fool in many ways," he admitted a second later, "but he wouldn't commit cold, premeditated murder." The detective's eyes rested curiously on Winslow's neck. The soft collar of the silk shirt under his smoking jacket was worn open, without tie, and the bruises on his white skin showed faintly. "How'd you hurt your throat, Mr. Winslow?" he asked sympathetically. Winslow's hand shot upward, and he adjusted the collar more closely about his neck. "When I fainted yesterday, I tried to open my collar and instead clutched my throat," he explained glibly, and changed the subject with marked abruptness. "Have you located the woman in blue with the Heavenscent perfume?" "Not yet. DuPont Circle is being watched closely. She has never shown up there since Monday afternoon." Thorne slipped his hand inside his pocket, and his fingers closed around the folded telegram from Chicago, which his clerk had given to him when he had left that morning for the morgue. "Have you had any communication from this woman since then?" "No, What more Winslow would have said was checked by the entrance of his wife, followed by Inspector Mitchell. Mrs. Winslow's agitation was marked by her unusually high color. "Inspector Mitchell wishes to search the house," she explained loudly. "He infers that we have Jack concealed on the premises." Winslow glared at the inspector. "What next?" he inquired grimly. "Have you the colossal nerve to arrest Jack on such flimsy evidence as was produced against him at the inquest?" "Flimsy?" echoed Mitchell with equal anger. "Well, if it's so flimsy, why doesn't he face the music instead of disappearing?" Staggered by the question, Winslow was silent, but only for an instant. His inborn combative spirit was not easily downed. "Because Jack was absent from the card room, because he knows chemistry, and because the autopsy is said to prove Kane died from carbon monoxide poison, which can be chemically produced for experimental purposes, you declare Jack murdered a man whom he has known for years, who acted as his guardian in my absence from this country, a man we have none of us seen for fully 2 years. Oh, bah!" Winslow's scorn cut like whiplash. "Is Washington's police force made up of imbeciles?" Mitchell's eyes had a curious gleam in them. "Thanks, Mr. Winslow," he began mockingly. "You have just given me the very information I wished, the relationship between the dead man and Jack Winslow. There I will find the motive for Kane's murder." Mrs. Winslow dropped down in the nearest chair. She felt, for once, incapable of speech. It was Inspector Mitchell who broke the pause. "Now, sir," addressing Winslow directly and ignoring the others, "suppose you tell me where we can locate your adopted son." But Winslow had pulled himself together. Gone was every trace of passion. It was the suave man of the world who replied. "That information, sir, you can deduce for yourself," meeting Mitchell's taunting gaze with an impenetrable smile. "Knowing Jack, I can confidently promise that he will face the situation in person and confute his enemies. Neither my wife nor I, sir, are well. I must ask you to retire. Lambert," raising his voice as he glimpsed the butler loitering outside the hall door, "show Inspector Mitchell out. Good night, sir." With a profound bow, which included all in the room, Mitchell left them, and Winslow turned feverishly to Thorne. "Have you learned nothing about Elsa Chase?" he asked. "I know what she testified," touching a newspaper on the floor with his foot. Then, with a complete change of voice, "The coroner insinuated she once lived in Boston. Could it be true, man, that she's linked up with Kane?" "In what way?" Swiftly. "What manner of man was this Dr. Kane?" "With women," Winslow shrugged his shoulders, "none too good. Do you suppose—" His voice rose higher in his excitement, and Lucy, the housemaid, passing down the hall from arranging Mrs. Winslow's bedroom for the night, caught what he said. "There was a love affair?" "Involving Miss Chase?" Thorne looked at him quickly. "Did you tell her that Dr. Kane was expected here Monday night?" "No." Winslow rose and paced the floor with restless, tired steps. "But then, if those two were, hesitating in his speech suggestively, Kane would have told her he was coming, and she would have had time to plot against him. Off with the old love, you know, before you are on with the new. There's a motive, Thorne." "Well, but the poison used—" The detective was studying Mrs. Winslow. It was the second time only he had seen her at close range without her hat and veil. She was a younger woman than he had at first thought. Her gray hair was arranged low over her forehead and ears and fastened in a severe knot at the base of her neck. Her delicately penciled eyebrows and rouged cheeks took away from her colorless expression, but it was her eyes that piqued Thorne's interest. The pupil of one was gray, the other brown, but both shone glassy and staring in the light of the electric lamps which illuminated the den. "The poison," went on Thorne, becoming conscious that Winslow and his wife were waiting for him to complete his sentence, The poison used certainly precluded the possibility of Miss Chase being involved in the murder. Winslow shook his head vigorously. "Nonsense," he objected. "There's the nurse, Miss Klein. She knows chemistry." "Beg pardon." The interruption came from the open door, and all three wheeled in that direction to find Miss Klein regarding them from the threshold of the hallway. "Miss Elsa would be very glad to see Mr. Thorne if he will stop in the music room on his way out. With your permission, sir," with a deferential glance at Winslow. "By all means." Winslow rubbed his hands together as he turned with eagerness to the detective. "Go at once, Thorne. I'll see you later." But when the detective and Miss Klein were safely out of hearing, he turned to his wife, his animation dropping from him, leaving stark misery in the glance he cast toward her. Mrs. Winslow rose and threw her arms around his neck. "Jack! Oh, Jack!" she moaned and burst into tears. "What madness to run away!" The great logs in the fireplace in the music room were burning brilliantly, and Elsa wheeled her chair dexterously along the walls until she had switched off all the electric lamps. The firelight suited her mood, giving her a sense of warmth and comfort. She was back in her place by the chimney corner when Thorne entered the long room. At first he did not see her, partly hidden as she was by the high back of a wing chair, but when he did, he still did not hurry his footsteps, preferring to take a leisurely look at the beautiful furniture, the handsome tapestries and curios in cabinets. He was quite certain they were alone before he finally seated himself at the opposite side of the fireplace and directly facing her. "You sent for me?" he began softly, after waiting an appreciable moment for her to address him. "What can I do for you, Miss Chase?" Elsa looked up and scanned him closely. Thorne's features were too rugged to be called actually handsome, but his dark, penetrating eyes under their heavy brows, his broad forehead with his black hair brushed carelessly across it, indicated strength of character and an intelligence above the average. In the past 48 hours it had been Thorne she had looked for. Thorne she had noticed picking his unobtrusive way among them all, missing nothing, saying nothing. It was Thorne she had grown to dread as an enemy. Abruptly, almost fiercely, she broke the silence. "The inquest was absurd, farcical," she exclaimed, "and yet the newspapers took it seriously, and they have dared picture Jack as a suspect." Her eyes blazed up at him challengingly. "Jack is not guilty, Mr. Thorne." "Guilty of what?" "Of what he is charged." "He is not charged with anything. Yet." Thorne was watching every movement of her slender, perfectly shaped hands as she played with the fringe of her silk scarf, which Miss Klein had thrown across her shoulders before wheeling her into the music room. "The inquest is not over, only postponed. Take care!" As the fringe ripped away. "You have torn your pretty scarf." Elsa's hands dropped into her lap, and she sat motionless, contemplating the detective. He had drawn back somewhat in shadow from the flickering firelight, and she could not make out his expression. "Miss Chase." She jerked her head upward nervously and looked at him under lowered lids. "In your conversation with Dr. Kane on Monday night, did he evince animosity toward Jack Winslow or any other member of the family?" The rose-colored scarf across her breast stirred as her breathing quickened. The question had caught her unawares. "He admired Jack's brilliant mind," she hesitated, "but deplored his lack of perseverance, his, laziness." "You are unjust," she blazed. "Jack was brought up with the idea he did not have to work. And he didn't use the talents God gave him," jeeringly, "lacking ambition, until he met you." She gazed at him wide-eyed. "It is not Jack you should criticize," she protested loyally. "You are wasting your time doing so to me. Why not investigate Dr. Kane's past?" "To further incriminate Jack in his murder?" "No, to clear him of all suspicion." Her voice rang out sharply. Do you never, in your work, protect the innocent as well as find the guilty? And before he could answer, then, in God's name, search out Dr. Kane's murderer. No matter at what cost to yourself? She bowed her head. I would sacrifice all, life itself, for Jack. The low, impassioned words echoed through the silent room. Without comment, Thorne waited. She was very beautiful, this girl before him. Was she also a superb actress? Suddenly, she mastered her emotion and eyed him curiously. Do I catch your meaning? She asked. Did you infer that I, touching herself, would be hurt by your investigation? Still in silence, the detective took out the telegram from police headquarters in Chicago and laid it in her lap so that the typed words were exposed. Nobody by name of Elsa Chase patient in Chicago hospitals during past 12 months. It was some moments before she spoke. Well, what of it? Her delicately arched eyebrows were raised interrogatively. You can be ill in Chicago and not be in a hospital. From another pocket, the detective produced a second telegram, but he did not open it at once. How did you happen to become acquainted with Jack Winslow? He asked. Through an accident? Yes. His car collided with my taxi. She lifted her hands and dropped them listlessly. The gesture was expressive. And you have not walked since. Tough luck. Thorne's tone admirably blended sympathy and interrogation. May I smoke? Still balancing the telegram on his knee, he took out a cigarette, but his search through his pockets for a match was fruitless. Here. Elsa located a box of matches in the bag attached to the side of her wheelchair and tossed it to him. Is the other telegram as barren of results as this one, Mr. Thorne? He shrugged his shoulders as he laid the second dispatch on top of the other. Judge for yourself, and he sat back while she read the message it contained. No taxi company has record of collision with car driven by John Winslow of Washington, D.C., Chief of Police, Chicago, Illinois. Elsa leaned back and smiled up at him. Jack paid high for the collision, she admitted softly. The taxi was privately owned and operated, and he gave the man a new car. So no suit was brought against him and no record made of it. She paused. Tell me, Mr. Thorne, who has prompted you to investigate this mare's nest? Thorne, busily engaged in lighting his cigarette, did not reply at once. The first match he struck went out. The next, with the vigorous stroke he gave it against the side of the box, ignited, but the head flew off, and the tiny flame lighted the lace of Elsa's silk dressing gown at her feet, setting it afire. Elsa moved her shoulders and arms convulsively, but the spreading flame was beyond her reach. Springing swiftly to her aid, Thorne smothered the flame. When he resumed his seat, he was satisfied of one thing. Her feet had not moved, although threatened by fire. The sound of someone rapidly approaching caused both Thorne and Elsa to look around, the latter with unmistakable annoyance. I am sorry, Miss Elsa, the trained nurse spoke with authority, but you are overtaxing your strength. Surely you can see Mr. Thorne tomorrow? With a raising inflection of voice. Elsa leaned back wearily. I'll be good. Don't lecture, she promised with a conciliatory smile as she looked up into Miss Klein's severe countenance. I am sure Mr. Thorne will excuse me. Until tomorrow, yes. Thorne pushed a small table out of Miss Klein's way as the nurse swung the wheelchair in the direction of the south door. I hope you will get a good night's rest. Elsa's grip on the wheels checked Miss Klein's progress out of the room. Turning slightly, the young girl held out her hand. Good night, she said simply, and her hand tingled from the detective's firm clasp as she went down the hall. Thorne paused in the doorway in some uncertainty. Arnold Winslow had suggested that he return to the den after seeing Elsa. A glance at his watch showed him it was approaching 11 o'clock. What he had to say would keep until morning. On entering the music room, the detective had brought his hat and overcoat with him and laid them on a chair by the north door. With a last look down the hall through which Elsa had been wheeled, he hastened through the long music room and stopped by the north door. His coat and hat were lying on a small upright chair to the right of the doorway, where he had left them on a large tufted chair on the left. The latter chair stood with its high back toward the fireplace halfway down the room by which he and Elsa had been sitting. A cushion in the chair showed clearly where someone had been resting upon it. Thorne ran his hand swiftly over the cushion and chair. They were still warm from the pressure of a human body. Thorne straightened up like a flash. Who had been eavesdropping? The detective parted the portieres before the door and looked into the hall. No one was about. With cat-like tread, he circled the downstairs floor. Dining room, pantry, kitchen, servants' dining room, card room, reception hall, dressing room, all apparently were devoid of occupants. Evidently, Lambert had concluded Thorne had departed, not seeing his coat and hat in the dressing room off the reception hall, and no electric lights going in the music room, for he had locked up the house for the night, putting the heavy brass chain across the front door as an extra precaution against intruders. Thorne had found the side door and kitchen entrance equally well secured. Only a dim light burned in the reception hall, and by its aid Thorne caught sight of a handkerchief lying on the floor, half concealed by the heavy portieres before the north door of the music room. Some object, stiffer than paper, was caught in the handkerchief, but Thorne thrust both in his pocket without looking at either, as a sound on the floor above caught his attention. Dropping back under the protecting folds of the portieres, he waited. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed before his vigil was rewarded. Down the circular staircase, step by step, came Lucy, her slippered feet making no sound as she crept along, electric torch in one hand, the other clutching her blue corduroy bathrobe across her chest. Even in the dim light, Thorne saw the girl's terrified expression. Lucy's destination seemed to be the front door, but before she could reach it, a beam of light fell on the white woodwork, outlining vividly a dancing, zigzagging silhouette. Lucy's knees crumpled under her, and she sank senseless to the floor. Springing across her body, Thorne bolted into the dressing room, from whence came the beam of light through its silken portieres, which were blown apart by the strong current of air coming through the open window. The detective cleared the window-sill in one bound and circled the house. Nothing was stirring save the leafless branches of the tall trees and the clumps of evergreens. Back once more through the open window, Thorne hastened to the reception hall, then stopped, bewildered. Lucy's unconscious body on the floor had vanished. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Hare and Hounds. For one brief minute, Thorne continued to stand, staring at the spot where he had left the housemaid's unconscious form. Then he returned to the dressing room. Swiftly he studied the place with its dainty dressing table, writing desk, mirror, and chairs. A globe-shaped electric lamp on a chiffonier had been tipped so that the direct rays from its powerful Mazda bulb were thrown across the room and far out into the hall, through the portieres blown apart by the wind from the still open window. Thorne closed the latter, and its well-oiled hinges and lock prevented even the tiniest squeak as it latched securely. His microscopic examination of the windowsill and ledge for fingerprints was barren of results, and swiftly he turned his attention to the room. One door opening from it led to the small lavatory, while only a silk portiere shut off the opening, part closet, part alcove, where coats and wraps were kept. Thorne stopped again in the middle of the dressing room and gazed about him. Apparently, the only entrance to be gained to it was through the hall door and the window. The latter, because of its closeness to the ground, was easily accessible, provided the window was open from the inside. Once again, Thorne made his round of the first floor, his electric torch the only light in the darkened house. Light as a cat on his feet, his progress was soundless. He paused the longest outside the door of Elsa Chase's bedroom. His keen ears could detect no sound, and no faintest ray of light came under the doorsill or through the keyhole. At Miss Klein's door, he paused in the act of rapping on the panel as he heard the unmistakable whir of machinery. Someone was using the house elevator. Thorne was waiting at the door of the elevator shaft when the cage reached the first floor. Without ceremony, he swung wide the outside mahogany door as the elevator came to a stop and gazed through the inner steel door at its occupant. Mrs. Winslow, apparently too aghast for speech, stood in the brilliantly lighted elevator with her hand on the press buttons which controlled the machinery and peered out into the dark hallway. Who is there?" she quavered, and for answer Thorne pushed back the steel door and stepped forward so that the light from the elevator shone full on him. Mrs. Winslow shrank further back. "You? Mr. Thorne? What are you doing here at this hour?" Thorne parried her question with another. "Do you wish something downstairs?" he inquired solicitously. "Anything I can bring you?" "Only a book I left in the music room. I couldn't sleep." She stammered somewhat in her speech and made no motion to leave the elevator. "Mr. Thorne, you have not answered my question," she reminded him gravely. "Lambert said you had left the house long ago." "Lambert was mistaken," he responded. "I am waiting to interview your housemaid Lucy. Suppose you take me to her bedroom," and before the startled woman could object, he entered the elevator and closed both doors. "Will you push the button for the next floor, Mrs. Winslow, please?" If he had been the famed Medusa, she could not have stared more intently at him. As if hypnotized, she did as he requested, and it was not until the elevator stopped again that she awoke from her trance. "What do you wish with Lucy at this hour of the night?" she questioned. "Unless it is something really serious, I do not feel that she should be disturbed." Thorne opened the two doors and stood aside that she might leave the elevator ahead of him. "Come with me," he suggested persuasively. "I would like to have you present at our interview. Which is her room?" Mrs. Winslow studied him in silence. There was an air of determination about Thorne that impressed her. Arguments, she realized, would not alter his purpose, whatever it was. She might divine the motive for his conduct if she followed his suggestion. Her curiosity thoroughly piqued, she gave up her first-formed intention of calling her husband to aid her in ejecting the detective. After all, he was employed by them to watch their interests, and he might reasonably argue that he had a perfect right, therefore, to be in their house at any hour. "Come this way," she directed, keeping her voice lowered, and with Thorne a dark shadow behind her, she moved with noiseless tread along the hall and down the passageway to the servants' sleeping quarters. Her soft rap on Lucy's bedroom door brought no response, and she looked dubiously up at the detective. He gave the doorknob a dexterous twist. It turned ever so gently, and the door swung inward. It was Mrs. Winslow, however, who located the electric switch in the room. As the light flared up, the figure on the bed stirred. Slowly, very slowly, the bedclothes were dragged down from Lucy's head, and her eyes peeped out at them. The sounds she made were unintelligent, but as Thorne advanced to the foot of her bed, sheer fright brought forth a gasping, "Oh, what is it?" Thorne was the first to address her. "Whom were you looking for when you went downstairs 10 minutes or so ago?" he asked, and his soothing tones calmed her to some extent. "Was I downstairs?" she asked wonderingly. "I remember falling and woke up here." She cast an apprehensive glance at Mrs. Winslow. "I sleepwalks, you know, and then I don't know where I go, nor why. The missus knows I do." "True," acknowledged Mrs. Winslow, and unconsciously her voice betrayed her relief at the trend the interview was taking. "Had I known why you wished to see Lucy, Mr. Thorne," reproachfully, "I could have told you this, and saved scaring Lucy so dreadfully. Why, the girl is as white as a ghost." Mrs. Winslow spoke truly. Lucy's cheeks rivaled her sheet in whiteness, but the unnatural brilliancy of her eyes, roving this way and that, suggested a mental condition not so easily explained. "Come, sir," Mrs. Winslow spoke with authority, "suppose we retire and give Lucy an opportunity to quiet down." And she whisked out of the bedroom, not forgetting to turn off the electric light, and perforce Thorne followed her. But at the elevator door, he checked her. "I'll get your book," he said. "There is no use your going downstairs again," and giving her no chance for protest, even if she felt so inclined, he brushed by her into the elevator and slammed both doors behind him, only to have her open the outer one before he had a chance to press the electric button. "I'm going with you," she announced with shrill emphasis, and bounced into the cage. "There will be no necessity for detaining you longer. You look so tired," sweetly commiserating. "I wish Mr. Winslow were awake. He would gladly give you a highball. Unfortunately, he has the key to the cellarette in the dining room." Thorne made no reply, being content to observe her closely. It was not like Mrs. Winslow to become so loquacious. The elevator came to a pause before either of its passengers spoke again, and in silence they walked to the north entrance of the music room, and Thorne turned into it. "Oh, you needn't bother," protested Mrs. Winslow, but Thorne had already switched on some of the lights and was looking eagerly about for her book. She spied it first on top of a music stand, and, picking it up, hurried determinedly toward the front door with the undoubted intention of ushering him out. "You saw Miss Chase," she began as he halted, hat in hand and door partly open. "Was your interview satisfactory?" "Entirely so," he answered, with a hint of a smile in his black eyes. Mrs. Winslow, in the role of inquisitor, amused him. She was so very obvious in her efforts to gain information. "By the way, Mrs. Winslow, has Lucy any little love affair on her hands?" "Why, She appeared somewhat nonplussed by the question. "One pays so little attention to servants' gossip, but, I believe there is a milkman who is quite smitten with Lucy's charms. She is pretty." "The milkman," Thorne repeated slowly. "Why not Sam Ferguson, the gardener?" In opening and closing the book in her left hand, Mrs. Winslow let it slip, and Thorne caught it before it touched the floor and returned it to her, not, however, before he had read its title, Aids to Forensic Medicine and Toxicology. As she murmured her confused thanks, Thorne slipped through the front door. He was buttoning his coat in the vestibule when he heard the heavy night chain once more put in place. Evidently, Mrs. Winslow was making certain the door would be securely fastened for the night. It was not the shrubbery, nor the beautiful landscape setting of Oaklands as outlined in the moonlight, which attracted Thorne as he circled the mansion on his way to his car parked by the garage, but the construction of the building, and particularly its height. Dormer windows on some of the wings indicated a third floor, but whether that floor was finished over the entire building was unknown to Thorne. The house itself was built on such spacious lines and covered so much ground that it seemed unnecessary to have bedrooms constructed on the third floor, and Thorne had concluded, never having had occasion to go there, that the whole place was a large attic with many storerooms. It had seemed to Thorne, while he waited for the elevator to descend that first time, that it had taken longer than when he and Mrs. Winslow had come down in it from seeing Lucy on the floor above. Was it that Mrs. Winslow had been in the attic and had come from there in the elevator? But what was Mrs. Winslow, not overly courageous, doing in the attic in the dead of night? And how had Lucy gotten to her bedroom without assistance in her unconscious condition? Thorne had seen too much of illness, of men and women stricken unconscious during the horrors of war, not to recognize Lucy's fainting state when she fell to the floor. He had left her only because of the imperative need of discovering who or what was casting the fantastic shadows on the wall and woodwork of the front door. And to think that both the shadow and Lucy had eluded him. Thorne's lips closed in stern resolve. Turning quickly to the right, he headed for the gardener's cottage. It might be that Mrs. Winslow had found Lucy unconscious and had taken her to her room by means of the elevator. Two things, however, were against that theory. How had she revived the girl in the brief time he was racing around the house, or gotten her into the elevator and upstairs after his return? The elevator would have betrayed itself by its noisy machinery. Slowly and with care, Thorne walked around the gardener's cottage. Every window was dark. One, which he concluded belonged to Ferguson's bedroom, was down from the top, but the Holland shade was lowered there, as was the case with all the others, so that no glimpse, with the use of his torch, could be obtained of the interior of the cottage. So far as appearances went, all was peaceful and quiet about the place, both inside and out. 5 minutes later, Thorne drove through the gates of Oaklands and along the highway to the city. He was chilled to the bone and utterly weary when he drew up in a downtown street and, parking his car, entered the Riggs Turkish Bath. He left there around 6 o'clock, refreshed and invigorated, and, locating a restaurant open at that early hour, ate a hearty breakfast. The city was astir when he finally drove up to his office building in Connecticut Avenue and entered it to find Inspector Mitchell pacing impatiently up and down the corridor before the closed doors of the Universal Detective Agency. "You are some night owl," grumbled the latter as Thorne led the way into his office. "I've tried your apartment a dozen times, as the janitor assured me you were there." He was mistaken. Thorne picked out a seat for Mitchell in the inner office and closed the door to make sure of privacy. His clerk and Jim would be along shortly. "Well, Inspector, what is it?" Mitchell tossed off his overcoat and hat and sat down heavily. "Where do you stand on this Kane Winslow affair, Thorne?" he asked. "Are you with us, or are you playing a lone hand?" Thorne eyed the inspector carefully. "Up a tree?" And, as Mitchell flushed, he added, "Come, if we are to be allies, let's have frankness." "You are right," admitted the inspector. "To tell the truth, Thorne, I can't afford to pull a bone. To arrest young Winslow without sufficient evidence to hold him, well, old Winslow has a lot of influence politically, and my goose would be cooked. He's employed you, hasn't he, to look after young Jack's interests?" "If you put it that way, he has. And not to find out who murdered Joe Kane?" with a penetrating glance from under frowning brows. "He doesn't believe the two are synonymous." Thorne met Mitchell's suspicious glance with unmoved countenance. "I feel at liberty to investigate Kane's murder." "Good." Mitchell hitched his chair closer. "I'm coming to you on my own responsibility, Thorne. Understand that. The department has nothing to do with it." Thorne nodded. "You've been to me before, on the same terms. Sure, you play straight, and damn it, you've got brains," with a sudden burst of enthusiasm foreign to his usually conservative manner. "I never met an American Indian before, but if all red men are like you, they're white." Thorne chuckled. "What do you want, Inspector?" he asked. "But wait." He rummaged about in his drawer and took out a bottle of perfume. "Smell that." He thrust it in Mitchell's hand, then drew out the handkerchief he had found in the music room at Oakland's after his interview with Elsa Chase. Unfolding it, he disclosed a theater ticket. "Now, smell the perfume on this handkerchief." Mitchell sniffed at the handkerchief and again at the bottle. "The same scent," he declared, then glanced at the label on the bottle. "Humph! Heavenscent. Appropriate name." He looked up sharply. "What has the perfume to do with the case in point?" Thorne, busily engaged in examining the theater ticket, did not reply immediately. Suddenly, he tossed the ticket into Mitchell's lap. "Good for one performance at Keith's Theater yesterday," he commented. "Find out, if you can, Inspector, who purchased that ticket. There is a bare possibility the ticket seller may know, and then I'll answer your first question." Mitchell turned the ticket over, then put it in his vest pocket without further remark. "The officials of the laboratory stand by their tests," he stated. "They declare Kane came to his death through inhaling carbon monoxide gas. I've made a careful examination of Oakland's, and Mrs. Winslow is right. There is no way the gas could have been introduced into the bathroom through the usual causes, from the exhaust of an automobile engine, a gas range, a gas water heater, gas logs, and other gas heaters. That positively puts the crime on a person or persons with chemical knowledge to generate the gas and with sufficient diabolical ingenuity to introduce it undetected into the locked bathroom." He paused. "You have had a chance to study the folks at Oakland's. Which one, in your opinion, fills the bill, except young Jack Winslow?" Thorne took out his pipe and tobacco pouch. He did not often smoke at that hour of the morning, but a smoke screen was sometimes most effective in concealing thoughts and expressions. "Your reasoning is entirely logical, Inspector," he admitted. "Have a cigar? No? Well," he started filling his pipe, "so logical that I am doubtful." His voice trailed off into silence for a moment. Then he added more briskly, "Have you located Jack?" "Not yet," glumly. "A description has been sent broadcast through the regular channels throughout the country. It's a funny thing we can't get his picture. The local photographers frequently importuned him for a sitting, and he always declined. Glover told me that Jack was averse to having even a Kodak snapshot taken by any of his friends." "Were you at Harvard together?" Thorne shook his head. "He was a freshman the year I graduated," he replied. "I returned to Harvard the year after the war to complete my course. I don't recall ever having known Jack while there." Inspector Mitchell drew out a bill folder and bent closer. "Did you run across Dr. Kane while you were in Boston?" Again, Thorne shook his head. "Never even heard of him." Then, with a quick smile, "I was remarkably healthy and never required a physician's care. Have you made any inquiries about Kane, Inspector?" "Sure. The report just came in from Inspector Smith of Boston." Mitchell moved even closer to the desk by which Thorne sat and laid the bill folder in front of him. "Kane was a divorcee. They don't know what became of his wife, only her name was Sarah Holcomb. No children, apparently." He stopped and cleared his throat. "While Kane has always been looked upon as a first-class orthopedic surgeon, his practice of late years has fallen off, for no apparent reason that the Boston police could find out." "That's interesting," commented Thorne quickly. "I'd follow it up, Inspector." Mitchell nodded. They added he'd been short of funds lately, with creditors pressing him for money. His bank admitted he'd made unfortunate investments. "More and more interesting," exclaimed Thorne. "Inspector, you're on the right track." Mitchell looked gratified. "Glad you think so," he said. "Now, listen here, Thorne. You've seen this bill folder before?" Thorne looked more closely at the leather bill folder. "It was lying on the chest of drawers in Kane's bedroom the morning after his murder." He stopped speaking as Mitchell opened the bill folder and spread its contents on the desk. All were there as Thorne remembered them: the 3 matches, visiting cards, driver's permit, and registration card for Kane's automobile, and $500 in bills of varying denominations. He wasn't killed with robbery as the motive, remarked Mitchell, separating the money. See here, and he produced a small soiled piece of paper stuck between two $10 bills. Read that memorandum. Hastily, Thorne scanned the pencil lines. J.W. paid $1,000. Still due $9,000. Interest 7%. Thorne looked up. The handwriting, he began, but Mitchell gave him no time to complete his sentence. It was written by Kane, he announced quickly. Boston sent down specimens of his handwriting. They are at headquarters. Interesting. Very. Thorne looked at the memorandum more carefully a second time. What do you make of it, Inspector? A clinching piece of evidence, Thorne, and against young Jack. Inspector Mitchell spoke with increasing rapidity as his excitement mounted. Figure it out for yourself, man. Here's Jack, who probably borrowed heavily at one time or another from Kane while he was in college. Kane doesn't need the money until his investments go flooey. Then he tried to collect, got $1,000 out of him, and came down to get the rest. But any debt contracted while Jack was at Harvard would be outlawed by this time, objected Thorne. Mitchell thrust out his jaw obstinately. Possibly he knew something discreditable to Jack, some college scrape, he pointed out. Oh, there's sometimes a way to collect bad debts not always recognized by law, with a wink at his companion, and Jack was no saint at college. Well, admitting that, what then? Mitchell leaned one elbow on the table and glanced up at Thorne. We know Jack had no money, for he was overdrawn at his bank. He may have been even deeper in debt, he pointed out. Perhaps he was desperate and resorted to desperate remedies, plotted to kill Kane with the use of this deadly gas, which, as you know, is practically odorless and leaves no trace. If it hadn't been for Dr. McLean's cleverness in noting the condition of the body, the crime would never have been detected, for if the body had once been embalmed, no trace of the poison would have been found. Thorne considered the inspector and the bill folder for an instant in silence. Your theory presupposes one thing, he argued slowly, that Jack had previous knowledge of Kane's visit. But he did know it, triumphantly. Lambert told me he took the telegram announcing Kane's arrival over the telephone 2 days before. In silence, Thorne sat back in his chair and contemplated Mitchell. He wanted time to think. Taking up his neglected pipe, he drew out a box of matches and struck one. It went out promptly, and as he again held the matchbox up to strike another, he noticed the red tips with blue tops on the matches. Swiftly, his eye traveled to the 3 matches lying in Kane's bill folder. They were identical in size, with the same red tip and blue top as these in the matchbox which Elsa Chase had taken out of her bag and given him the night before. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Woman in Blue. The weather had moderated, and after watching the mellow sunshine from the windows of her bedroom throughout the morning hours, Elsa Chase could stand it indoors no longer, and, regardless of Miss Klein's remonstrances, insisted upon being wheeled into the garden, having first ascertained that Mrs. Winslow had motored to Washington and that Mr. Winslow was keeping to his room. "If you do this, Miss Elsa," protested the trained nurse as she rolled the invalid chair along the garden walk, "you can't say that you are not well enough to have dinner with Mrs. Winslow tonight." Elsa turned her head restlessly on the pillow. "Mrs. Winslow is trying," she admitted, "but, Alice, anything is better than a dead calm, and my nerves won't stand much more. Oh," striking the arm of her chair a resounding blow, "why doesn't Jack send me some word? It isn't fair. It isn't just to keep me in suspense." "Hush." Miss Klein laid a soothing hand on her shoulder. "You cannot afford to lose your self-control." She looked carefully about to see that no one was within earshot. "Mr. Jack may have tried to communicate with you, but Lambert—" "Well, what about Lambert?" striving to twist around so as to see her companion. "Lambert wants more money." "Oh!" The dismayed ejaculation barely reached Miss Klein. Quickly, Elsa recovered herself. "So Lambert doesn't stay bought?" The trained nurse compressed her lips. "It's safer to have him in your pay, Miss Elsa, for Mr. Jack's sake." Elsa's hand on the wheel slowed down her chair. "Stop here," she directed, "and help me, Alice." As the nurse bent over to adjust the rug across her lap, Elsa opened her fur coat and, drawing out a long gold chain hanging about her neck, exposed to view a mesh purse. From its slender store she counted out 4 $20 gold pieces. "Use these judiciously, Alice. I'll wait here." Lying back on her pillows, Elsa watched the nurse cross the lawn and head for the back of the house. She was a big woman, but in spite of her height, she was exceedingly quick in all her movements. This time, however, Miss Klein walked with slow and plodding step, and there was a noticeable stoop to her shoulders. Through a blur of tears, Elsa saw her turn the corner of the house. She winked them away and swung the chair to the right and continued wheeling it along, careless of the route she took, her only desire to get away from her thoughts. She stopped almost as abruptly as she had started as the chair brought up against the gate leading from the footpath to the broad highway. A privet hedge, higher than her chair, separated the estate from the public road, and feeling entirely secure from observation, she sank back in her chair and relaxed, closing her eyes. The grateful warmth of the sunshine felt good to her, and she was unconscious of the passing time. A voice almost in her ear caused her to start violently, and the color drained from her cheeks at sight of a blonde woman in blue standing just inside the gate. The newcomer watched her with a cynical smile which sent a chill down Elsa's spine. "Well, well, here we are again," the newcomer exclaimed, "and that nurse of yours said you were too ill to come out of doors." Elsa summoned a strained smile. It was the best she could muster. Oh, why had she not stayed nearer the house, and why hadn't Miss Klein returned? "It is nice of you to be so solicitous about my health," she said softly. "You, a total stranger." The woman eyed her curiously, then from her bag took out a not-over-clean visiting card. "Since you insist on formalities," the sneer was apparent, "here you are. Can you reciprocate?" Without answering, Elsa glanced at the card thrust almost under her nose. "Mrs. Ben Lawrence," so ran the engraved script, but the card was withdrawn and replaced in the woman's handbag before she could decipher the scrawled address in the left corner. "I am sorry, Mrs. Lawrence," began Elsa, "but your name conveys nothing to me." "Then why have you avoided meeting me?" broke in the other. "What are you afraid of, if you don't know me?" And her eyes bored into Elsa, striving to pierce her mask of polite interest. Elsa shrugged her shoulders. "You are pleased to be mysterious," she retorted. "I was never good at conundrums." "Why not," raising clear eyes to the ones scowling down at her, "speak in plain United States?" Mrs. Lawrence indulged in a sneering "Ha!" Then, with a leer, "Where's your visiting card, Miss Elsa Chase?" The rising wind whipped a strand of Elsa's curly hair across her eyes, and she brushed it aside impatiently. "I have none with me," she replied patiently. "If you have anything to say to me, please say it. It is growing colder, and I cannot remain here much longer." "And you don't want to invite me into the house," swiftly. "Well, suppose I make a date with Mr. Winslow. He," with peculiar emphasis, "wants to see me." "Well, Pray see him and gratify his curiosity, retorted Elsa, losing all patience. Frankly, Mrs. Lawrence, I am tired of innuendos. You have uttered veiled threats on the 2 occasions I have seen you. Now, what is it? You want a showdown? The woman's blue-green eyes gleamed oddly. She moved forward so that Elsa could look directly at her without having to turn her head, and took off her felt hat. Then, with a movement both swift and stealthy, she lifted her blonde wig, disclosing her cropped gray locks and a hideous scar which crossed the top of her forehead where the hair would naturally have grown. Elsa shrank back against her pillows as a vision rose before her of a prone figure on a bed in a small whitewashed room, a room spotlessly clean, yet with menacing bars in the one window, a face on the pillow swathed in bandages, and the hideous scar a disfiguring blot in contrast to the white linen. Mrs. Lawrence's voice in her ear sounded far off. Only gradually did she sense what the woman was saying. "Come across, sister," and Mrs. Lawrence stood looking down at Elsa, her felt hat and wig once more in place. "It's easier to pay the price than doing a stir in the pen," she muttered coarsely, the thin veneer of artificial refinement dropping from her. Elsa fumbled in the mesh bag which she had dropped in the inside pocket of her fur coat instead of returning it to its usual hiding place, and drew out $50 in gold. "You will have to be satisfied with that," she exclaimed, catching Mrs. Lawrence's mutinous glance. "For now." The woman pocketed the money. "Shall I come out for more tomorrow?" suggestively. "Or perhaps tonight, when the menfolks are at home?" From her bag, which hung conveniently on the arm of her chair, Elsa took a pad and the stub of a pencil. "Your address?" she asked briefly, and the woman, glancing at her uneasily, saw that she had gone too far. "What do you want it for?" suspicion overcoming her cupidity. "So that I can communicate with you through others," swiftly regaining her composure, although her heart was still thumping unevenly against her ribs. "Stop," observing the protest trembling on Mrs. Lawrence's lips. "If you wish money, it will have to be given to you in my way, or, well, you know the penalty for blackmail." The woman's color changed. There was another method of gaining her ends, and it behooved her to walk warily. "I am stopping at 1819 35th Street, she volunteered, and would have added more, but the gate behind them clicked as it swung back into place, and Ferguson shambled up to them. "Is this here woman a botherin' of ye?" he questioned, touching his finger to his cap visor, and, with an appraising glance at Mrs. Lawrence, "Mr. Winslow don't permit no trespassing, ma'am." Elsa pressed the blunted stub of her pencil against the pad as she wrote down the figures in blind haste. Thank God Ferguson had come, but how much of their interview had been overheard by him? The effect of the gardener's presence on Mrs. Lawrence was marked. Instantly she was all suavity. "Just stopped for a friendly word," she announced glibly, "seeing this young lady through the garden gate sitting here so lonely. Well, I must be off," and she waved her hand coquettishly at Elsa as she sidled through the gate which the scowling Ferguson held open for her, and went on down the highway. Ferguson gazed after her while he fumbled with the chain with its heavy padlock, both of which were used to ensure privacy when Mr. and Mrs. Winslow were away from Oaklands. The padlock had rusted a bit, and it took several seconds of effort to get it and the chain both in place and securely locked to his satisfaction. Then he turned about to address Elsa, but she and her wheelchair were nowhere in sight. Ferguson stood where he was for fully 10 minutes, cogitating. Then, picking up some garden tools which he had dropped when locking the gate, he went in search of his assistant. Had Ferguson remained at the gate 2 minutes longer, he would have spotted Thorne driving slowly along the highway in his high-powered car, looking for a place to park. The road widened at the intersection of the footpath, and swinging his car around, he drove just beyond the gate and stopped partly on the turf. After locking his car, he made for the gate and stopped, somewhat puzzled at finding it padlocked. Heretofore, it had stood invitingly open, and he had decided to approach the house from the footpath. A remark Mr. Winslow had let drop had clearly indicated that his wife objected to cars being parked within the grounds of Oakland's because of the gasoline fumes which were sometimes wafted toward the house, and the windows of her bedroom and boudoir opened upon the driveway. It required no effort for Thorne to hurdle the gate. He kept physically fit at all times, and while at college he had been the best all-round athlete in his class. With a light, easy tread which carried him swiftly along the pebbled walk, he swung toward the house, but instead of approaching it when in sight of the building, he left the walk and crossed the lawn, bearing to the left. As he circled a clump of bushes, he caught sight of a wheelchair being slowly propelled parallel with the house. The ever-attentive Miss Klein was not there, and Thorne, close enough to see Elsa's hands on the wheels, noted the dexterity with which she maneuvered the chair to her liking. The lawn was covered with a top dressing, making the going for wheels as well as feet very rough, and Thorne concluded it must take considerable muscular effort to move the chair about as Elsa was doing. Her actions perplexed Thorne, and he stood and watched her. Instead of going either straight around the house or turning back toward Thorne and continuing in that direction, she faced her chair toward the row of windows and, tilting back her head, stared up at them. By the movement of her right hand, Thorne could tell she was checking them off, counting slowly, and every now and then pausing to refer to a piece of paper in her lap. His interest thoroughly aroused, the detective approached her noiselessly. Some uncanny intuition of another's presence caused her to glance up, and she tucked the chart inside her coat. The movement dislodged the small writing pad. It skidded off her knee and fell unnoticed on the turf as Thorne accosted her. "What attracts you especially in the architecture of Oakland's?" he inquired, lifting his hat. "Its spaciousness?" "Vastness is a better word," she responded quickly. "Frankly, Mr. Thorne, I shouldn't care to live in so large a house. It isn't my idea of a home." "Ah, you prefer love in a cottage?" "True," composedly, although her cheeks turned a rosier hue. "There is something more appealing to me in Ferguson's cottage than Oakland's, beautiful as it is." Thorne ran his eyes swiftly over the mansion before them. "Those dormer windows," he began softly, "in the third floor. What do they open into?" "I don't know," shrugging her shoulders. "I cannot roam upward, Mr. Thorne," touching her chair. "Why not?" with a covert glance at him. "See for yourself." "I will." Thorne took out his cigarette case and offered it to her. "You won't smoke?" as she waved it away. "Then may I?" He selected a cigarette and, after lighting it, proffered his matchbox. "Take it back. It's yours." She eyed him in surprise, with a touch of disdain. "Surely you don't think I count matchboxes?" "But this particular one," turning it over, "with its red tip and blue top matches, is unusual. In fact, I've only seen matches like it in Dr. Kane's billfolder." "Let me see the box." Elsa straightened up and regarded it with interest. "Dr. Kane asked permission to smoke during our talk. He must have left the box in my room, for I remember now he used his own matches." "And took away 3 in his billfolder?" with quiet persistence. "Why, Miss Chase?" Again she shrugged her shoulders. "I cannot account for a man's vagaries," shortly. "Why waste time over trifles, Mr. Thorne?" "Life is made up of trifles," he retorted. "Tell me, have you any news of Jack Winslow's whereabouts?" Elsa eyed him steadily. "None." She sighed deeply, and the sudden animation which his unexpected presence had aroused deserted her, and she dropped limply back on her pillows. "Oh, Mr. Thorne, you have disappointed me," she murmured. I have asked about you, learned such wonderful things of your career, and yet you do nothing in clearing up this terrible tangle." He smiled at her, and his smile was very engaging. "Have just a little patience." Thorne thrust his hands in his pockets and gazed down at the ground, and the white writing pad caught his eye. Obviously, she had dropped it. "Miss Chase," he pronounced her name with sudden, sharp abruptness, "why are you acting as a stumbling block?" "Why should I be a signpost?" she retorted swiftly, her combative spirit flaring up. "To point the way to your failure?" Again he smiled, refusing to take offense. "If you wish to put it that way, yes. But, Miss Chase, please remember a good soldier never gets discouraged." She welcomed the opportunity for a change of topic and seized it. "You saw service in the World War?" she asked, looking with honest admiration at his splendid physique, shown to advantage in his well-cut suit of clothes. He had left his overcoat in the car. "I was in it from Chateau Thierry to the Argonne," replied Thorne, edging his foot cautiously forward. He kicked the writing pad out of sight under her chair. "And you were wounded? You suffered?" she questioned quickly. "I was wounded once," he acknowledged, a faint twinkle in his eyes, which belied the seriousness of his expression. "And I suffered a lot. A mule kicked me." "You are pleased to be facetious," she exclaimed, biting her lip. "Honestly, that is the only time I was hurt in the war," he protested. "It put me in the hospital for 10 days. Elsa looked at him steadily. "Last night I couldn't sleep, and so read some of the papers and books Jack gave me a while back. Among them was a college paper, an old one, which gave your picture. I recognized it, and an account of your gallant conduct in the war. It said no one had a finer record. Surely in that Holocaust, Mr. Thorne, you saw enough suffering to—" "To what, Miss Chase?" as she paused. Never before had Thorne heard his praises sung by so beautiful a woman, and the experience, while novel, was exhilarating. He was destined, however, not to hear the end of her sentence, for a hand fell on his shoulder, and Winslow's pleasant voice sounded in his ear. "Well, well, why didn't Lambert tell me you had come?" he exclaimed. "Elsa, don't you think it too cold for you to linger here any longer? Come in the house, both of you." And taking it for granted they would do as he suggested, Winslow propelled Elsa's chair toward the front door. As they progressed forward, Thorne dropped back and, unseen by either Winslow or Elsa, pocketed the small scratch pad. They went at such a rapid gait there was little time for conversation. Inside the front door, Miss Klein met them, and, paying no attention to Elsa's expressed wish to remain, she wheeled her down the hall toward her bedroom. Winslow and Thorne silent witnesses to the nurse's quiet dominance. "No news?" inquired Winslow, as the two women disappeared out of hearing distance. Thorne shook his head, and the older man whitened to his lips. "I cannot understand it," he muttered. "Is it possible, Thorne, that Jack has met with some motor accident?" A second time, Thorne shook his head. "The police would hear of it if he had," he replied. "A description of Jack Winslow has been sent broadcast to every precinct and hospital." Thorne bent closer and lowered his voice. "Does Jack take dope?" Winslow recoiled, his face ashen. "Good God, no!" he gasped. "The boy's clean." "So far as you know." Thorne took a short turn about the hall, then halted again by Winslow's side. "There, sir, I didn't mean to upset you," as Winslow raised tragic eyes to his. "Dismiss what I said from your mind," and he added more briskly, "Can I go up to your third floor?" "Certainly." Winslow came out of his daze and led the way to the elevator. It took a moment or so for the elevator to reach them, and Thorne utilized the time in studying his companion unobtrusively. Winslow had regained something of his jaunty, pleasant manner, but his face still bore indication of his recent illness and stress of mind, and there were dark shadows underneath his eyes, which gleamed feverishly under his heavy brows. He appeared not inclined for conversation, and Thorne remained equally quiet as the elevator bore them upward to the third floor. He was the first out of the elevator and gazed about him with mounting interest. Part of the great attic was unfinished, although boarded over. Winslow went ahead, opening the doors of different storerooms, some filled with empty trunks. One, which he unlocked with due caution, had cases of pre-war whiskey and champagne, while still others contained discarded or damaged furniture. A door at the north end of the attic refused to open as Winslow turned the knob, and he looked in some perplexity at the detective. "This is Jack's private sanctum," he explained. "He has all his junk up here. He did a lot of experimenting with chemicals at one time, and so discolored and stained the porcelain tubs and washstand in his bathroom that Julia insisted that he fit out a place up here where he could be as untidy as he wished. But it's never kept locked. I don't understand," and he shook the door vigorously in his effort to open it. Thorne laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. "No good doing that," he advised. "See, there is a Yale lock, recently put in." The detective whipped out his pocket magnifying glass and applied it to his eye. Up and down, over each panel, painstakingly he examined the door, Winslow fuming by his side. "No regular carpenter put on that lock," he commented. "It's an amateur job." "What shall we do?" questioned Winslow eagerly. "The door is solid mahogany, like all in the house. I don't believe you can force it in without more assistance." Thorne straightened up. "Let's go to Jack's room," he suggested, and not waiting for a reply, he hurried to the elevator. With a swiftness and precision which elicited Winslow's unspoken praise, Thorne went through all Jack's belongings. The drawers of his bureau, chiffonier, and desk were carefully scrutinized and their contents replaced. The closet next engaged the detective's attention, then his bathroom. An hour later, Thorne admitted himself baffled as he stood once more in the middle of Jack's room and gazed slowly around. In no possible or impossible place had he found any key that would fit the Yale lock on the door of the room in the attic, nor had he located one clue as to Jack's whereabouts. "May I use your telephone?" he asked, but instead of returning to the den with Winslow, where the upstairs branch was located, he ran lightly down the staircase to the phone in the reception hall. It took several minutes to get police headquarters and several more seconds to locate the desk sergeant at the central office. Speaking rapidly and directly into the mouthpiece, Thorne instructed the sergeant to tell Inspector Mitchell, then out of the building, to come as quickly as possible to Oakland's and to bring a locksmith with him. At last, convinced that the sergeant understood the message and would deliver it, Thorne rose and sauntered over to a more comfortable chair by the hall window. Deep in thought, he paid no attention to Lambert as that worthy went about turning on the electric lights on the first floor, and also totally unconscious that he was the object of Lambert's covert glances every time the butler found occasion to visit the reception room. At first, lovely Elsa Chase was in Thorne's thoughts, to the exclusion of all else. The charm of her personality grew upon him with each interview he had with her. He needed no prompting from Arnold Winslow to study the girl and her unknown history. What if his search brought forth facts discreditable to her? Thorne stirred uneasily in his chair. Why did not Jack Winslow come forth and proclaim his innocence of any participation in the murder of Dr. Kane, his uncle's houseguest? 48 hours had passed, and still the police had been unable to locate him or his hiding place, if he was in hiding, as Inspector Mitchell firmly believed. Jack's personal friends and acquaintances had been closely questioned by the police. None had given information of the slightest value in tracing the missing man. There was one, however, who might know, although she had sworn to the contrary on the witness stand: Elsa Chase. What more probable than that Jack had, since then, communicated with his fiancée? Thorne thrust his hands deep in his pockets, his old and familiar trick when debating with himself. As he did so, his right hand came in contact with the scratch pad which he had picked up under Elsa's wheelchair. Taking it out, he switched on the small reading lamp by him and examined the pad, which bore her initials on the back. The first sheet was devoid of pen or pencil mark, but on closer examination the detective made out the impression left when the sheet above it must have been heavily written upon by a blunt pencil. Taking out his magnifying glass, Thorne studied the marks. The impression was fairly distinct, and he made it out without difficulty. 1819 35th Street. Thorne replaced the pad and the magnifying glass in his pocket. Suppose Elsa Chase had gotten word from Jack, and she had jotted down his address. It was not an unreasonable hypothesis. The ringing of the doorbell aroused Thorne, and he stood near the entrance while Lambert talked to the plainclothes detective seeking Mr. Winslow. "Come inside." Thorne broke into Lambert's efforts to dismiss the man. "Go upstairs, Lambert, and tell Mr. Winslow that Mr. Jackson is calling." When Thorne spoke in that voice, there were few who had the temerity to disobey him, and Lambert was not one of them. As the butler hurried away, Thorne stepped close to the detective. "Hang around," he whispered. "After you've seen Winslow, get him to take you to the attic and wait there until Inspector Mitchell comes. I'll be back later." And snatching up his cap, Thorne slipped out of the front door. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Unknown Emissary. Ferguson slunk along the side streets of Georgetown, thankful for the many shadows which darkened the doorways. He was not seeking the limelight. 15 minutes' walk brought him to the house corresponding in number to that given by Mrs. Lawrence to Elsa Chase. It stood in a row of lodging houses, judging from the signs, rooms and board, which decorated most of the parlor windows. Ferguson turned into the front yard, protected, like its neighbors, by an old-fashioned iron fence, and sat down on the wrought iron bench to one side of the walk leading to the front door. He was tired in the first place, having left his motorcycle in a garage over a mile away, and, not being familiar with Georgetown, had covered street after street until he finally located the one he sought. Secondly, it occurred to him that Mrs. Lawrence might be either coming home or perhaps leaving the house for some theater or movie palace, and he could thus see her without his visit becoming known to her landlady or others residing there. The gardener had sat on the bench for at least 5 minutes when he heard Elsa's name pronounced. The voice came from the second-story front window, which was opened a trifle. By the speaker's shrill tones, he judged her to be Mrs. Lawrence, and Mrs. Lawrence in an excited frame of mind. The room was entirely dark, and save the one exclamation, "Elsa," no other sound came from it. Suddenly, the front door was opened, and a man slipped outside. He was muffled to the eyes, with hat pulled low on his forehead. Regardless of the figure on the bench, he hurried down the walk and along the street, his gait an almost sliding hop caused by one foot trailing after the other. Ferguson's thoughts, however, were not on the hurrying figure. Instead, he was contemplating the front door with eagerness. In the man's hasty exit, he had failed to latch it, and the door stood open a crack. Quick as a flash, the gardener slipped inside the house. From the back, evidently the kitchen dining room, came the sound of voices, but, judging from the feeble light from the hall gas jet, no one was in the front of the house. Noiselessly, Ferguson climbed to the second floor and turned the handle of the door confronting him. In the rear of the room stood Mrs. Lawrence, the light from the connecting room coming through the open door at her back. With his most ingratiating air, Ferguson approached her swiftly, and her startled exclamation was partly checked by his friendly greeting. Nothing to get alarmed about, Mrs. Lawrence, he announced. I'm here for your good. Ferguson, from Oakland's. The last was said almost under his breath, for her ear alone. Where can we talk by ourselves? The woman stared at him in silence. She was still breathing rapidly from the fright he had given her. The room they were in was her bedroom. Back of it, a tiny place she had turned into a sitting room for gentlemen callers, as she had coquettishly told her landlady. Except that she was unduly excited, she would never have classed Ferguson, unkempt and unclean, among the latter. "Come right in," she exclaimed, waving her hand toward the inner room, and Ferguson, twirling his hat in his fingers, gave a bob of his head as he passed her. The room, with its one small window, was cluttered up by a daybed, several wicker chairs, and a center table. As Ferguson stopped by one of the chairs, his eyes swept the place and fell on a mirror on the wall opposite the door through which he had entered. As he gazed, he caught Mrs. Lawrence's reflection in the mirror, saw her look cautiously about, then, handling a hypodermic syringe with practiced hand, she drew back the loose sleeve of her tea-gown, a garment purchased in her more prosperous days, and thrust the needle into her left arm. Ferguson's lips creased into a cruel smile, and his eyes gleamed. His suspicions were verified. Concealing the hypodermic in her clothing, Mrs. Lawrence joined the gardener, closing the door behind her. He selected the chair farthest from the window, although the dark holland shade, drawn down as it was, obviated any danger of his shadow being seen upon it from the outside. "Why do you wish to see me?" asked Mrs. Lawrence curiously. "You've never been halfway civil the few times we've met. It's a habit of those at Oakland's." She could not forbear the sneer, in spite of her desire to placate him and later pump him. Ferguson planted his elbows on the table and leered at her. There were still traces of beauty in the face opposite him. Mrs. Lawrence, before the ravages of illness and dissipation, had been considered handsome. With penciled eyebrows, rouged cheeks, and reddened lips, seen only in the merciful light of a flickering student lamp, her unnatural pallor and staring eyes, with pupils much dilated, went unnoticed. "You've misunderstood some of us at Oakland's," explained Ferguson, as the woman moved restlessly, disturbed by his continued silence. "We'd like to be your friends," with a knowing smile, as she eyed him suspiciously. "For a consideration." "What's that?" "A piece of information." He leaned across the table. "What's your hold on Elsa Chase?" "What's that to you?" "Nothing. To me." Ferguson shrugged his shoulders with well-simulated indifference. "But there's them that'll pay high." "So, you're a fixer." She regarded him steadily, her cupidity awakened. "For whom?" Ferguson spread out his hands in a significant gesture. "That's not material. Money talks, you know, and names don't matter." "They do with me." Mrs. Lawrence settled back in her chair with an air of finality. "Who's bidding for the information I have? Tell me that." Ferguson hesitated. The woman had a price, that was certain, but to gain his point without betraying others required diplomacy. He could not afford to offend Mrs. Lawrence. That would defeat his own ends. From his pocket he drew out a roll of bills, gold certificates, and fingered them lovingly. Mrs. Lawrence's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money, and her hands twitched. "Who sent you here?" she demanded, but with less insistence. "Those that hate Elsa, or those that love her?" Paying no attention to her remark, Ferguson counted the money. 900, 1,000, he ended. "A tidy sum for just a night's work." She shook her head. "Not enough." Ferguson promptly pocketed the money. "There's the bowls," he suggested softly, and she burst into cackling laughter. The idea amused her. "For whom? Elsa?" she questioned mockingly. "Elsa will never go to the police of her own sweet will. She dasn't." Again she laughed. It was not a healthy sound, and Ferguson had a sense of growing uneasiness. "And Mr. Winslow can't, without me." There was a brief silence as the man and woman eyed each other across the painted tabletop. The former turned the situation over in his mind, even as he took up a pencil and pretended to do some figuring on his none-too-clean cuff. He was careful not to put pencil to paper. "So Mr. Winslow can't go to the Bulls without you," he repeated. "Well, spill your information. Perhaps Mr. Winslow will go higher than a grand." "Maybe he will," with a faint shrug, "but young Jack is a free spender." Lapsing into the crook's lingo that Ferguson used, "He'll come across handsome." Her companion grinned appreciatively. "Young Jack won't be free long to spend anything," he pointed out with evident enjoyment. "Not when he's copped by the Bulls for bumping off old Joe Kane." Mrs. Lawrence stared at the gardener as if she had not heard aright. "What's that?" she gasped. "Joe Kane of Boston?" "Sure, he's dead." It was his turn to regard her curiously. "Where have you been, that you haven't heard how young Jack Winslow was wanted by the Bulls for poisoning old Joe at Oakland's last Monday night?" It seemed doubtful if she heard him. She sat so still, so motionless. Then suddenly she dropped back, shaking from head to foot. "I'm not well," she gasped incoherently as he rose and leaned across the table, looking down at her, mouth agape. "I was sick." Her tone became a whine. "So sick I couldn't read, couldn't eat, just lay abed till Wednesday." She stopped, panting for breath. "Hadn't even the gumption to get out to Oakland's till today. So Joe's kicked off." She broke into wild, immoderate laughter. Suddenly she checked her unseemly mirth and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "What brought him to Oakland's?" she questioned after a second's silence. "Joe Kane, I mean." Then, as Ferguson averted his eyes, she asked with sudden, ungoverned fury, "Answer, do you hear?" "I hear tell," Ferguson again lapsed in his English, "that he came down to see Elsa." "What about?" Her eyes were boring into him like gimlets, and Ferguson stirred restlessly in his chair. "He being a physician," the gardener spoke with marked hesitation, "and she being a cripple." "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" Her laugh was more like an explosion. Again she gave vent to peal after peal, rocking back and forth in her chair. "Hey, shut up!" Ferguson gazed at her in alarm. "Do you want to bring the whole house about us? This ain't no comedy drama." Instead of quieting her, his last words brought on another paroxysm of laughter. Ferguson, thoroughly disturbed, gazed at her in desperation and used the only remedy he thought effective: bribery. Again he drew out his roll of money, caressing it openly with his fingers and displaying each clean new gold certificate tantalizingly. "Here's your grand," he coaxed, "and maybe I can throw in some snow, all you'll want of it." Her ears, deaf to his first plea, caught his last promise. A sweat broke out on her face, and she shook as with palsy. "When?" she asked in a sibilant whisper, bending forward. Ferguson's stiff features relaxed into his first smile. He had hit the right note at last. "You claim you got the goods on Elsa," he began. "Well, show me proof of it." Mrs. Lawrence wiped her face with her handkerchief. Her heart was thumping against her ribs most unaccountably, and her breath was getting shorter. What was it the doctor had warned her about 3 or 4 days before? Ferguson's features grew blurred, distorted, then cleared as her vision became normal. "Who are you, anyway?" she demanded suspiciously. "A fly cop?" "No," with reassuring vigor, "and I ain't no beefer neither. I'm here to help you get what you want. Revenge." She never batted an eye as he paused dramatically, and, biting his lip, he continued more slowly. "Money and plenty of snow. That's the life for ye." He waited for his words to sink in. "Come on, here's the mon. Hand out some proof." "And the other?" Her words were little more than a whisper, but the greed and hunger in her eyes were unmistakable. "The snow?" "Later," he promised. "Just a little later." It was his last shot. Would she come across? In sheer nervousness, he drew out a cigar, stuck it in his mouth, and fumbled in his pocket for a box of matches just as she jerked open the drawer of the table standing in front of her. Ferguson ceased searching for his matches, and the fingers of his right hand closed over the butt of his revolver concealed in his pocket. He knew she was chippy with coke, and when coked up, snowbirds will murder, rob, and steal. If she had a weapon in the drawer, he had one in his pocket, cocked and waiting. And so they sat facing each other for what seemed interminable minutes to Ferguson. He could hear her hands turning and twisting in the drawer, making a curious ripping sound. Her eyes were downcast, and he could read nothing from her expression. Her lips were twitching oddly. Suddenly, a peculiar drumming sound cut the stillness. It came from under the table, and Ferguson started violently. "Keep your feet still, can't ye?" he commanded roughly. "Ain't you got no sense at all?" A second later he sprang to his feet, unable to remain motionless any longer, as the drumming under the table grew feeble and more feeble. Rushing to the woman's side, he tilted her head back and gazed at her ghastly face. The eyes uplifted to his grew glassy even as he looked, a rattle in her throat, and all was over. Ferguson drew in a long, hissing breath. Death had stalked its prey more successfully than he. Slowly, his wits came back to him as the shock passed off. His first impulse was to bolt. He could not afford to be caught with a stiff. Then reason reasserted itself as his brain cleared. He must not be caught there, nor must he be seen leaving Mrs. Lawrence's rooms. No one had come upstairs to inquire what the racket was. Possibly the other occupants of the house were away, at the movies or something. It wasn't so late. 9 o'clock. Swiftly, with never a sound, he searched the woman's pitiful few belongings, bringing to light nothing that touched upon Elsa Chase. Leaving there, he slid into her bedroom. One window had no shade, only a flimsy curtain, and he dared not light the gas. Some light came through the open door of the room where Mrs. Lawrence sat among her scattered treasures, and by its rays Ferguson made out the washstand with its running water. Wrapping his fingers in his handkerchief, he turned the hot water faucet, then washed his face and hands using his handkerchief as a towel and thrusting it still damp into his pocket. Back once more in the tiny room, he stopped before the mirror and, using a pocket comb, straightened his unruly hair, making it lie flat and smooth. Sweeping his hand across his mouth, he removed the tobacco-stained and unsightly false teeth, exposing the gums to view. From an inside pocket, he took out another set of false teeth and slipped them into place. These were white and even and completed his transformation. He dared not stop to shave, although he carried his safety razor. His short motor coat had a reversible lining, and he slipped into it. His cap also was reversible. Neatly dressed, with gleaming white teeth and a clean face, Ferguson bore but scant resemblance to the sloven who had, 15 minutes before, faced Mrs. Lawrence across the tabletop. He dared not linger. Any moment might bring some member of the household to inquire for her. Going over to where Mrs. Lawrence sat, with head sagging upon her breast, he stood for a second by the dead woman's side, but strive as he did, he could not bring himself to touch her, nor to drag her hands out from the drawer of the table. With a shudder which he could not repress, he turned away. Ferguson had reached the first landing of the winding steps when he heard the key turn in the lock of the front door, and a woman came in, followed by 2 men. "Come this way," he heard her say. "We can talk undisturbed in here," and she led the way into the parlor. As the door of that room closed, Ferguson gained the vestibule and passed like an evil shadow into the outer darkness. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Scraps of Paper. Inside the parlor, the landlady peered inquiringly through nearsighted eyes at her callers. She had met them turning into her walk as she returned from a call upon a neighbor. "Do I understand you gentlemen seek rooms?" she asked. "No." Thorne was the spokesman, as Jim Barker, his assistant, kept discreetly silent. "We called to see one of your lodgers, Mr. John Winslow." Then, noticing the landlady's blank expression, he added, "A tall young chap, blond, good-looking." She shook her head. "There's nobody of that name here. Perhaps Mrs. Hayes across the street." This was the number. Thorne's expressionless countenance gave no indication of his sense of disappointment. Had his hunch about the impression on Elsa's pad been wrong? He smiled deprecatingly at the woman, his manner entirely courteous. "Possibly Winslow did not give you his full name. Young men are sometimes, young men." Mrs. Sims smiled. "But I have only one gentleman with me," she explained. "Dr. Sands has been my guest," bridling a little, "for over 5 years, and he's quite elderly." "My mistake." Thorne bowed profoundly and opened the parlor door. He had wasted enough time that night, first in having a blowout, and on top of that, he had run out of gas on a lonely section of the highway from Oakland's. Walking to the nearest house, a quarter of a mile distant, he had telephoned to Jim to bring gasoline. The latter had been long in coming, or so it seemed in his burning impatience, and Thorne, locking his car, left it standing at the side of the road and accepted a lift from a passing motorist. Almost at the city limits, he had recognized Jim returning, hailed him, and, thanking the friendly motorist, had hastened into Georgetown with his assistant. With his hands still on the door, Thorne again addressed the little landlady. "Are you acquainted with Miss Elsa Chase?" he asked. "I'm sorry, but I'm not." Mrs. Sims enjoyed talking to men, and especially to one of Thorne's type. Well-groomed, undeniably good-looking, pleasant of manner. Why, she was getting quite a thrill out of it. "Never heard her name before?" And the landlady eyed him in mild surprise at his persistent questioning. "I can't say I have," she responded, "and I can't say I haven't. Seems to me I've heard her spoken of." From upstairs came a scream of prolonged intensity, followed by running feet and opening of doors. "Ma! Oh, Ma! What is it, dearie?" Mrs. Sims fled up the staircase, fear lending wings to her feet, and Thorne instinctively accompanied her. Plain terror had been in that scream, and where terror was, tragedy was apt to follow. At the head of the stairs, a young girl was leaning limply against the wall, her trembling knees barely holding her upright. "Mrs. Lawrence!" she gasped incoherently. Then, as her mother started for the open door, "It's awful in there, Ma!" The landlady stopped. "Awful what?" she demanded. "Talk sensible, Mary. Ain't nobody going to hurt you." The girl shuddered. "But I touched her," she moaned, "'cause she didn't look up or answer when I put the coffee on the table by her. Oh, her eyes!" She covered her face with both hands to shut out her memory of the scene. Thorne brushed by Mrs. Sims. "Stay here with your daughter," he advised. "Jim and I will see what's the matter." And he and his assistant sped through the dark bedroom and into the tiny sitting room beyond, from whence the light was coming. Both halted on the threshold of the open door at sight of Mrs. Lawrence. The dead woman's head was tipped to one side, having been pushed there when Mary gave her a vigorous shove to attract her attention. The sightless eyes turned upward, the ghastly twisted mouth told their own tale without spoken words. Reverently, the two men tiptoed to her side and stopped. Both her hands lay concealed in the partly open desk drawer. Thorne slipped his fingers along her arm and felt her wrist. No pulse. He turned swiftly to his staring assistant, his dark eyes burning with interest. "Call the coroner." "He's sick in bed," interjected Jim. "I tried to get a message to him early today." "Then phone the deputy coroner, Dr. Wingate. He lives in Georgetown, and Jim, The man halted at the door. "Tell Mrs. Sims not to come in. It's no sight for a delicate woman. Explain who we are and say we'll stay and aid her." Left by himself, Thorne struggled to control his rising excitement. Lying dead before him was the one woman he wanted to see, the blonde woman in blue whose actions had so bewildered Arnold Winslow and had aroused his curiosity as to the link connecting her and Elsa Chase. A link between Elsa Chase, delicately nurtured, educated, refined, and this... Thorne felt a wave of pity for the human wreck before him. What had she been like in earlier and more fortuitous times? Mrs. Lawrence had been the name given to her by the landlady's daughter. Thorne made no attempt to touch the body, once convinced there was no sign of life. Only in the presence of the proper officials could Mrs. Lawrence be moved. Paying her no further attention, he examined the room, little more than a large closet with its one window. Only one door opened from it, and that led to the bedroom through which he had entered. The furniture, while shabby, was neat and clean, as were the walls, bare except for the mirror opposite the door. 2 or 3 pillows lay on the daybed. The 2 unoccupied wicker chairs were near the table, on which was the tray and its large cup of black coffee, still smoking hot. In only one corner of the room was there any sign of disorder. There, a half-dozen or more magazines lay scattered about, and Thorne, dropping on one knee, glanced through them swiftly to find nothing of any interest. Evidently, Mrs. Lawrence's taste had run to lurid literature, as all the magazines were of a type to appeal to that class of reader. Once more on his feet, Thorne stepped over to the body. The unnatural position of her arms caught and held his attention. Were her hands jammed in the drawer that she had not withdrawn them? There must have been some contraction of her muscles when death occurred. It would be but natural had she jerked them back spasmodically. Thorne stooped down and looked under the chair and the table. The woman's feet and legs were twisted, not lying straight before her, confirming his theory that some convulsion, no matter how slight, must have occurred. Then why were her hands still in the table drawer? On his knees, the detective tried to peer into the drawer without removing her hands. The law forbade his changing the position of the body in the case of sudden death. The drawer appeared quite deep, and Mrs. Lawrence's hands were thrust far in it, although it was open only a little way. Thorne slipped his hand in the opening along by her arm. Papers rustled under his fingers. Something soft, possibly a handkerchief, lay to the right as he groped about. A touch of her chill skin made him jerk back involuntarily as their hands came in contact. He was still on his knees using his electric torch when he caught sight under the table of a piece of paper protruding from under the wooden bottom of the drawer where its sides had evidently warped and separated. Very gingerly, Thorne worked the paper loose and held it up to the light. It was apparently the upper half of a billhead, for the printed type ran, "Dryden Sanitarium and Convalescent Home, Chicago, Illinois. A. B. Dryden, R.N., Resident Manager." Beneath it appeared the items: 3-5-26, 2 room, $55, 2 meals for special nurse, $15, 2 laboratory fees, $10. A zigzag tear ended the statement. Thorne sprang up at the sound of people approaching, first thrusting the torn bill into his vest pocket. Jim headed the small procession, and back of him came Dr. Wingate, Inspector Mitchell, and an older man in a worn suit of clothes. "I was with Wingate when Jim phoned," explained Mitchell, taking a comprehensive look at the dead woman. "Brought him over in my car. Say, who is she?" The little landlady, the last to enter, found courage to speak. Mrs. Ben Lawrence, she stammered through white lips. She's been here going on 2 months. As nice a lady as ever I want to see. So kind and thoughtful. She stopped, the ready tears coming to her faded eyes. And to think she had to be taken like this. Oh, is there nothing I can do? And she wrung her hands. We'll let you know, madam. Wingate spoke sympathetically. The gentle little lady was so far removed from the hard-boiled type of lodging-house keeper that the warm-hearted doctor took upon himself all responsibility for the unpleasant duties which he knew would evolve out of the situation. If you will wait downstairs, we'll talk to you later, and he led her out of the sitting-room. Mrs. Sims stopped by the door of the outer hall and looked wistfully back. Put her on that bed, she said. Mrs. Lawrence always liked that bed. Wingate waved his hand by way of reply and returned to the others. His swift but skillful examination was completed finally, and he looked up at Mitchell. Help me move her chair back from the table, he suggested, but it was Thorne who came to his assistance, while Jim drew out the drawer at the same time so that it and her hands moved back simultaneously with her body in the chair. With intense curiosity, the men gathered about and gazed down into the drawer. It was filled, apparently, with odds and ends, handkerchiefs, scarfs, and feminine knickknacks. Toward the front and directly under Mrs. Lawrence's hands were scraps of paper, torn and twisted. Mitchell picked up the pieces and spread them out, but the pictures and type were so mutilated, so creased and worn, that they were unreadable and unrecognizable. Some newspaper clippings, he announced. The poor soul must have destroyed them in her last convulsion. What's that in her hands? Wingate and Thorne turned the hands over and loosened the fingers about a twisted piece of paper to which they still clung. Mitchell picked up the strip and put the torn edges together. What's this? The Dancing Silhouette, he read aloud. And that's all, turning the strip over. As he lifted his head to glance up at his companions, his eyes fell on Mrs. Lawrence's arms, from which the loose sleeves of her tea-gown had dropped back. From shoulder to elbow, the flesh was covered with red needle scars. Hello! So she took dope! The stranger in the worn suit of clothes came closer, and Wingate, who already knew him, looked up sharply, but before he could speak, Mitchell addressed the deputy coroner. An overdose? He questioned, pointing to the dead woman. It was not Wingate who replied, but the stranger. I am Dr. Sands, Inspector Mitchell, he explained. Mrs. Lawrence has been ill off and on since her stay in Washington, and I have attended her. I saw her last professionally on Sunday, and I warned her of her dangerous heart condition, and that any undue excitement might prove fatal. He looked across at Wingate. Angina, he said significantly. I see, Wingate nodded. That would explain this, with a pitying glance at the dead woman. However, there will have to be an inquest and a post-mortem examination. You will be called, Dr. Sands. He looked about the room and then at Inspector Mitchell. Anything further you wish to do here, Inspector? He asked. Mitchell shrugged his shoulders. Judging from what Dr. Sands says, it's now a job for the undertaker, callously. Suppose we lay her on the bed in the next room. Thorne lifted the dead woman in his strong arms, and Jim, going in advance to light the gas jet, carried her to the large brass bed in the next room. As he laid her down and withdrew his supporting arm from under her head, the button on his coat sleeve caught in her wig and dragged it off. Holy mackerel! Ejaculated Jim, startled out of his usual silence when he saw the woman's shaven head and the hideous scar as he went to Thorne's assistance. His exclamation brought the others into the room and up to the bedside. A burn, evidently, remarked Wingate. It's a wonder she survived it. Well, buttoning up his coat, I'll notify the proper authorities and have the body removed to the morgue for an autopsy. Don't bother to take me home, Mitchell, as the inspector started for the door. I'll walk. Will you, turning to Dr. Sands, be around the house some time longer? Yes, I'll help your men when they come." "Good," and the busy deputy coroner nodded good night to the others as he left, stopping on the first floor to explain the situation to the anxious landlady. Mitchell hesitated, then turning made an examination of the objects in the bedroom, and Thorne unobtrusively assisted him. Nothing turned up of particular interest. Evidently, Mrs. Lawrence had a dread of keeping letters and documents around, for none were found in her writing portfolio in the top drawer of her bureau or in her handbag. The latter contained $50 and some small change. A search of her trunk and closet brought to light only a scanty wardrobe and a few pieces of jewelry. "Ever hear her speak of any relatives, Dr. Sands?" asked Mitchell, closing and locking her trunk and placing the handbag there and pocketing the key. The physician shook his head. Mrs. Lawrence was not communicative, he explained. While she waxed voluble at times, she never discussed herself. Our landlady commented to me several times on her unusual silence. Mitchell scratched his head meditatively. "In that case, we can't notify her relatives." He turned suddenly to Thorne. "Say, what brought you here?" eyeing him inquisitively. Ignoring the question, Thorne stepped once more into the little sitting room and went quickly through the tumbled contents of the table drawer. The other half of the Dryden Sanitarium bill was not in it, however. Mitchell, who had followed him a second or two later, caught his significant gesture toward Dr. Sands, standing in the doorway regarding them, and forbore to question him further. After a few courteous words to Dr. Sands, Inspector Mitchell led the way downstairs, but while he stopped to speak to the landlady, Thorne accompanied Jim to the latter's automobile. "Send this wire to Captain O'Brien, Police Department, Chicago," he explained, scribbling the message even as he spoke and tearing out the sheet from his notebook. "Then go through the rogues gallery at headquarters and see if Mrs. Lawrence was ever mugged." The last was almost whispered in Jim's ears. "I get ye," he mumbled in reply, stuffing the paper in his pocket. "But what about taking this gas to your car?" touching the drums of gasoline. "Do that later. Then join me at Oakland's. Park the car on the highway near the entrance and wait for me." Thorne turned back to the boarding house as Jim started on his errand. At the gate, he met Mitchell, just leaving. "Can I give you a lift?" the latter inquired, seeing Jim drive away from the curb. "Thanks. Yes. Let me get my hat." And before Mitchell could say more, Thorne bolted back into the house. He found his hat where he had dropped it near the staircase, but instead of joining Mitchell immediately, he stepped again into the front parlor. Mrs. Sims looked up at his entrance and struggled to rise, but Thorne stopped her. "Here is my card." He took one as he spoke from his bill folder. "My phone number is there also. Please call me if you need assistance. That is, as to money," noting her startled look. "Funeral arrangements for Mrs. Lawrence will have to be made." "That is what distracts me," admitted Mrs. Sims. She liked Thorne instinctively and placed confidence in the big, silent man. "To think of her being put in the potter's field, the poor dear." She wrung her hands. "I have no idea where she was from, what part of the country, nor the names of any relatives." "You took her in on faith alone?" with a sharp, questioning look. The landlady colored to the roots of her hair. "Mrs. Lawrence paid a month in advance and didn't question the price," she said simply. "She seemed a lady, and, oh, I badly needed a paying guest. And," she added hastily, "Mrs. Lawrence never was a trouble, quiet-spoken, and keeping so to herself in her little sitting room when she wasn't out shopping." "Ah, then Mrs. Lawrence had plenty of money?" "Oh, she didn't always buy things," she hastened to explain. "Just window shopping up and down Connecticut Avenue, and she was a great one for sitting in the parks. And then she walked a lot, perhaps to save cab hire. We're off the beaten track here." "Was Mrs. Lawrence amply supplied with money?" Mrs. Sims hesitated between her desire to tell the truth and not tell too much. Lately, perhaps she was more careful, she acknowledged. There was some hitch 2 or 3 days ago at the Metropolis Bank about some check. She said the cashier or trust officer or something was very polite, but she expected everything to be cleared up tomorrow. I see. Thorne smiled down at the nervous little lady. Tell me, Mrs. Sims, did Mrs. Lawrence receive much company? The landlady shook her head. No. Tonight, insinuatingly. Think, Mrs. Sims. Mary, the latter's daughter, who had been a rapt listener, broke into the conversation. She told me after you went out, Ma, to let whoever come and ask for her right upstairs, she volunteered. And so when the gentleman came about 8 o'clock, I showed him right up. Ah, Thorne looked at the young girl, much pleased. And what was he like, this caller? The girl shook her head. There wasn't much light. Observing Thorne's disappointment, she added, he was about middle height and wrapped up in his coat. He had nice teeth, though, and a pleasant smile. That's all I saw. Just his mouth. Thorne! Oh, Thorne! Inspector Mitchell's voice boomed through the house as he poked his head inside the front door. Come along! In a second. Thorne turned swiftly back to mother and daughter and addressed the latter in a low voice. Are you quite sure Mrs. Lawrence's visitor was a man? The young girl's eyes almost popped out of her head. Why, she stammered. His voice was very soft and low. That's all I know. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Further Complications. Where to? Asked Inspector Mitchell as he let in the clutch and the car glided down the street. Do you mind returning toward Oakland's? Thorne buttoned his coat up to his throat as the chill wind struck him. My car is parked halfway there. For answer, Mitchell turned the corner and drove in the direction of the highway. I reached the Winslows soon after you left, he said. It took the locksmith a good 20 minutes to get the door open. He said the lock was jammed, as if someone had tried to open it and had failed. Humph! I thought so too, agreed Mitchell dryly, and I humphed a whole lot more when I got inside the room. Man, there wasn't a damned thing in it. Thorne stared at Mitchell unbelievingly. You mean you could find no clues? No clues and nothing else either, retorted the inspector. Jack Winslow's so-called workshop hadn't a stick of furniture in it, not even a chair. Old man Winslow was bowled over when he saw the place. I thought he'd die on our hands from shock. His eyes bulged out of his head, and his face actually grew purple. All he could do was gurgle. Did he have a stroke? No. As soon as he got some whiskey aboard, he was all right. Lambert also declared that Jack's workshop was fitted up as a laboratory for experimental work. He swore he didn't know what could have become of its furnishings. It's damn fishy to my way of thinking, Thorne. It is, agreed Thorne thoughtfully. Why put a Yale lock on the door of an empty room? The work was done recently, Inspector, and it was no regular carpenter's job. And someone jammed the lock trying to get the door open, supplemented Mitchell. Hanged if I understand it. Say, he squirmed around in his seat while keeping both hands on the wheel and partly faced his companion. What took you to that boarding house tonight? Were you interested in the dead woman, Mrs. Lawrence? And does she connect up with the murder of Joe Kane? Then, before Thorne could answer, Oh, I know you never take up one case while engaged with another, he chuckled. Your methods are well known at headquarters, Thorne, so put me wise about the Lawrence woman. The glaring headlights of an oncoming car half blinded Mitchell, and he swerved dangerously near the edge of the road. In his indignation at the other's careless driving, he overlooked Thorne's silence. They had gone nearly half a mile before he awoke to the fact that his question had remained unanswered. But before he could put it again with more emphasis, Thorne addressed him. "I went there to find some clue to Jack Winslow's present whereabouts," he explained, "and I was just leaving when Mrs. Simm's young daughter found Mrs. Lawrence dead upstairs." "Oh ho! So Master Jack knew Mrs. Lawrence?" Perhaps, shortly, by a half-truth, he had diverted further questioning to other channels. "My search there for any information about Jack was barren of results. Have you had any news of him?" Mitchell smiled wryly. "No," he admitted. "If the earth had opened and swallowed him, Jack Winslow could not have disappeared more completely." "By!" "If he's still alive, he's got to be in contact with someone, sometime. He's got to get food to live." "And money to live on," added Thorne. "From testimony at the inquest, he was badly strapped for funds. It makes me think, Inspector," speaking more slowly, "that Jack isn't so far from home." Mitchell nodded grimly. "He's in cahoots with someone, that's certain. I'm having Lambert shadowed." "Why Lambert particularly?" quickly. "His manner this evening when we found Jack's workshop empty was so uneasy that it aroused my suspicions," explained the inspector, "and I believe he must have had a hand in removing the furniture." "Without the knowledge of the other inmates of the house? Oh, come, Mitchell." "Easy as pie, with the elevator," retorted the older man. "Run the elevator to the attic, fill it up, take it to the basement, and choose a time when everyone is out of the house. Who could be the wiser?" "Is the furniture and chemical apparatus in the basement?" "No," acknowledged Mitchell. "It could have been taken away from there in the same stealthy manner. I find that it's been Mr. and Mrs. Winslow's custom to spend a great deal of time in town. And Miss Elsa Chase, recollect, she is an invalid, and for that reason not able to see what is going on," triumphantly. "The cook's more or less of a fool. Peter, the chauffeur, ditto, both of them attending only to their work and not bothering their heads over what doesn't concern them." "How about the three others, Lucy, the maid, the nurse, Miss Klein, and Sam Ferguson?" asked Thorne. "Have you questioned them?" "Only the first two." Mitchell's active mind veered off at a tangent. "Say, that Lucy is cuckoo. She believes in visions and all that," vaguely. "Has a dream book and foretells all sorts of events and puts implicit faith in the things her brain conjures up. The cook says Lucy creeps about the house, sometimes on all fours, claims she's controlled by the signs of the zodiac. I don't place any credence in her meanderings, Thorne. She talked to Jackson about some shadow chasing her across the lawn some nights ago. Say, is that your car?" as they made a bend in the road and his powerful lights fell on an automobile parked near a culvert. On Thorne's quick affirmative, he drew up at the side of the road. "If you are out of gas, how are you going to get to Oakland's?" "Jim's bringing me some." "Why spend time waiting? I'll run you out there," and giving Thorne no opportunity to decline, he stepped on the gas. They made the remainder of the trip in almost total silence, neither man inclined for conversation. As they turned from the high road into the Winslow estate, Thorne noticed a man detach himself from the protecting shadows of the tall hedge which enclosed the estate from the public highway. "Jackson," explained Mitchell, as the detective lifted his hand on recognizing the inspector's car. "They may not know it, Thorne, but every member of the Winslow household is under police surveillance." He slowed down as Jackson came up to them. "Mr. and Mrs. Winslow motored into town just after you left, Inspector," he reported. "They haven't returned." Mitchell glanced at his companion. "How about it, Thorne? Want to stay or come back tomorrow morning?" "Stay," briefly, and Mitchell continued along the drive to the mansion. "Keep your engine running," Thorne suggested a moment later as they came to a stop before the front door. It'll drown our talk. Tell me," his voice was just audible, and that was all, "have you gone through the garage, the gardener's cottage, with a view to Jack's being concealed in either place?" "I have, first thing, and so thoroughly that I know Jack Winslow isn't there." Mitchell spoke with convincing emphasis. He waited with growing impatience for Thorne to leave the car. He was still far from home, and he was both tired and hungry, having had no time to eat dinner. But Thorne showed no disposition to hurry. "What operatives did you have about the grounds while you, Jackson, and the locksmith were in the attic tonight?" he asked. "Spencer and Morris. They were relieved at 9 o'clock. "Good. I was afraid—" Thorne's voice trailed off, and he opened the door of the car, then stopped. "Let me have those papers you took from the drawer in front of Mrs. Lawrence. I'll return them tomorrow." Mitchell took out the long envelope into which he had thrust the pieces of paper before leaving the boarding house and handed it to Thorne. "Nothing but rubbish so far as I could see," he grumbled, and waiting only for Thorne to spring to the ground, he drove off. Lambert answered the doorbell with such promptness that Thorne concluded he had not been far away, first taking the precaution to turn on the portico light and inspect the late visitor, whoever he might be. "Mr. Winslow isn't in, sir," he stated, holding the door open only a crack. It was large enough for Thorne's foot, however, and with a swift movement which left Lambert gaping in surprise, the detective was inside the hall. "I'll wait," announced Thorne pleasantly, and Lambert, as the well-trained servant, with stolid countenance, relieved him of his hat and overcoat. "Ask Miss Chase if I can see her." Lambert cast one startled look at the grandfather clock. "It's close to midnight, sir," he pointed out, his manner perfectly respectful. "The young lady has been in bed for several hours." Then, as Thorne's lips tightened ominously, "I know, sir, for I helped Miss Klein put her there. She appeared very sick and weak tonight." Thorne looked at the butler intently. If he was lying, he was skilled in the art, for he appeared the personification of truth. "Then don't disturb Miss Chase." Thorne glanced swiftly about. With its dim illumination, the reception hall looked larger than usual and more somber than in the daytime. "Have the servants all retired, Lambert?" "Except Lucy and myself, sir. We are waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Winslow to return." "And what is detaining them?" "I have no idea, sir." Thorne took out his pipe and tobacco pouch and proceeded to fill it leisurely, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the butler standing rigidly before him. "Lambert," he tossed the match into a brass tray on a table nearby. "Playing the stock market is a dangerous game." The butler's eyelids quivered. "Yes, sir." "Almost as dangerous as double-crossing the police." Lambert stood like a graven image, but his cheeks had grown an unhealthy color. "Who is your employer, Lambert?" "Mr. Winslow, sir." "And who pays you the most, Mr. Jack Winslow?" Lambert moistened his dry lips. "He hasn't any money, sir." "True. Only the hope of a large inheritance," swiftly. "And people can't live on hope in this world. You're out of luck, Lambert," and he laughed aloud. For the first time, the butler changed his position, while his right hand moved nervously over his thigh in an ever-widening circular motion. Thorne's lips parted slightly, and his eyes brightened. His surmise was right. The butler went armed. Was he, if taunted beyond endurance, a killer? "Your luck's turned, Lambert." Thorne spoke ever so softly. "The bucket shop you helped support went on the rocks late this afternoon, closed by federal authority." Lambert licked his lips, and his hand fell nerveless by his side. The opening of the front door, as Arnold Winslow and his wife stalked inside, aroused the butler from his stupefaction. Mechanically, he went through his routine duties, assisting Winslow out of his overcoat and taking Mrs. Winslow's wraps. Then, without a backward glance at Thorne, he started slowly off to notify Lucy of her return. "And to think we've been waiting at your office for an hour or two," exclaimed Winslow, his delight at sight of Thorne causing him to lose the taciturnity which had tried the patience of his wife all evening. "And here you are." He turned swiftly. "Julia, don't stay up any longer. You are very tired, I know." Mrs. Winslow's expression brightened. "Then, if you will excuse me," she bowed formally to Thorne, and without more ado went upstairs. "Have you news?" The question burst from Winslow as he hurried Thorne into the card-room and closed the door. "I located the woman in blue." "Good." Winslow beamed his satisfaction. "Well, what did you worm out of her?" "Nothing. She was dead." Winslow's jaw dropped open, and he stared with bulging eyes at his companion. "Good Lord!" he ejaculated. Then, gathering his wits, he shot one question after another at Thorne. "Where was she? Who was she? What killed her?" "Apparently she died of heart failure in a cheap boarding house in Georgetown," responded Thorne, his quiet tones in marked contrast to Winslow's raised voice. The landlady stated she could give no facts about where she came from or her career. "Strange," commented Winslow, sobering down. "Did you learn nothing as to her relationship to Elsa? The connection between the two, I mean. Any communications? Letters from Elsa to her?" "No. There were no papers bearing Miss Chase's name. In fact, no letters of any kind," Thorne answered thoughtfully, and, catching Winslow's muttered curse, expressive of bitter disappointment, he added, "An inquest will be held, and undoubtedly more will be learned about her then." Adroitly, he changed the subject before he could be questioned further. "You say you went to my office tonight, Mr. Winslow? May I ask what for?" Winslow took a turn about the room before speaking, and Thorne looked at him with interest. The man had aged in the past few days. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, and there were haggard lines about his mouth, missing before, while the stoop to his broad shoulders was noticeable. "Thorne," he halted abruptly before the detective and raised miserable eyes to his. "I don't understand Jack's prolonged absence, and I'm beginning to fear he has met with foul play." "You do not think he is in hiding?" Thorne regretted the question the instant he asked it. He did not wish to add to Winslow's heavy load. The older man straightened up, and his eyes flashed with their wonted fire. "If I believed in Jack's guilt, I would want him dead," he exclaimed proudly. "It is because I know the boy and love him, even for his faults, that I wish him found, that he may vindicate himself of the ridiculous charges Inspector Mitchell and the police would bring against him if they dared. Why, Jack is no more guilty of Kane's murder than I am." Thorne nodded gravely. "Has Jack made any attempt to communicate with you?" he asked. "No." "With your wife?" "No." Winslow resumed his pacing back and forth. "That is, we have heard nothing from him, although he may have tried to communicate with us and failed." Thorne paused before putting his next question. "Do you think Elsa Chase has heard from Jack, or knows where he is?" "She declares she has not heard." Winslow stopped and faced Thorne. "And do you know, Thorne, as thoroughly as I detest the girl and distrust her, in this instance I believe what she says. She is as alarmed as we are by his silence. Tonight she came to me and asked me to offer a reward for news of him." Thorne looked at his companion with quickened interest. "Will you do so?" Winslow countered the question with another. "What do you think of the plan?" "It is excellent." Thorne's glance sharpened. "Why do you hesitate?" "A matter of family pride," Winslow sighed. "One doesn't like to have one's affairs aired in public. God knows there's been enough of that already, with the feature stories of poor Kane's untimely and tragic death, and Jack's part in the events of Monday night. And this is only Thursday. He sighed again. 3 days. No, a lifetime. Well, he pulled himself together. What would you offer for information as to his whereabouts? $5,000? Or shall I double the amount? I would. That sum should bring results, agreed Thorne. It is sufficient to arouse people's cupidity, and that, Mr. Winslow, will be a great factor in clearing up the mystery surrounding Kane's murder. Winslow glanced at his watch. Will you write the advertisement and phone it to the papers? There is just time. Thorne drew out notebook and pencil, and after a moment's thought, scribbled for a few minutes, then looked up. Will this do? $10,000 reward for information as to the whereabouts of John Winslow, who has been missing from his home, Oaklands, D.C., since Tuesday afternoon. Winslow is 25 years of age, 6 feet 2 inches tall, blonde, with blue eyes and bronzed complexion. Parties having such information communicate with G. Thorne, Universal Detective Agency. Reward to be paid only when information leads to results. Good, very good. Winslow led the way to the telephone in the reception hall and waited while his companion had talked with first one morning newspaper and then the other. I fear you're in for much publicity, Mr. Winslow, he said, leaving the phone. It's good for a feature story, and the editors will lap it up when they read the advertisement. Winslow drew a deep breath. So long as it leads to results, I don't care, he declared. The reaction from a night of continuous nerve strain was setting in, and he could not conceal his utter weariness longer. I am obliged to you, Thorne, for your help. The detective moved over toward the coat closet and came back a second later with his coat and hat. Go to bed and get some sleep, Mr. Winslow, he advised as the older man accompanied him to the front door. I will. Winslow stopped on the steps of the portico and inhaled the cold night air with relish. Say, how are you getting into town? Your car's not here. I expect my assistant. Thorne broke off his sentence and looked anxiously about. What time does the last trolley pass near here? It's gone, answered Winslow, consulting his watch. I'm afraid Peter's long since in bed and asleep. I could have kept my car for you had I known. I'll call Peter. Oh, please don't, exclaimed Thorne. If you have no objection, I can sleep on the Davenport in the music room until morning. Winslow held the door hospitably open. Come on in. He pressed the electric button on the wall near the door. The servants are still up, and I'll have a room prepared for you. There's no reason why you shouldn't sleep comfortably in a warm bed. Lambert, as the butler appeared, tell Lucy that Mr. Thorne will be here tonight and to make our guest room ready for him. That's very good of you. Thorne followed Winslow into the dining room and watched him get out his cellaret, but declined the proffered highball. Just some White Rock, he said. Tell me, Mr. Winslow, what about Jack's workroom in your attic? Winslow gulped down part of his highball and looked over at Thorne. I'm dashed if I understand it, he exclaimed. There isn't a thing left in the room, not a chair, a table, cabinets, nor any of the paraphernalia Jack used to carry on his chemical experiments. When were you last in the room? Questioned Thorne. Oh, within the month, pausing to think before he answered. Who could have removed the furniture and the other objects is puzzling, and the motive for doing so still more so. Thorne hesitated. Could it be that the contents of the room were of a nature to incriminate Jack, and he removed them? You recall the poison gas used to kill Kane could be manufactured by a chemist. Winslow looked at him aghast. What a horrible idea, he stammered. Gaining no comfort from Thorne's serious countenance, he finished his highball and was about to pour out another when Thorne interrupted him. May I see the room? What, now? somewhat startled at the idea. "Sure, come along." And switching off the lights after first locking the cellarette, he led the way to the house elevator. The attic was dark, and Winslow spent some seconds fumbling for the electric switch near the elevator. It controlled a number of lights along the attic, and the two men proceeded at once to the door at the further end. Thorne, reaching there first, turned the doorknob. To his surprise, it resisted his efforts, and he looked at Winslow. "The door's locked," he said. Winslow stared first at him, and then at the door. Then, raising a trembling finger, he announced in a queer voice, "The key was left in the Yale lock when the locksmith and I went away. Damn me, it was!" Thorne shook the door, then used his strength to turn the knob. Both efforts were useless. "There's no use staying up here any longer, Mr. Winslow." Thorne took his host by the elbow and led him to the elevator. In silence, they went to the second floor and toward the den. There they were met by Lambert. "You were there, Lambert," exclaimed Winslow. "Wasn't the key left in the lock of the door to Mr. Jack's workshop tonight?" The butler shook his head. "No, sir," he said respectfully. "Inspector Mitchell took it." Winslow's face lighted as he mopped his moist brow with a damp handkerchief. "Well, there's one less mystery." In his relief, he shook hands vigorously with Thorne. "Lambert will take you to your room. Did you get a pair of pajamas, Lambert, for Mr. Thorne?" "Yes, sir, from Mr. Jack's bureau. This way, sir." And Lambert continued down the hall, the detective close at his heels. "Lucy prepared this room for you, sir." He threw open the door, and as Thorne stepped inside, "Good night, sir." Thorne looked about the lighted bedroom as the hall door closed between him and the butler, and a curious gleam lighted his dark eyes. The servants had given him the bedroom and bath in which Joe Kane had been murdered only 3 nights before. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Dancing Silhouette. Thorne laid his overcoat and hat on a convenient chair and moved leisurely about the bedroom, divesting himself of his necktie and coat. Once again he approached the closed door, noiselessly swung it open, and stepped outside. So far as he could tell, the hall was deserted. If Lambert still loitered in the vicinity, he was effectually concealed from view. Back once more in his bedroom, Thorne closed and locked the door, pocketing the key. Taking from his pocket a small block of wood, he whittled it down, shaping it deftly so that it fitted tightly in the keyhole, leaving no crack through which prying eyes might see. It took him a good 20 minutes to make a thorough examination of the room. It was spotlessly clean, and the furniture was tastefully arranged, an ideal bedroom in which to relax and rest. Smiling grimly, Thorne went into the small bathroom adjoining, taking the precaution, however, to leave the communicating door wide open. Somehow, into these quiet, peaceful rooms had seeped the deadly, odorless carbon monoxide gas, carrying stark tragedy in its train. Even as he let the cold water run on his wrists and hands, the detective's thoughts were busy with the problem confronting him. Drying his face and hands, he again inspected the door between the two rooms, the only exit from the bathroom except the low casement window through which Kane had fallen when overcome by the poison gas. Thorne withdrew the key from the door lock. It was the same which he had found stuck in a hole in Ferguson's heavy boot. Under his magnifying glass, he saw the marks made by some sharp instrument, such as steel pliers. The short handle, too, was a bit twisted, as if someone had tried to turn it in the lock using considerable force, or striven to pull it out. Replacing the key in the door, Thorne next turned his attention to the catch on the window. It appeared in excellent condition, and after fastening it securely, he switched off the light and re-entered his bedroom. He lighted only one of the small candle-power bracket fixtures by the bureau, and by its faint glow he crossed the room to the bed, where lay, neatly folded, the pajamas borrowed for his use by Lambert from Jack Winslow's bureau. Next to the pajamas, and over the turned-back spread, was laid a handsome silk dressing-gown, and again Thorne smiled to himself. Evidently Lambert was determined the detective should have every available comfort Jack's wardrobe could supply. From his coat pocket, Thorne took a pair of creepers and, removing his shoes, slipped them on. Then, standing up, he took off his white shirt. Underneath it, he wore a close-fitting black silk jersey, while strapped under that was a narrow, flexible belt of woven silk, somewhat resembling a cartridge belt. Each little pocket carried a burglar's tool of finest steel. Making sure that he could get at the tools easily, he touched the revolver in his hip pocket. It also was easily accessible. The next instant the room was plunged in darkness, and he crept from the bureau over to the window, across which stretched heavy curtains. Opening the window with infinite care, Thorne perched himself on the sill, a black shadow merging into the outer darkness. For 15 or more minutes he remained crouching where he was, listening for some sound, either in the blackness back of him or from the ground beneath. Neither moon nor stars were out, and heavy storm clouds made the darkness of the winter night a black pall through which he could see but dimly. However, he had studied carefully the architectural plan of the house and had calculated the distance between each window. Above where he crouched, but more to the right, was one of the dormer windows of the third floor, and he judged from its position and his knowledge of the attic that it belonged to Jack's workshop. Somewhere in the distance a clock chimed the hour. 1. 2. Then Thorne rose from his crouching position and launched himself into space. 15 feet from the house grew a giant elm, its great branches visible against the skyline, and it was one of them that Thorne caught on his leap from the window ledge. Pulling himself astride the branch, which bent under his weight, he climbed toward the trunk of the tree, then, hand over hand, swarmed up it and out along a branch above the ledge of the dormer window. There he paused and looked about. Except for the moaning of the rising wind, all was silent. The branch he bestrode, while 5 feet or more higher, was not directly over the dormer window, and to jump from it to the narrow ledge was a feat at which many would shy even in broad daylight. Thorne drew in his breath. If he missed, well, there was always the undertaker. He took one more cautious look at the ground beneath, or as much as he could see, and moistened his palms. Dared he wait until it was a shade lighter? Even as he hesitated, a light flashed on in the room with the dormer window, and he stared at it in wonder. Who in the household could enter the workshop when Inspector Mitchell, according to Lambert, had the only key which fitted the Yale lock? According to Lambert, but Lambert had lied, or else the original key to the door was the one used by the intruder. What more likely even than the intruder was Jack Winslow? The room was his to do as he pleased within its portals. Knowing that the door of the workshop could not be opened without force or spending valuable time picking the lock while running the risk of discovery, Thorne had chosen the more venturesome way of gaining admittance via the dormer window. And now another had gotten there first. Intuitively, he had realized that something of more importance than 4 bare walls lay within the locked door, and to think that he was too late in reaching the goal. Thorne's hands clenched and his legs wound around the branch as he lay outstretched upon it, tightened their hold. Suddenly, the light in the room was obscured as a huge shadow on the lowered shade blotted it out. Gradually, the shadow grew less, took form, and before Thorne's staring eyes, a whirling, dancing figure was outlined against the cream-colored window shade. Swaying this way and that in perfect rhythm, the figure danced with a grace and abandon that took no note of time or place. It seemed to the breathless Thorne that he had never seen more joyous dancing. The whirling figure appeared the personification of a great and overwhelming happiness. As to its sex, he was in doubt whether man or maid danced and swayed back and forth and around the room. The shadowy face, shielded by the waving arms, was blurred, indistinct, the features impossible of recognition. With his blood on fire, Thorne lowered himself until he hung from the branch by his hands. Swinging back and forth, he gathered momentum and, releasing his grip, shot downward toward the dormer window. In his descent, his groping, grasping fingers tore at the wall, then at the stone ledge, slipped and grasped the copper gutter. With his heart racing against his ribs, he hung suspended, too weak to pull himself upward. Getting his second wind, he dragged his body up, and lay sprawling half on, half off the window ledge, just as the light in the room went out. For several minutes, Thorne lay where he was, too spent for further exertion, but his brain was on fire. Had the person in the room seen him as he shot by the window? No, by heaven, no. That mad whirlwind dancer could never have detected him, and yet the light had gone out. Thorne wiped the moisture from his forehead. What lurked for him within the darkened room? Slowly, cautiously, he drew himself up on the ledge and crouched against the window, leaning his weight against it to keep his balance. The window, like all in the house, opened outward and was in two sections, resembling small glass-paned doors. Thorne's hand felt along his belt of tools, and he drew out a piece of paste paper. Sticking it over the pane opposite the window catch, he next took out his glass cutter. Using it with care, he cut an opening large enough for him to insert his hand, and, without noise, he removed the paper and the glass clinging to it. Thrusting his fingers through the hole, it took the fraction of a second to unlatch that side of the window. Revolver in hand, he slipped over the sill and into the room, shutting the window behind him. Not a sound broke the stillness as he stood with back against the wall. Only his own breathing reached his ears, or was it the thumping of his heart? Still with his back against the wall, he slid one foot along after the other, sideways, until he judged he must be halfway around the room and almost opposite the window. He ran his left hand over the board, paneling the wall, in search of a light switch. As he again moved sideways, his shoulders brushed against a door jamb and he halted. This time his groping fingers found the switch. Thorne blinked, blinded by the light. It was a second before he saw clearly, and his wonderment grew. He had the room to himself. Turning to the door, he thrust the brass bolt on in its place. Thus secured from intrusion from that quarter, he made a minute survey of what had been Jack Winslow's workshop. The only indication of the purpose to which the room had been put was the long sink against the wall, the special electric fixtures hanging from the ceiling, and a built-in shelf with glass doors. Except for that and a pyrene fire extinguisher, the walls were bare. As to furniture, there wasn't even a stool on which to sit down. Careful to keep from walking between the light and the window, Thorne dropped on his hands and knees and circled the room. The walls and ceiling were paneled with beaverboard, and he had about completed his tour when he spied a break in the paneling. Drawing closer, he saw that it was a panel set on hinges. It opened easily, and he looked into a dark aperture. With an inward curse that he had neglected to bring his flashlight with him, he glanced hurriedly about the room. One of the electric fixtures against the wall had an extension cord attached. Picking up the Mazda bulb at the end of the cord, he carried it to the tiny closet and looked inside. Evidently, the closet, or cupboard, was used as a general dump for discarded articles, for in one corner was a 2-burner hot-point gas stove, much rusted, a blowpipe and a crucible, an iron mortar and pistol, while back of them was a wooden box. Looking inside it, Thorne saw a dozen or more wooden shoe trees and picked one up. The rust on the steel joint betokened age, as did the black smut on the wooden arch, and he tossed it back in the box. Going over to the door, he switched off the light and shot the bolt noiselessly back, then softly, very softly, turned the short knob of the Yale lock and drew open the door, inch by inch. Peering into the impenetrable blackness of the attic, he waited, but no sound disturbed the utter silence. If the mysterious dancer still lurked in the attic, Thorne could not detect the latter's presence without his torchlight. Nor could he linger longer in the attic. Shutting the door of Jack's workshop carefully, the detective crept along, headed for the second story, but this time he chose the stairs instead of the elevator. Walls enclosed the stairs, and a door opening into the servants' wing of the house gave admittance to them. Thorne breathed a sigh of relief as the door swung open at his touch, and he stepped into the narrow passageway. He had expected to find it locked. He paused in some uncertainty to get his bearings. When he had visited the servants' wing with Mrs. Winslow the night before, a dim light had been burning at each end of the hall. Now both were out. With no light to guide him, only his abnormal sense of locality, he moved on down the hall, keeping in the center of the heavy strip of carpet. He dared not run the risk of bumping against a bedroom door and thus awakening the sleeping occupant. Only by a turn in the carpet strip could he tell that he had reached the main hallway. There he paused, perplexed, for it also was in darkness, contrary to the custom of the house, judging from the remarks Arnold Winslow had let fall during one of their conversations as to his wife's terror of darkness and fire, and their habit of keeping the halls lighted throughout the night. His bedroom lay, as he remembered it, to the left, and he faced in that direction just as a sound to the right reached him, and he swung about. Again came the noise, a faint cough. Thorne grew rigid. Was the person not 5 yards from him, approaching or going in the opposite direction? 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Then Thorne took the initiative and advanced along the hall, his creepers making no sound. Something loomed out of the darkness ahead, and his outflung arms closed about a woman's form. His hand across her mouth muffled her terrified scream to a gurgle, and half lifting, half dragging her along, he entered the open door of a vacant bedroom and switched on the light as she dropped to the floor at his feet. Pulling away the shawl which enveloped her head, Thorne recognized Lucy. Closing the door so that no other prowler, seeing the lighted room, might enter to investigate what was going on, he lifted the frightened servant and placed her in a chair. "Stop moaning," he whispered sharply, giving her a shake to emphasize his meaning. "Now," as the gurgles ceased, "what are you doing prowling about the house?" "I ain't up to no harm," she protested, her voice hoarse from fright. "Just on my way to see, Who?" As she paused, getting no answer, his right hand slid toward his hip pocket. He hated to threaten a woman, but Lucy caught the chill significance of the gesture. "Don't shoot, mister," she entreated, raising both hands in supplication, and thereby releasing her hold on an envelope, until then tightly clenched in her right hand. Thorne caught the paper as it fluttered to the floor and turned it over. Elsa Chase's name was written in pencil on the sealed envelope. "Where did you get this?" he demanded, and his fingers closed on her arm with no gentle grip. "I want the truth, or you go with me to police headquarters." Lucy winced. "I'll tell," she whined, terrified at the mere suggestion of arrest. "'Twas in Lambert's room." "And he gave it to you?" "No." Her eyes fell, and she plucked nervously at her shawl. What was it that she had learned at her mother's knee? Honesty was the best policy. Lucy's lips quivered. Her flesh tingled from Thorne's iron fingers. Honesty would gain release from the intolerable pressure on her arm, at least. Lambert wasn't there when I took the envelope from under his pillow. When was that? Just now, she admitted. I heard Lambert creep out of the room. Oh, a long time ago. At first, I was afraid to move, but he didn't come back, so I slipped in there and got the envelope. Did you put out the lights in the halls swiftly? No, she protested, drawing in her breath with a sucking noise. If I hadn't promised, I never would have moved out of bed tonight. Whom did you promise? Her that wanted the note. Miss Elsa Chase, with patient persistence. Lucy's eyes blinked. Ain't her name on it? She inquired anxiously. Didn't I get the right note in the dark? Thorne eyed her thoughtfully. Was Lucy really half-witted, or was she striving to make him think so? The envelope is addressed to Miss Chase, he responded, but why were you carrying it in the opposite direction from the staircase leading to her bedroom if you were taking the note to her? The question confused Lucy, and for a second she did not reply. Thorne's fingers tightened their hold on her arm as a silent reminder that he was waiting for an answer. Why couldn't she think of something to say? The pain in her arm grew excruciating as he compressed the tender flesh. But I wasn't, she said, tears rolling down her cheeks. I was taking it to Mrs. Winslow. Thorne's fingers relaxed, then tightened their hold. At this hour? Skeptically. It's God's truth. She was pleading now, sobs almost choking her voice. Mrs. Winslow promised $100 if I found Lambert sneaking about. I saw him drop this letter after dinner, but I dasn't try to get it till I was sure he'd gone. And you could not wait until morning to give it to Mrs. Winslow? Asked Thorne curiously. I was just going to slip it under her door, explained Lucy, gulping back another sob. She'd have seen it first thing in the morning. Indeed, mister, casting a fear-stricken look about her, I dasn't keep it about me. Lambert's terrible when he's mad. Thorne thought for a moment, then, relaxing Lucy, stepped back. Go to your room, he directed. Say nothing of what has happened. If you do, again he approached her, and she shrank away, I'll turn you over to Inspector Mitchell. With an inarticulate sound, relief and promise combined, Lucy fled from the room. Thorne kept behind her, making certain that she returned to her own quarters. As he re-entered the servants' wing, he had switched on a dim-a-light. A moment later, he tried Lambert's door. It opened to the touch, and locating a light switch, he pressed the button. Lucy was right. The butler was not there, nor had the bed been slept in. A look in the closet showed his hat and overcoat were missing. Thorne stroked his chin thoughtfully. Evidently Lambert had been in such haste that he had overlooked delivering the letter to Elsa. By such narrow margins, justice was served. The butler's belongings, comprising suits and coats, underclothing, and so forth, were in orderly array in bureau and closet, and his few papers, mostly stock reports and racing tips, reposed in the bottom drawer with several ledgers. A glance at the latter convinced Thorne that Lambert had been playing the stock market for years, with little success. Replacing everything as he had found it, Thorne turned off the light and made for the staircase. A moment later, he was listening at Elsa's bedroom door. All was silent as the grave. His fingers tightened on the envelope in his hand. That was his excuse for awakening her at that hour. But, leaving Elsa undisturbed, he made a tour of the first floor. Darkness and quiet was all that he found. 10 minutes later, he approached his own room, and taking a small awl from his tool belt, he slipped it inside the keyhole of his door to push out the block of wood which had been put there to prevent anyone from spying on him. The awl shot through the hole to its full length, meeting no obstacle. Thorne withdrew the tool and applied his eye to the keyhole. There was no light in his room, and, by the same token, there was no wood in the keyhole. He turned the knob and pushed against the door. It was still locked, apparently, for it would not open. Taking out the key, which he carried in the pocket of his trousers, he inserted it in the lock and opened the door. It was an instant or so before Thorne entered his bedroom, first taking the precaution to slip his hand around the door jamb and turn on the lights. No one was in sight. Closing and locking the door, he looked down on the floor. Some distance away lay the wooden plug. Its smooth surface bore unmistakable scratches where some sharp instrument had been jammed into it. With revolver cocked and ready, he went into both closets in the room and then into the bathroom, only to return immediately, convinced that no other human being beside himself was there. Picking up the plug, he replaced it in the keyhole and, as an extra precaution, hung his hat on the knob of the door to serve as a screen. Careful to remain unseen, he then adjusted the window and curtain so that plenty of air circulated through the room. After undressing and donning the pajamas provided by Lambert, the detective laid his revolver under his pillow and vaulted into bed. He lay still for a few moments, relaxing his weary muscles as the events of the night passed in review before his excited imagination. Had the unknown who pushed the wooden peg out of the keyhole done so simply for a look into his bedroom to see if he was there, or had the intruder, provided with a key, come inside and gone out, relocking the door? And was that intruder the remarkable dancer whose shadow he had seen, for the second time, silhouetted on the drawn curtain of the dormer window of the locked room in the attic? He frowned in bewilderment as he reached around and pulled the reading lamp by the side of the bed closer to him. Then, picking up the envelope he had taken from Lucy, he examined the words, Miss Elsa Chase, carefully through his magnifying glass. Undoubtedly, it was Jack Winslow's writing. So that was how he communicated with Elsa, through Lambert. For a moment, Thorne hesitated. Then, taking up his penknife, he ran one of the blades under the flap of the heavy linen-lined envelope and looked inside. It was empty. The next second, the room was plunged in darkness, and Thorne, resting on his pillows, prepared for a long vigil. One thought uppermost in his mind. Had Lambert, true to his trust, given the contents to Elsa and intentionally left the sealed envelope as a decoy? Or had Lucy removed the note? End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Double-Crossed. The swing door of the pantry opened and closed to admit Mrs. Winslow. She was in a far from amiable spirit. "Arnold!" Her husband winced at the severe pronouncement of his given name. "The servants are demoralized. Lucy ill in bed. Lambert absent." She put the coffee pot and cream pitcher on the dining table at his elbow. "It is best to discharge Lambert." Winslow's spoon rattled against the side of his cup as he stirred his coffee. "Discharge Lambert." He repeated the words mechanically. "My dear, after all these years of faithful service? Impossible." His wife's thin lips closed in their most obstinate lines. "You must let me be the best judge of his worth," she said. "Sometimes a servant can remain too long in one place, and," picking her words with care, "I feel Lambert has outlived his usefulness as a butler." The steaming coffee cooled with the quantity of cream Winslow poured into it. He emptied his cup before replying, sipping it slowly. "Do as you think best." He smiled across at his wife. "Your judgment is always sound. Send Lambert to me when he returns." Winslow pushed aside his plate, the bacon and eggs untasted, and rose. "Did you see Thorne before he left?" "Last night? No." I meant this morning. Thorne spent the night here." He looked up and caught his wife's expression. "What is the matter? Are you ill?" For a second, she could not get her breath to answer. "I'll be all right in a minute. A glass of sherry, Arnold." And so saying, she slipped back in her chair in a dead faint. Totally unaware of the effect the knowledge of his overnight presence at Oakland's was having upon Mrs. Winslow, Thorne entered the Metropolis Bank and sought the cashier. George Ross examined his credentials carefully, then took him into his private office. "What is it you wish, Mr. Thorne?" he asked courteously. "You know we are chary of giving information about any of our depositors." Thorne nodded. "My questions will not cause you to break your rules or regulations. I feel confident." He pulled a pad toward him and sketched upon it a clever likeness of Mrs. Lawrence. "Do you recall ever seeing this woman?" The cashier looked at the sketch critically. "Yes," he acknowledged. "She's been here a number of times." "Using what name?" Ross looked up. "She called herself Mrs. Lawrence, but the bank draft she wished us to cash was drawn in favor of Sarah Holcomb Kane." Thorne sat back and stared at his companion. Keeping his rising excitement suppressed by an effort, he waited for the latter to continue. Ross took several documents from a letter file and refreshed his memory by looking them over. Mrs. Lawrence claimed the check was in payment of alimony due her. He opened a letter as he spoke. The draft was on a Boston bank. We wrote there, and in this answer, holding up a letter, find her statements substantiated. For our Boston correspondent states that while for personal reasons she prefers to be known as Mrs. Ben Lawrence, she has no legal right to that name. Never, so far as he has been able to ascertain, having married since her divorce from Dr. Joseph Kane. The cashier looked across at Thorne. Was that the man who died so mysteriously at Oakland's on Monday night? Yes. Thorne rose briskly. He had learned much in their brief interview. "I am extremely obliged to you, Mr. Ross." He paused at the door. "Mrs. Lawrence was found dead last night in her room at Mrs. Sims' boarding house in Georgetown. Good morning." And before the surprised cashier could question him further, he hurried from the bank. His ever-faithful assistant, Jim Barker, was awaiting his return to the car, sound asleep on the back seat. Thorne shook him awake with a feeling of compassion, remembering the compulsory nap Jim had taken when he waited for Thorne in the latter's car outside of Oakland's, having carried out implicitly the latter's directions of the night before. It was but a short run to police headquarters, and arriving there, Thorne went at once to Inspector Mitchell's office to find that busy official on the point of leaving. "Some news?" he asked eagerly. "Come inside," and he slammed the door to prevent interruption. "Well, what's the latest development?" "Mrs. Lawrence's identity," responded Thorne tersely. "She was the divorced wife of Dr. Joseph Kane." The inspector looked at him in dumbfounded silence for a moment. "So that's it," he exploded. But her connection with Kane's murder. I can't quite get her in the picture." Thorne smiled. "Nor can I," he admitted softly, "in that connection. Why not wire Boston and get a line on her career as Mrs. Kane and as the eccentric Mrs. Lawrence? By the way," checking himself at the door as Mitchell reached for his telephone receiver, "what reports have you had from Jackson and the other operatives stationed around Oakland's?" Reaching for a paper, Mitchell tossed it to him. "Read for yourself," and getting his connection with the telegraph operator, the inspector turned his attention to dictating a dispatch to police headquarters in Boston. Thorne skimmed through the several reports, conning them over to himself. No happenings were out of the ordinary, each report giving but bare facts. That of the operative on duty early Thursday evening mentioned no one leaving Oakland's. Thorne bit his lip with vexation. Was his theory wrong, then, as to Mrs. Lawrence's mysterious visitor with the voice, soft and low, admitted by the landlady's daughter? He was about to toss the reports back on the desk in disgust when an item in Jackson's statement of his night watch at Oakland's caught his eye. A light burned in one of the dormer windows after midnight and until around 4 in the morning. The window was on the side of the house facing the gardener's cottage. Thorne studied the report in astonishment. The dormer window through which he had entered Jack Winslow's workshop in the attic, and on the blind of which he had seen the silhouette of the extraordinary dancer, was located on the opposite side of the house from the gardener's cottage. Could Jackson have been mistaken in his direction, or have written his report carelessly? Or had the unknown dancer, after leaving the empty workshop, gone into another part of the attic and so eluded Thorne? The detective clenched his hand in impotent wrath. What had possessed him to forget his electric torch that time of all others? Handicapped by lack of it, he had failed to examine the whole attic, knowing that the electric light system was installed only in the part he had visited late that night. "Hey, wait a minute!" Mitchell gained Thorne's side as he ran down the steps of the municipal building. "Have you had any results from this?" Holding up a morning newspaper and pointing to an advertisement with its flaring display type. $10,000 is a big sum to pay for news of Jack Winslow's hiding place. "Large rewards bring results, generally," retorted Thorne. "Winslow is most anxious for news of the boy, and, frankly, I can't blame him. He seemed a very likable chap." A snort expressed Mitchell's opinion better than spoken words. "I'll get in touch with you later," and so saying, the busy inspector went on his way. Thorne found only his stenographer on duty at the Universal Detective Agency. She met him at the door, telegram in hand. Pausing just long enough to give the key of his apartment to Jim and telling him to go there and get some sleep, Thorne went into the inner office and closed the door. Even then, he did not open the dispatch until he was seated by his desk, pipe in hand. Tearing off the yellow envelope, he read the typed message from Captain O'Brien of Chicago Police Headquarters. "Dryden Convalescent Home, small private sanitarium in good repute. Interviewed assistant manager. She never heard of Mrs. Ben Lawrence. Elsa Chase, paralytic patient there." Thorne read the message a dozen times, then rang the buzzer for his stenographer. "Wire O'Brien to ascertain when Elsa Chase was a patient at Dryden Sanitarium," he directed. "I wish specific dates and name of surgeon who attended her. Ask for an immediate reply." "Just a moment." A thought occurred to him as the stenographer gathered up her notebook and pencil. Before using the last sentence, ask O'Brien to find out if a woman calling herself either Sarah Holcomb or Sarah Holcomb Kane was ever a patient there. If so, when and why. That's all. Left to himself, Thorne sat back in his chair and lighted his pipe. He was commencing to feel the strain of his sleepless night at Oakland's, and what had been the result of 24 hours' work on the Kane Winslow mystery. He had located a dead woman who proved to be Kane's divorced wife, and seen the shadow of a dancer on the curtain of Jack Winslow's workshop. In both cases, he arrived in the rooms too late to gain any information of value. The woman was dead when he got there. The dancer had vanished, leaving no trail behind. In searching for his tobacco pouch to refill his pipe, his hand touched an envelope, and he took it out of his pocket also. Opening it, he drew out the papers Inspector Mitchell had removed from the drawer in front of the erstwhile Mrs. Ben Lawrence. In the press of events, he had forgotten that he had asked Mitchell for them. Thorne spread the papers carefully in front of him on the desk, and with infinite patience fitted the pieces together. They formed a picture, evidently a group of people taken from some print paper magazine or Sunday supplement. There was an inset, but the cheap quality of the paper and the numerous creases, giving evidence of much handling before it was torn, made it difficult to piece out the picture. The inset in particular was unrecognizable. As the upper part was missing, only a draped figure, minus the head, was decipherable. Fitting underneath and evidently part of the caption came the words in fancy type, "The Dancing Silhouette." Thorne caught his breath sharply. The words aptly described what he had seen the night before at Oakland's. Was it possible the undecipherable picture was the key to the mystery surrounding Elsa Chase, and not the torn billhead he had found in the dead woman's possession? The last thing her dying hands had clutched was the picture. Feverishly, he reversed the pieces of paper. Joined together, they carried the slogan of a nationally known advertisement, but the name of the periodical from which the page must have been taken was on neither side. "Beg pardon, Mr. Thorne." Miss Ellis, the pretty stenographer, had come into the room so silently that in his preoccupation he had failed to hear her. "There is a man outside who wishes to see you privately." "Ah, indeed. His name?" "Lambert. He gave no other name." Thorne's eyes brightened. Without speaking, he picked up the large sheet of white paper and handed it to Miss Ellis. "Paste these pieces on the paper just as they lie there now," he directed. "When pressed and dry, give the paper to Jim. You will find him in my apartment. Tell him to go to the Congressional Library and try and identify the magazine in which this page appears. I would suggest, on a guess, a theatrical or motion picture journal, but not to confine his search to that type only. But first..." Thorne leaned over and took what appeared to be a small radio from the drawer of a cabinet and placed it on top of the ladder, turning a switch. "Miss Ellis, listen in on the dictograph and take down Lambert's conversation. Then you can attend to the picture." The Winslow's butler came into the private office a second or so later, somber of dress and deportment, his face gray rather than white. He wasted no time on civilities, plunging at once into his errand. "I'd like this, sir," he announced, pointing to Winslow's advertisement in the morning paper. "I mean the $10,000 reward for news of Mr. Jack." "Not news of him," corrected Thorne, never taking his eyes from Lambert's mask-like countenance. "The reward is offered for reliable information as to young Winslow's whereabouts." "Quite so." Lambert came closer, his stiff manner thawing somewhat. "I can tell you that." "And more?" prompted Thorne softly. The butler nodded. "And more," he admitted. "Then why not go to Mr. Winslow?" questioned Thorne curiously. "He is your employer and a kind master, according to your testimony before the inquest." For the first time, Lambert did not look directly at the detective, preferring instead to stare at his desk ornaments. "The ad says to come to you," he pointed out. "Besides, Mrs. Winslow wouldn't let her husband give me any money if she could help it." The man passed his tongue over his lips. "She's not generous, and though she pretends to be fond of Mr. Jack, she really hates him." Seeing the unbelief in Thorne's expression, Lambert added hastily, "Oh, I can prove what I say, but on one condition." "I don't bargain, Lambert," retorted Thorne with stern emphasis. "Say what you have to say quickly, or leave." Lambert hesitated. "At least promise to leave my name out of the Hills-Mercer stockbrokerage affair," he pleaded in genuine agitation. "It will kill my chances of another place if they found I played the ponies and the stock market. I don't know how you got wise to my being in with the bucket shop gang. Just keep it to yourself, sir, and you can have half of this 'ere reward." Thorne sprang up. "Get out, Lambert," he ordered, throwing open the door, but the butler stood his ground. If not for my sake, promise for the sake of young Miss Chase, he begged, his watchful eyes trying to read his companion's face. I've seen you looking at her when she wasn't noticing. God knows she needs a friend. Thorne paused. Lambert had, with unerring instinct, advanced the one plea he could not refuse. Shutting the door, the detective resumed his seat. Go ahead, Lambert, he directed, but recollect, I make no promises, and if you lie to me— his firm mouth closed ominously— I'll make you suffer for it. Where is Jack Winslow? Lambert came closer and, uninvited, took a chair at Thorne's elbow. On an old canal boat, the Jenny Wren, above Great Falls. The butler spoke rapidly, casting frequent uneasy glances over his shoulder. The old couple who owns the boat are devoted to Mr. Jack. He befriended their only son. The boat is berthed in the canal beyond Loch Tavern Club. I know, with more emphasis, noticing Thorne's skeptical air, because I went with him when he took the things from his workshop to the boat. And why did he do that? Lambert shook his head. I'm not sure, he admitted evasively. He asked me to run the stuff down in the elevator. Oh, there wasn't much, chiefly chemicals and laboratory paraphernalia. Bringing out the last word with gusto, the butler prided himself on his command of English. Test tubes and all that. We smuggled them into Mr. Jack's car that night. Tuesday, I mean, and I brought the car back to the garage without Peter, the chauffeur, being any the wiser. And the other servants, didn't they see you taking the things away in the car? I doped their food at supper. Oh, not to hurt, but by 11 o'clock they were all asleep, dead to the world, and Inspector Mitchell didn't have anyone watching Oaklands then, so we got off unseen. Thorne leaned forward. How about Ferguson? He doesn't sleep in the house. No, but he eats there, and he got his share of dope along with the rest. Lambert laughed mirthlessly. The dirty dog. You don't speak admiringly of your co-worker, commented Thorne dryly. Jealous, eh? Of him? Say, what are you talking about? The scorn in the man's voice was unmistakable, and Thorne's eyes twinkled. That lobster? Why, he wouldn't have been kept on but that Dr. Kane recommended him to Mrs. Winslow. Thorne smothered his surprised ejaculation. Lambert was indeed telling him news. So Ferguson knew Dr. Kane in the past? He stroked his chin while never removing his gaze from Lambert. Did he see the doctor privately on Monday night? No, sir, Lambert spoke with positiveness. Only when the doctor was dead. You remember, he found the body lying on the ground. The detective considered Lambert for several seconds before again addressing him. When he did so, he changed the subject with such abruptness that he caught Lambert off guard. Why did Jack Winslow attack his uncle on Tuesday afternoon? No lies, striking the desk a resounding blow with his fist. I want the truth, and the whole truth. They quarreled over Miss Chase. At least that's the part I overheard, mumbled Lambert. I was passing, and the door was open, and they were both loud-spoken. Mr. Jack was broken up about it when he came to his senses. Oh, so Mr. Jack has brainstorms, has he? Lambert nodded sorrowfully. Like his father before him, sir, I understand. Mr. Jack reeled out of the den and begged me to help him get away. I suspect, speaking in a confidential whisper, Mr. Jack thought he choked his uncle to death. Lambert. The detective spoke slowly, impressively. Was it before this scene with his uncle or after it that he arranged with you to get his belongings out of his workshop in the attic? Before, sir. The response was spoken with the promptness of truth. And why, Thorne leaned closer in his earnestness, did not Jack Winslow take his personal belongings with him? His clothes. Apparently he left without even a toothbrush. He had a bag full of things on the canal boat already. You mean already, swiftly, for a quick getaway? Lambert, your words imply premeditated murder. They don't neither, protested the butler hotly. You're putting words in my mouth I didn't say. That there bag's been on the canal boat for a month or more. Mr. Jack's very fond of fishing and canoeing, and he used to sleep on board the Jenny Wren sometimes when fishing late, and the boat was down this way. Thorne sat back and contemplated Lambert with critical eyes. The butler had lost much of his studied air of respectability, and instead the real man, unfeeling, calculating, was coming to the surface. Did Mr. Jack see Miss Chase before leaving Oakland's Tuesday afternoon? He asked. No, sir. Forestalling further questioning, the butler added swiftly, Mr. Jack wasn't in shape to see anyone, least of all his sweetheart. He told me to tell her she would hear from him in a day or so and not to worry. You gave her that message? I did. Did you tell her that Mr. Jack had gone? No. Lambert supplemented the gruff monosyllable in some haste, reading the scorn in Thorne's eyes. Mr. Jack said he would write her where he was and full particulars how to get to him. Did he do so? Lambert nodded. The note came last night under cover of one to me. And you gave that note to Miss Chase? Persisted Thorne sternly. Again the butler averted his eyes. I was in the devil's own hurry to get away, he admitted, swallowing hard. Then, too, Miss Chase had made me mad. Ha! In what way? The detective was watching his companion as a cat watches a mouse, ready to spring. You tried to extort money, his jaw shot out. You cur! Lambert winced. She gave me money of her own free will, he whined. 'Twasn't that. She's been trying to prejudice Mr. Winslow against me and get me fired. And so you held back Mr. Jack's note? No, I didn't, exactly. But I left it on my pillow for Lucy to take to her the next morning. She has it by now. Thorne shook his head. Lucy preferred to have Mrs. Winslow see it first, he announced softly, taking a long shot in the dark. With a bound, Lambert gained his feet, his face livid. By! She double-crossed me! The lying! He raved on for a moment, curses ripping from his lips. Lucy's beaten me to the reward by giving Mr. Jack's address to Mrs. Winslow. For a minute the two men stared at each other. Then Thorne also sprang up. Perhaps she has, but I'll see Jack Winslow first, and before the butler could gather his scattered wits, Thorne was out of the office and in his car. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Jenny Wren. Thorne drove his car down the Conduit Road and across the district line with small regard for the traffic laws of the sovereign state of Maryland. He had no eyes for the panoramic scenery along the Potomac River, his whole attention being centered on the curving road ahead. Scarcely slacking speed, he crossed historic Cabin John Bridge. Beyond that, there was little traffic at that hour of the day, and, keeping a sharp lookout for a motorcycle cop, he covered the distance to the Lock Tavern Club at 50 miles an hour. Parking his car within the shadow of the tall protecting fence which hedged the quaint old stone tavern, now a clubhouse for a group of distinguished Washingtonians, among them men of science, letters, and the diplomatic world, he took off his coat and donned a heavy sweater and, bareheaded, skirted the path about the club property to the lock house on the abandoned Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. It took several valuable minutes to locate the former lockkeeper, who proved a loquacious soul and would have detained him if possible. Whereabouts is the Jenny Wren?" He repeated Thorne's question with provoking slowness of speech. "I reckon she's moored about 2 miles up the canal. That is, if old Saul ain't taken her further up. He was talking about moving today." "Which road do I take?" broke in Thorne impatiently. "My car's back yonder, pointing toward the tavern." The lock-keeper chuckled. "The Conduit Road don't go no further, and there ain't no other, leastways not here. You'll have to take the towpath ef you want to get in touch with Saul. Say, what's he been up to?" with lively curiosity. "You're the—" His curiosity went ungratified, for Thorne was already on his way to the towpath. Once beyond view of the lock-house, he quickened his rapid walk into an easy lope, running tirelessly on, with a steady swinging motion which carried him over the well-trodden ground of the towpath until 1 mile had become 2. For the first time he paused and stared about with a sense of keen disappointment. No canal boat was in sight. Suppose Saul had moved on, as the lock-keeper had prophesied. Thorne snapped his jaws together and, squaring his shoulders, broke again into the same lope. He had covered at least 3/4 of a mile more when, on rounding a bend in the canal, he saw a boat moored to the bank just ahead. An improvised gangway gave access from the bank to the boat, and Thorne crossed it, but his friendly hail brought no response. Thorne looked over the stern, and the words in black lettering were plain: Jenny Wren. Again he hailed. The echo of his voice was his only reply. Going over to the cabin door, he rapped. Waited. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Then turned the handle and looked inside. No one was there. Considerably perturbed, he crossed the cabin, fitted up with homely comforts as both living and dining room, to the inner door. Opening that, he walked into the kitchen. Still no one was in sight. Glancing hurriedly about, he caught sight of another door and swung it open. Apparently, it was the sleeping quarters of the owner and his wife, for 2 comfortable bunks lined the walls, while a sewing machine and bureau with mirror occupied what space was left. He was about to turn back and re-enter the kitchen when a groan smote his ears. It came from under a pile of bedclothes thrown helter-skelter on top of one of the bunks. Tossing them off, Thorne saw an elderly woman lying, fully dressed, in the bunk, bound and gagged. Swiftly he released her, and filling a cup with some whiskey from his flask, he gave it to her. The fiery liquor brought her around, and she sat up of her own accord as the stimulant sent the blood coursing through her veins. "Take some more," coaxed Thorne, holding the cup again to her lips. As she took it from him and sipped it slowly, Thorne crossed over and opened the window and outside blinds, flooding the place with sunlight and air. "Thank you kindly." She looked up gratefully as he returned to her side. "I'd have died if you hadn't found me." "Oh, not quite that." He smiled down at her. "Please, tell me what's happened here, and where—" He hesitated. Lambert had never mentioned the name of the owner of the Jenny Wren. "Where is your husband?" "Saul Smith? Oh, he's gone cityward for a spell." Mrs. Smith raised both her hands to her aching head, with some hope of stopping the intolerable throbbing in her temples. "This ain't never happened to me afore." "I can understand that," agreed Thorne, faintly amused by the tableau before him. "But how did you get in this fix?" At the question, the woman's shaken wits returned to her with a rush. "Oh, that nice young man," she moaned. Then, with a complete change of tone, her eyes flashing, "See if he's on the boat, and use your gun if you've got one, 'cause he'll wallop you same as he done me," touching the large bump on the back of her head, now nearly the size of an egg. Thorne needed no second bidding. He had paused only to revive the woman, Entering the smaller stateroom, he found the place in confusion. A suitcase lay on the floor, its contents scattered hither and yon. The bedding from the 2 bunks was dumped in one corner, the mattresses spread in another. Apparently, nothing had been left intact. Even the built-in dresser was ransacked and its contents spread about. The detective sped from there into the hull, and so over the canal boat, then went once more to the owner's stateroom, thoroughly convinced that he and Mrs. Smith were its only living occupants. He found Mrs. Smith sitting in a chair, nursing her head. She greeted him with a loud exclamation of relief, but his first question put her planned speech out of her mind entirely. "Where is Jack Winslow?" he demanded, and the woman's cheeks grew even paler. "'Twas the same thing he asked," she mumbled incoherently, "and before I could turn around, he swatted me over the head." "He? Who?" "The nice young fella I was telling you about, but you won't listen." Mrs. Smith was on the verge of tears between fright and shock. She edged her chair around so that Thorne could not approach closer without her knowing it. "I told him 'twas none of his business where young Jack was, and he bows polite, and, thinks I, he's gone, when bang, and I knows no more till I come to in my own bunk with a rag in my mouth and them clothes on top of me." "What did the man look like?" questioned Thorne eagerly. "Did he give his name?" She shook her head. "I axed, but he never said." A sneeze interrupted her, and Thorne fumed with impatience. "He weren't so tall as you, was dark complexioned, with a tiny mustache, beautiful teeth, and a pleasant smile. That's all I can tell you." Thorne hesitated. Every moment was of value, but could he leave the elderly woman alone on the boat? Suppose the stranger came back and did her further injury? Her description fitted no one Thorne could recall. And yet his errand implied knowledge of Jack Winslow. But if he was sent by Mrs. Winslow to locate Jack, why should he attack the old woman? Also, instead of sending another, why had not Mrs. Winslow confided her knowledge of Jack's hiding place to her husband and let him come for Jack? Above all, where the devil was Jack? "Mrs. Smith," Thorne spoke slowly, impressively, "it is imperative that I get in touch with Jack Winslow, for your sake, too." A few tears ran down the woman's withered cheeks, and her thin lips quivered. "I can't tell you where to find Jack," she gasped. "Honest, I can't. He left before sunup." "Aunt Marty, where be ye?" The hail came in a woman's shrill tones from the direction of the afterdeck, and Mrs. Smith's answer rang out loudly. "Here I be!" The words echoed in the stillness. A moment later, an angular female, with coat buttoned to her throat and hat tipped at a rakish angle, appeared in the door of the kitchen, an anxious look on her face. It cleared at sight of Mrs. Smith. "I was afeard something was the matter," she said, looking with curiosity toward Thorne. "You didn't come to dinner as you promised, and that there young man said as how you wasn't well." Thorne broke into the conversation, drowning Mrs. Smith's startled ejaculation. "Where is he now?" "Most into Washington by this time, I reckon," responded the newcomer. "He was riding a motorcycle. He weren't no one I ever seed afore." Then, as Mrs. Smith came feebly into the kitchen, she exclaimed with real concern, "Aunt Marty, what's the matter with you?" As the older woman commenced a voluble explanation of recent events, Thorne slipped away unnoticed and sought the stateroom he judged young Jack Winslow had occupied. The canal boat was an ideal spot for a hiding place, but why had Jack left it so precipitately, before sunup, the woman had said? Did his hasty exit account for the appearance of his stateroom, or was it the stranger who, first knocking Mrs. Smith unconscious and tying her up on her berth, had gone through Jack's belongings? And if so, for what had he been looking, and had his search proven successful? Even as his thoughts raced on, Thorne was busy examining each article in the room. Old fishing tackle, evidently used during the past season. a fisherman's outfit, a pair of soiled golf trousers, stockings, coat, shirts, underwear, heavy boots, a shooting jacket, nothing of value to the detective. A cupboard yielded more interesting objects from Thorne's standpoint, for there had been placed the laboratory articles which, according to Lambert, Jack had removed from his workshop in the attic at Oaklands. Slipping on a pair of rubber gloves, Thorne handled the glass tubes, bottles of chemicals, blowpipes, and so forth. All had been carefully wrapped in soft paper and cotton batting before being placed in the large wooden box containing them. A larger object at the bottom attracted Thorne, and he took it out and pulled back the already loose wrapper, disclosing a fire extinguisher. Balancing it in his hand, Thorne sat and studied the brass surface with deepening interest. By its light weight, he judged it to be empty. Why, then, preserve it in cotton batting? As he tipped it this way and that, pulling out the handle and letting it in slowly, dawning horror crept into his dark eyes. What better method could be devised to pump through a keyhole carbon monoxide gas into a small, closed room than an old fire extinguisher filled with that poison gas? Springing swiftly to his feet, Thorne wrapped up the fire extinguisher and, leaving the stateroom as it was, hurried into the kitchen. The two women broke off their excited chatter at sight of him. "Tell me the quickest way to Washington," Thorne addressed Mrs. Smith, but it was her friend who replied. "My husband's at the next lock, about a half-mile away," she volunteered. "I expect he'll row you across the river to the Virginia shore, and there you can catch a car on the Old Dominion Railway. It's quicker than going back into Maryland. They're mostly crossroads, as I told the man on the motorcycle. But say," with mounting curiosity, "who are you?" By way of reply, Thorne handed Mrs. Smith one of his business cards, and, giving them no opportunity to detain him further, he raced along the towpath, the fire extinguisher tucked securely under his arm. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Great Alternative. Very cautiously, with never a sound, Lucy looked inside the suite of rooms set aside for Elsa Chase and her trained nurse. It was the latter's room that particularly claimed her espionage. Her eyes sparkled at sight of the open wardrobe trunk and the clothes lying in orderly piles on Miss Klein's bed. As stealthily as she had come, she withdrew, and thereby missed seeing the curtains before the window sway gently as a hand parted them and a face appeared in the opening. A few minutes later, Miss Klein, coming from Elsa's bedroom and carrying an armload of clothing, pushed open the door with vigor and caused it to swing back toward the wall, only stopping when it touched the person seeking refuge there. Entirely absorbed in her task, the trained nurse never saw the man slip from behind the door into Elsa's bedroom. Not finding Mrs. Winslow in her boudoir, Lucy ran downstairs just in time to answer the front doorbell and admit Inspector Mitchell. His low-voiced request to see Mr. Winslow brought a stammered, "Come inside, sir," and the maid, with a face considerably paler, led him upstairs to the den. At his entrance, Arnold Winslow hung up the telephone receiver and pulled forward a chair. "I've been trying to get you," he began. "Where the devil is Thorne?" "Haven't seen him since early morning." Mitchell tossed aside his overcoat and hat, which the agitated Lucy had failed to take from him downstairs, and accepted the proffered chair. "I have some news for you." "Yes?" Winslow hitched his chair forward. The inspector's quiet voice held a hint of excitement. "What is it? News of Jack?" Mitchell shook his head. "No, not that, I'm sorry to say." He took a folded newspaper out of his pocket and a photograph. Laying the latter face down on Winslow's flat-top desk, he pointed to the column of obituary notices. "Did you see this? No? Then I'll read it to you. Lawrence, Mrs. Ben, suddenly at her late residence in 35th Street Northwest, Washington, last night. Notice of funeral later. Body at city morgue." "That mean anything to you?" "No," admitted Winslow, frankly mystified by the inspector's impressive manner. "I don't recall any Mrs. Lawrence." "Well," Mitchell paused for effect. He was enjoying himself. "She was the divorced wife of Dr. Joseph Kane." "Good Lord!" The exclamation was echoed by his wife as she came into the den. "Singular she and Kane should have died within a few days of each other, and both here." "It sure is," agreed Mitchell heartily, springing up to offer his chair to Mrs. Winslow. "Most singular." "Oh, please sit down again. I prefer to stand." And going to her husband's side, she rested a hand on his shoulder. "Was Sarah ill long?" "No. Heart trouble, the autopsy showed, although dope might have been a contributory cause. She went like that," with a snap of his fingers to illustrate his meaning. "A merciful death," commented Mrs. Winslow softly. "Poor Sarah. Her married life was brief and most unhappy. She was at fault," raising grave eyes to the inspector. He nodded. "I imagine so from what I've learned. You know her career in Boston, Mr. Winslow?" "I have heard of her, but we never met," responded the latter. "Kane divorced her shortly before I became acquainted with him." "Ah, then this photograph wouldn't interest you." Mitchell picked it up from the desk as he spoke and turned it about. "It was taken after death at the morgue." Catching a glimpse of Winslow's agitated countenance, he added hastily, "It's rather a ghastly picture. Perhaps I shouldn't have shown it to you and your wife. I'm sorry." Winslow brushed his apology aside with a wave of his hand. "Let me have the picture." Peering at it intently for a second in silence, he laid it face up on the desk and turned to his silent companions, his excitement rising. "When I said just now I didn't know Sarah Kane or a Mrs. Lawrence, I did not realize they were this woman. That is," observing their bewilderment at his incoherent remark, "I've seen this woman hanging about Oakland's within the last 6 weeks, talking to Elsa Chase." "What?" It was Mrs. Winslow who spoke, and her voice was sharp, almost shrill. "What did she wish with Elsa?" "I don't know," said Winslow. "She sent me notes, making appointments she never kept, insinuating in these notes that she knew something discreditable to Elsa. That's why I employed Thorne, to find out what it's all about. And now the woman's dead, and Thorne failed, dash him," pounding his fist on the desk in his bitter disappointment. "Hold on," cautioned Mitchell. "Thorne may know. He it was who located the dead woman and put me wise as to her identity." "And he hasn't reported to me?" Winslow spoke in sudden blind anger. "And he is aware how vital it is to me to know all concerning Elsa." "Wait!" His wife's restraining hand on his shoulder kept him in his seat. "I will go and interview Elsa." She turned to the puzzled inspector. "I know something of Sarah Kane's life, and if it was in any way bound up with Elsa, Elsa is not a fit inmate for my home." And sweeping past Mitchell, she left them. In the lower hall, Mrs. Winslow was startled to come upon 2 men talking in subdued whispers. They separated at sight of her, and the taller one advanced toward her, and she recognized Thorne. "You are wanted upstairs," she announced none too graciously, but he did not budge from her path. "I prefer a word with you," he suggested courteously, but she brushed his remark aside as of no moment. "Later. I am on my way to see Miss Chase. Let me pass, please." And as he stepped back, she sailed by him, so intent upon her errand that she failed to see Thorne, After a moment's hesitation, follow her down the hall. Miss Klein entered Elsa's bedroom from hers just as Mrs. Winslow came in through the door leading to the hall. The latter addressed the trained nurse with a brusqueness in marked contrast to her usually suave manner. "Where is Miss Chase?" "I think she went out on the terrace." Miss Klein concealed her feelings admirably. "If you will wait, Mrs. Winslow, I will get her," and she sped away through her room as Thorne joined Mrs. Winslow. The latter gazed in anger at the detective. "Why are you here?" she questioned. "I told you Mr. Winslow was in the den." "Yes, so I gathered." Thorne's dry tone brought red spots in Mrs. Winslow's pale cheeks. "I, too, wish to see Miss Chase," and with quiet assurance he advanced further into the room. Turning away from him, Mrs. Winslow contented herself with gazing out of the window, while her restless fingers kept up an irritating tapping on the wooden sill. If ever a woman's back registered annoyance, hers did, and Thorne, with a faint shrug of his broad shoulders, turned his attention to Elsa's bedroom. It was a large and airy room, tastefully arranged with its dainty furnishings and pretty hangings, an ideal room for an invalid, especially because of the sunshine that must pour through the windows. But its customary order was missing, for the bed, as well as the chair, held clothes tossed upon them in disarray. Inadvertently, Thorne trod on a bedroom slipper, a high-heeled mule, and he picked it up to place it with its mate on the chaise lounge. Close at hand lay a pair of shoes and shoe trees. One of the latter caught Thorne's eye, and he looked at it more closely. Then, his curiosity growing, he lifted it up. In shape, it resembled the ones he had seen in the box in Jack Winslow's workshop, even to the smudge on the wooden tree. On closer inspection, however, he saw that what he had taken to be a smudge on the tree was a Chinese character. Thorne turned the tree about, moving the steel part up and down. Then, with a swift glance at the silent woman by the window, still standing with her back to him, he slipped the shoe tree in his pocket. At the sound of Elsa coming down the hall in her wheelchair, Mrs. Winslow spun around, but her eyes were no brighter than Thorne's, burning as the latter's were with pent-up excitement. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting," exclaimed Elsa as the trained nurse pushed the chair into the center of the room. She scrutinized Thorne with a sinking heart, even as she bowed courteously in response to his low greeting. "I did not know you were here, Mr. Thorne. Miss Klein spoke only of Mrs. Winslow." The older woman bustled forward. "It is important that I see you first, Elsa," she broke in. "I must request Mr. Thorne to leave us." "I am sorry," Thorne smiled at the irate woman, "but it is imperative that I talk with Miss Chase before she makes her getaway," pointing significantly toward the steamer trunk half packed in a corner of the room. "Getaway?" Elsa caught up the word, her face flaming. "What do you mean, sir, by using such an expression to me?" His answer was delayed by the arrival of Arnold Winslow, who strode unceremoniously into the room, followed a second later by Ferguson and Inspector Mitchell. "So, here you are, Thorne." Intent on his own affairs, Winslow failed to note the attitude of the four people already in the room, for Miss Klein had not left her patient's side. "Ferguson here," indicating the gardener by a jerk of his thumb, "has just told me that Jack is living on a canal boat with old Saul Smith above the Lock Tavern Club and claims my offered reward of $10,000. Shall I give it to him?" Thorne swung on Ferguson. "How did you get that information?" he demanded hotly. Ferguson shuffled his feet uneasily and fingered his unkempt hair. He had not anticipated meeting such an audience. His stained clothes were odoriferous of the barnyard and stale perspiration, and Elsa drew back as far as possible from his vicinity. Ferguson's whine cut the silence. "I got it off a note Mr. Jack wrote to she," pointing to Elsa. "Lambert left it on his pillow, and I just opened the envelope and—" stole the letter inside it. Thorne was studying the gardener intently. If you want that reward, tell the truth. I is. Ferguson's lips parted in a sickly grin. That's exactly how I got the news. I'm telling ye straight. Go on, urged Thorne softly. Don't be afraid. Speak up, Ferguson, and tell them why you are not entitled to that reward. What? The gardener gazed at him in bewilderment, one hand plucking at his soiled shirt. I don't get your meaning. No? Thorne spoke with biting sarcasm. Then I'll tell them why you are not entitled to that reward. It is because Jack Winslow isn't on the canal boat, and you know it, Ferguson, because you were there just ahead of me. Who, me? Yes, you. Thorne's voice rang out, filling the room and hallway with its accusing note. You've given yourself away, Ferguson, by forgetting to remove your false teeth. Your makeup's perfect, but for that. With a swift and involuntary movement, Ferguson's hand went to his mouth. In place of the tobacco-stained, decayed teeth of the gardener was his full set of even and perfectly white teeth. Hold him, Inspector. Thorne's tone was not to be disobeyed, and Mitchell's hand fell on Ferguson's shrinking shoulder with a firm grip. We'll attend to him later. Now, Miss Chase, what's your connection with Ferguson? Elsa, who had sat listening to the two men in petrified silence, straightened up. There is no connection between us, she declared, her voice little more than a whisper. I never saw or heard of Ferguson until I came here. But the same object brought you. Thorne took a step nearer the wheelchair. To rob Mr. Winslow. Stop, as she would have interrupted, and his voice went relentlessly on, hammering into her ears like a miniature Niagara. A cripple's disguise was a clever masquerade for the dancing silhouette. Opening his hand, he displayed the magazine page taken from Sarah Kane's dying grasp. The so-called Mrs. Lawrence had the goods on you, although, disguised as a man, you tried to bribe her to silence last night before she died. You are not a cripple? Mrs. Winslow stepped forward, white and shaken. So you killed Dr. Kane to conceal your secret. Ferguson shook himself free of Mitchell's detaining grasp. It wasn't her, he shouted, but her confederate. Jack Winslow did it for her. A scream broke from Elsa, and she half started from her chair, only to fall back limply as the closet door opened and Jack Winslow came out from his hiding place. No one spoke as he advanced toward Ferguson. Inspector Mitchell, fascinated by the scene, drew out a pair of handcuffs and held them ready. His action was not lost on Jack, and his high color faded to a dirty white. You, Ferguson, he spoke in little above a whisper, what is your proof against me? There was a perceptible pause as the gardener looked about the little group, staring with tense faces at him. How far could he go without incriminating himself? He did not fear the inspector, but there was Thorne to reckon with. I went through the things you took from here to the canal boat. It was Ferguson speaking, but they would not have recognized his voice had they not been looking at him. It was so altered. And there, Jack Winslow, I found the fire extinguisher you filled with carbon monoxide gas. Can you deny it? No. Elsa clutched the sides of her chair and gazed in agony at her lover as he pronounced the solemn monosyllable. Ferguson turned to Inspector Mitchell. Go to the canal boat and get the fire extinguisher. It's the final proof you need of who killed Joe Kane. True, agreed Thorne quietly. I have it here. And raising his hand, he beckoned to Jim, his assistant, loitering in the hall just outside the door. Stepping past Arnold Winslow and the inspector, Jim brought in a large package carefully wrapped and an envelope. Thorne took the latter from him. There is no human beast today so vile as the dealer in narcotics who stays clean himself but is willing to contaminate others with the poison he sells. Thorne faced Jack and Elsa, his face stern, unrelenting. You, Elsa and Ferguson here, came to steal cocaine. He stopped and took from the envelope 2 cards. That fire extinguisher bears the fingerprints of the person guilty of selling narcotics and also of the murderer of Kane. In my office, I had this copy made, holding it up for all to see. That fingerprint on the fire extinguisher tallied with another accidentally made in my office on Monday afternoon by Arnold Winslow. You lie, damn you! Livid, swaying on his feet, Winslow faced them, a fiend at bay. Thorne snatched up the wooden shoe tree. Here is my proof, he exclaimed. Cocaine is concealed in this hollow wood, imported from China. Others like this are upstairs in the attic. Elsa and I found your cache, you dirty yellow dog. The cache Kane and Ferguson were after before you killed Kane with diabolical ingenuity. Twice, thrice, Winslow tried to speak. Then, before Mitchell guessed his intention, his right hand flew up. The flash of the revolver was their only warning before Winslow fell headlong to the floor. A bullet in his brain. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The End of the Trail. As Thorne ran down the staircase at Oakland's, he came face to face with Inspector Mitchell. "I was just coming for you," exclaimed the latter. "They want you in the music room," and giving the detective no time to utter an objection, Mitchell slipped his arm inside his and walked him there. The music room was in darkness except near the great stone fireplace with its blazing logs. Close by, Jack Winslow had pushed one of the divans, and on it lay Elsa, still pale from the shock and horror of Arnold Winslow's death. She sat up at Thorne's approach, looking at him with eager, grateful eyes. "We owe you so much," she exclaimed, her soft voice trembling with emotion. "I cannot have you leave thinking terrible things of me. Let me explain." "If you will." Thorne dropped down on a chair by her side. "I know you are Elsa Gray, and the only child of Reverend Richard Gray, an Episcopal missionary," she broke in. "Ah, that gives you light." As Thorne's expression altered, swiftly she turned to the 2 others in her small audience, Inspector Mitchell and Jack, the latter regarding her in open adoration. "In 1914, went on Elsa after a brief silence, my father returned from his lengthy stay in the Orient. With him on the boat was Arnold Winslow, who had visited Dad on several occasions when in China. Just as the boat docked in San Francisco, Dad was arrested for smuggling opium. A quantity was found in his luggage, and at his trial, which followed swiftly, certain influential Chinamen testified against him, and he was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in the penitentiary." She stopped, unable to go on, and Jack, springing up, brought her a glass of water. "The rigors of San Quentin prison soon broke down Dad's health. After his years in the climate of the Orient, I was allowed to see him just before he died." She stopped, unable to control her voice, and took another swallow of water. "Dad told me then that he was morally certain, looking back on events in China and on shipboard, that Arnold Winslow, fearing detection, had put the opium in his luggage and secured, with the aid of a notorious criminal ring, his conviction through perjury and bribery." Thorne nodded his head thoughtfully. "The profits in narcotic traffic are tremendous," he said, "and greed forces down all barriers. But go on, Miss Gray. I will not interrupt you again." "Dad's pitiful story and his tragic death stirred me to the depths." Elsa clenched her cold hands, while her lovely eyes grew dark with emotion. "I vowed to track down and punish Arnold Winslow, and nightly I prayed to be shown a way to accomplish my vow. After my mother's death, Father had placed me with a cousin, very dear to her. Miss Dryden? Questioned Thorne swiftly, owner of the sanitarium. Yes, but how did you know? Not waiting for a reply, she resumed her story. I lived with Miss Dryden in my school vacations, and as I grew older, I took up dancing, intending to go on the stage, as I had some gift that way. A year ago, I got on a vaudeville circuit in the West, and my one act of shadow dancing made a hit, and I was called the Dancing Silhouette. I was in Chicago on a brief vacation when Jack drove his car into my taxi. Jack rose and paced up and down, finding it impossible to keep still. I took her to the address she just managed to whisper to me before fainting. The Dryden Sanitarium, he explained. When I left there, I asked the doorman her name, and I suppose in the excitement he misunderstood me and said her name was Miss Elsa Chase. The name of a bedridden patient, broke in Elsa. Jack brought me flowers, and the same doorman, knowing he meant me, brought them up. When I read his signature, John Arnold Winslow, I realized that he must be closely related to the man who had ruined my dear father. I found out later that Mr. Winslow abbreviated John Arnold to J. Arnold. All that night I lay awake, planning. She caught her breath nervously. By morning, my mind was made up. At first, it was thought I had suffered some minor injury to my spine, and using that and the identity of the paralytic Miss Elsa Chase to cloak my plans, She faltered. Let me make love to you. Jack spoke with a return of his old impetuosity. Ah, Elsa, you won me body and soul. Hush, dear, I was caught in the same snare. A blush mantled her soft cheeks. Miss Klein, head nurse, promised to help me in my schemes, and so we came to visit Mr. and Mrs. Winslow. Oh, I'm ashamed of the role I filled. She drew in her breath sharply. Only memory of Dad's suffering, the shame and opprobrium heaped upon him, innocent of all wrongdoing, kept me to my self-imposed task, with what results you know. Jack had given me the key to his attic room for safekeeping, and there I found the cocaine secreted in the old consignment of wooden shoe trees. And gave vent to your feelings by a dance of triumph. Thorne smiled at her surprised exclamation. I saw your shadow on the curtain of the attic window. Did you dance on other occasions? Asked Inspector Mitchell, breaking his long silence. Lucy spoke of seeing a dancing silhouette. I did, confessed Elsa, smiling. Lucy fainted the night I threw my shadow on the front door, and her eyes twinkled as she caught Thorne's glance. You were quick, Mr. Thorne, but I eluded you by slipping through the open window of the reception room and back through the front door held open a crack by Miss Klein as you raced around the house. She revived Lucy, and between us we got her up to her bedroom unseen, although Mrs. Winslow almost caught us coming down the elevator. Why did you take such chances? Questioned Thorne. You ran grave risk of your identity becoming known. I had to limber up. Elsa passed one hand over the other with a quick motion acquired in the past few months. Sitting still all day was terrible. Then, you see, I could search the house only at night. I secured duplicate keys to most of the rooms with Miss Klein's assistance. I dared not get out of my wheelchair in the daytime for fear of being caught. But how did you fool Dr. Kane when he went to make a physical examination? Demanded Thorne before Jack could break into the conversation. He never made it, Elsa laughed softly. I put it off with a plea of faintness and fever. Miss Klein held the thermometer against a small hot water bag in her pocket after taking it out of my mouth and before showing it to Dr. Kane. So he agreed to wait until morning to make the examination. Then what happened? Oh, We talked. Elsa's eyes twinkled. I did my best to entertain him. At last, he left. Completely exhausted, I dropped to sleep immediately, and so slept soundly throughout the night. There was a moment's pause. Then Thorne turned to Jack. Well, what was your share in the events of Monday night? He asked. Jack drew a long breath. Perhaps I had better start with my knowledge of Kane, he said. He acted as my guardian, but I never liked him. There was talk of his selling dope among the students. Then his money hushed up the scandal. Just a moment. The interruption came from Inspector Mitchell. I have here Ferguson's sworn confession, touching his pocket. He stated that Arnold Winslow and Kane, under cloak of their respectable professions, were in the inner circle of the Bleecker ring, but Winslow, having made a fortune, was anxious to break away. Kane, losing money heavily, had resorted to blackmailing Winslow, threatening to spill the beans. That meant not only ruin socially, but possibly a penitentiary sentence of from 10 to 20 years. Kane also, with several others, believed Winslow had a cache of dope here, and Ferguson was sent down to steal it. They were right, acknowledged Thorne. The cocaine we have located in the attic is valued around $100,000. Ferguson admits, continued Mitchell, that he was prowling around the house looking for a chance to talk to Kane unknown to others when he came across his dead body on the ground. He also says, addressing Jack, that he went out to the canal boat and searched your belongings, thinking you might have taken the cocaine with you. He thoroughly believed you murdered Kane. I didn't kill him, but I nearly did my uncle on Tuesday. In fact, I thought I had. Jack opened and shut his hands nervously. My upbringing had spoiled me, too much money and nothing to do. But after I met Elsa, I wanted to make good, to make enough to live on without taking money from him. He could not pronounce the word dad again in that connection. I've been making some chemical experiments, and a college friend, a brilliant chap, suggested we go into partnership. $10,000 was the capital I needed. He sighed. I didn't get it, although I tried to secure a loan from the bank and from him. Go on, prompted Mitchell as Jack paused. What then? For experimental purposes, I generated carbon monoxide gas by decomposing oxalic acid, heating it with strong sulfuric acid, and passing the gases through a solution of caustic soda or lime to absorb the carbon dioxide present. I used the empty fire extinguisher as a container. Jack paused again, then spoke with a manifest effort. Uncle Arnold was present. Aha! And there his active brain conceived the use to which he would put the gas, deadly and odorless, an ideal poison. He turned to Elsa. Winslow used you as a decoy to get Kane here, so his wife told me. It was my likeness to my father that puzzled him, she said. He could not place me, for I doubt if he knew father had a child. I suggested something in his past life, and it worried him horribly, fearing exposure. Hence his desire to get in touch with Kane's ex-wife, Mrs. Lawrence. Thorne looked at Elsa curiously. You knew her at the Dryden Sanitarium? Yes. At least I saw her there once, unconscious, when they brought her in after the injury to her head, explained Elsa. She saw quite a lot of the real Elsa Chase, but Mrs. Lawrence called herself Mrs. Holcomb then. So they telegraphed me this noon from Chicago. Thorne touched his pocket where the telegram still lay. And Miss Klein didn't know her either? She was on a private duty case at the time the other was a patient at the sanitarium. Elsa turned impulsively to Jack. Tell us what happened Monday night. Jack did not reply at once, pausing to take a glass of water. When he spoke, his voice was low and husky. Knowing that Kane peddled dope, I was pretty sick at learning he was to see Elsa. Goodness knows what I got into my head," he added shamefacedly. "Anyway, I made an excuse to go upstairs. Kane's bedroom was in darkness, but I could see a light in the bathroom through the keyhole of the closed door. Going over to it, I knocked my foot against something, and switching on the light, I saw a fire extinguisher. Picking it up, I took it to my room, and when Ferguson announced finding Kane's body, I was in a daze. Rushing again to my room, I looked at the fire extinguisher and recognized it as the one I had used to store the carbon monoxide gas. I couldn't grasp the situation. I thought of Uncle Arnold, but the idea he would invite a man to his house and kill him was too monstrous for belief. Then, "What next?" prompted Thorne, after waiting a second for Jack to continue. "I hunted around the next morning for the key to the bathroom door, for I dimly remembered picking up such a key, and I thought I pitched it out of the window." "You must have," broke in Thorne. "It fell in a pile of manure, and Ferguson, in climbing over it to open the bathroom window, caught the key in a hole in his rubber boot. I didn't mean to stop you, Winslow. Go on." "There isn't much else to say," Jack sighed. "Uncle Arnold spoke slurringly of Elsa in our last interview on Tuesday, and I nearly choked him to death. Then bolted like an idiot, taking my laboratory things with me, for back in my mind I was convinced I would be charged with the murder, and I realized the chemicals and fire extinguisher would be damning evidence. I came back tonight to see Elsa, face the music, and prove my innocence." "Good boy! That's the way to talk," ejaculated Inspector Mitchell. "Now, buckle down to work for her." "I will." Jack's voice carried conviction, and Elsa laid her hand in his with a half-shy, wholly tender glance. "We are to be married tomorrow." Thorne rose abruptly. "Your aunt, Mrs. Winslow." "I will look out for her." Jack hesitated, then addressed both men gravely. "I know you will not break a confidence. My aunt was planning to divorce her husband." "What?" exclaimed the two men in unison. "Yes. His affairs with other women made her position unbearable." Jack spoke low so that no one passing outside might accidentally overhear what he said. In trying to get evidence for her divorce, Aunt Julia not only spied around herself, but bribed Lucy, even Ferguson, to aid her. "Well, well." Mitchell opened his mouth to say more, then closed it as he walked away. "Coming, Thorne?" Jack sprang forward and clasped Thorne's hand in a strong grip. "I can't voice my thanks, but someday I will prove my gratitude." Thorne wrung his hand warmly. "Your thanks are due, Miss Gray," he said. "Goodbye." At the front door, Elsa caught up with him. "When we first met," she began, "I feared you. And now? I desire your friendship." For an instant he stared at her as she stood, the epitome of young womanhood, her lovely eyes upraised. With a swift, graceful movement, Thorne lifted her hands and kissed them. "Always your friend," he whispered softly. "Goodbye, and God bless you." Inspector Mitchell was halfway home before he addressed his silent companion. "Gee, Thorne." "What is it?" prodding his elbow into Thorne's side. "What?" "Your first name," patiently. "What does your initial G stand for?" "Geronimo." And so saying, Thorne sat quiet, the touch of Elsa's soft hands his happiest memory. The end. End of chapter 20. End of The Dancing Silhouette by Natalie Sumner Lincoln.